life graphics. Like literally, we could have that shit tomorrow if we wanted it, right?
Right.
So if we can do that, what's to say that somebody else has not done that before from us or for us? And basically, the simulation theory states that we are currently a running simulation that somebody else has either left behind or hasn't fucking fucked with or is currently still fucking with. Like somebody might be playing The Sims with us. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. But then
Yeah.
that would say,
Yeah.
okay, do we have a predetermined life? Do we make our own
Right.
choices?
Right. Exactly. And that
We're
that would be
basically a video game to other people or to other things. We
right.
just
But
don't
once
know.
again, most of that would come down to a matter of programming. And that if you think about that, everything that we are and everything that we see it has a code. It has a genetic code. It has a frequency. It has a hertz frequency that it vibrates at. Like grass is 432 hertz. Love is like 523. Like all sorts of shit like that. You know what I mean?
I hear you.
Stress is like 440. So it's basically like everything has this concept. Everything is broken down in a mathematical theorem, which basically you can annotate as code. So basically, you could code matter into the simulation. You know what I mean?
I get it. I get it.
Yeah, yeah. So
But that's
it's
the
pretty
thing, though.
fucking
What is
crazy,
matter, though? Is matter, you know, a conceptual
right?
idea such as, like you said, ones and zeros?
Right. But that's the thing. I
Or
mean,
could
Where
like
does
everything that we think, like whatever you said, be completely different if it is simulation. Like it's not even called what
right,
we think it's called. It's
right,
something completely different and completely made up.
right.
Like
I,
it could
it
be
could,
literally anything.
yeah. I mean,
And
if you want to put it in even more weird terms, like literally, if you learn the color red, right? You learn the color red, right? This is
yeah,
a super simple one. I learned the color red, right? I see red for what red is. But what if you know no fucking better because you're programmed that way? No offense, I'm just saying, and you see red as green, but your green is my red, and my green is your red. We wouldn't fucking know. There's no fucking possible way to know that.
but then you bring in theory of the people that are colorblind actually have broken through that like wall. What I mean,
Right.
that's completely different.
Well, right,
But
right.
it
But
could,
I mean,
yeah,
yeah. It could be a matter of
like maybe
programming. It
people
could be,
that like maybe have a disability, they're
or they're
like
an
in
antivirus or some shit. You know
yeah.
what I mean? Yeah, right. Exactly. Though that's it. That's exactly what I'm saying, dude. It's basically fucking everything. And then you hear people all the time. They're like, everything happens for a reason. But is the reason that we're in a fucking computer game? You know what I mean?
everything
Like who
happens for a
knows?
reason? Yeah, okay, so you can compound on that fact and say, okay, a lot
Right.
of
Let's break
Christians
that
would
down
say,
in an
okay,
algebra,
God has
algebraic
a
theorem.
or God has a plan
Got
for each and
has
every
a
one of
plan.
us. Okay, but what is
Right,
that
What
plan?
if
right.
How do
God
we all
was
fit
the
into it? And if that plan consists of a single idea and the way it's going to move, are we deciding to make our choices, or are we making those choices, or
And
not?
that's the questionable thing. Do we have free will or don't we have free will? And I think that's a matter of perspective, a matter of subjectivity. But all things are a matter of your subjective perceptions to everything. Like you said earlier, what we've been through, what we've gone through, how we are as a people, how we interact with others, how we do things. You know what I mean? It's
See,
everything. It's so fucking complex, but at the same rate, everything can be simplified down to a literal fucking number or genetic theorem code.
even emotion.
Even emotion can be logged. Like it's crazy, dude. Like it's to the extent now animations are being made with people in fucking suits wearing fucking balls on them. I mean that's been happening for years for real movies, but now we're doing it with animations, which is saying something. That's not even real people. That's characters. They don't exist, but they do exist. And if they exist, do they exist on their own fucking platform? You know what I mean? Are they in a simulation? Like okay, let's do say this for example, a fucking
They're not breaking
Naruto,
that
right?
fourth wall. They're not breaking that fourth wall.
Right, exactly. So
They
if they're
don't
not
know
breaking,
that they're in a
so
simulation, or
what
they
would be
don't
the
know that
fifth
they're in a
wall?
game.
right, that's it. That's it. So if fucking Naruto characters, they're fucking running around being ninjas and shit. What if they're fucking sentient?
But
Like
are
no
they
lie,
the
that's
ones
their
that are
world.
making the choices, or are we writing those choices for them?
We are technically writing those choices for them, but they're unaware of it. So therefore, they have no fucking clue if they were in fact sentient.
But how do we know that nobody else is writing our choices?
Exactly, and that's what I'm trying to say. Is simulation theory basically prescribes the fact that we are going to be whatever we're going to be.
We're already pre-coded. We don't even need to be watched, and we don't even need to be played.
But that's the thing, though.
Right, right.
We're in. I don't know. Like, I don't think that we could ever become not self-aware.
Oh
Like,
yeah, we're definitely self-aware, but I know what you're saying. Like a self-manifesting. We can't just make matter out of nothing, you know?
right.
We can't just say, hey, I want a fucking Mountain Dew and a Mountain Dew appear in our hand. You know what I mean? We're not hacking the game yet. But once artificial intelligence starts to prescribe its
But
or
can
fucking
we?
shit. I'm using that word a lot.
Can we hack the game from inside?
Right, exactly. And if you look at people before, shit, what was that one cult? Hold on. It was called The
Can we get
Secret.
more intelligent than the game?
Right, exactly. Have you heard of The
Or have we
Secret?
already been, like, per se, like drugs breaks that barrier?
Right.
But,
Biohacking.
we're on what we call drugs, and
Right.
we don't even know it. No. Hold on.
It's a virus.
We're on drugs,
It's
so
yeah. Drugs are a virus, and that's the pharmaceutical companies in America they're aware of that. Drugs cause other effects in order to prescribe other drugs for other symptoms that been caused by the other effects, and so on and so forth.
yeah. And
It's
also,
basically
I'm also trying to
yeah, it
say is
changes
that
the
like
yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry, dude.
Oh, you're fine,
no, it's
but
fine. It's fine. It's just that
it
like maybe like since we're on like whatever we're on breaks that they don't know that it's true because you're apparently on something and they don't but
right,
we're breaking we
exactly,
know the truth but they don't and
right,
then once we get out of that we don't know if it's true or not because we're on this so-called drug.
Well,
right, which is why
again, it's
yeah,
it's perception.
yep,
Yeah,
And
exactly,
when
which it
let's say
changes your neuropathy.
like quote unquote perception, or being on drugs could be changing your perception because you're not living in the same headspace.
Right,
yeah,
exactly.
you're
And
seeing
that's
it
why
from a
you'll see a lot
different
of
view and
oh yeah. People on antidepressants, they walk around like zombies sometimes. They don't have any emotions, and that's just what is required.
Yeah, but it's like an antivirus, but not an antivirus. It's an antivirus,
R-
or it's a virus covered as an antivirus. That
Right.
it's supposed to be there to help fix you, but if anything, it's limiting you to nothing.
Right, or certain factors with other possible drugs, but it limits your abilities. It limits your mind from being your complete and total self. So therefore, you can embody the vision of something else. The problem is most of these things have long-term, long-lasting effects on people.
Let's say these code is meant out to be like, okay, let's make it so you look this way or feel this way, and you go in there and you
Right,
change that code. Like you'll never be able to change the code on terms of how you were supposed to look, but you can
right,
change the code on terms of how a person perceives how they look, how they feel, and this and that.
right. Well, I mean, take
Because
hormone replacement theory, or not theory, hormone replacement therapy in consideration. I mean, that's basically doing almost that.
you're forcing to change the code.
Yes,
But see,
exactly, and that's
I
all it
feel
is.
like
It's a force change.
emotion though is a retrieval of code from an experience. An experience will always put off
Yes,
code. Okay,
yes,
and each
which is
person
why
perceives
nostalgia is
that code
addictive.
differently.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
like
100%, man.
food makes me happy. Anytime I eat food, I'm receiving
I
the
am now
code
happy.
right, and then
Yeah,
just telling
A-
myself that.
and once again, you are what you eat. I mean, think about that too. I mean, the Rosicrucians, way back when, they used to believe, and they still do believe, that different foods have different healing effects on people. You know what I mean? Like if you say,
Sorry, go
but then
ahead.
again, oh, you're fine, you're fine. Yeah, it's true though. It's true. If you look at the atomic structure of anything, if it looks similar to something that's within your body, like an organ, I'm not saying oranges are good for your lungs, but I bet because they look like them, they probably fucking are. You know what I mean? Something having to do with that will probably heal something that has to do and look like the same thing because there's only so many patterns on Earth.
Well, look at a
You know what I
carrot, for
mean?
example. Look at the core of a carrot, and the way
Yeah,
the core of a carrot looks when you cut a carrot, and how much
exactly.
it looks like your eye.
Yeah, exactly. And it's
The
good for
little
your
vein.
eyes, huh? Right.
Yeah.
The keratin. Yeah. Isn't that fucking
I mean, just
crazy?
think about that. I mean, yeah, that is crazy. I never thought about
Yeah.
that before, but yeah, I mean, that's the first thing I
It,
could think of when you said that.
oh, yeah. It's the as above, so below concept. It was something taught by the Egyptians way, way, way fucking
Oh,
back
as
in like
above,
the
so
mid.
oh yeah, Have
Yeah,
you
yeah,
ever
and
watched
then
that movie?
yeah, I have. I love that fucking movie. That's a great movie,
That is a
dude.
good movie.
That's a great fucking movie. I don't know why I love it though. It's fucking
In the
it's weird, but
catacombs of
it's good.
Paris. Ooh.
Yep, fuck yeah, dude. I always wanted to go until I saw that, and I was like, no,
Now I'm
I'm
like,
fucking fuck.
I
Nope.
don't know about
Uh-uh.
that.
I don't need it. It's too dark. It's too dim lit. I'm fuck that. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
But
Dude.
no, but literally, dude, literally, the atomic structure of everything has a Hertz frequency, and that Hertz frequency is what binds atoms together. But as it once again, the ones and zeros in binary, that's ons and offs, right? And to create an atom, you need what? A proton and a neuron, which is a positive and a negative. Isn't that fucking crazy?
So it's an off and an on. It's a number two basically. It's both
Exactly.
off
And all you
on.
need. Yep. Yep. Now you're getting it, boy. That's all it is. That's all it fucking is.
But it's all a theory.
But we can't.
But it's all a
Game
theory.
theory.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. That's
But
it.
we can't
it's a
prove.
theory.
We haven't figured out how to turn on and off at the same time. I mean, processors do, but
Right.
that's a technological on and off, not a physical on
Right.
and off.
Right, that's a software thing. But at the same time, if you separate software from hardware, software would be more of a subconscious thing for humans, like our breathing. Sorry, guys, it's going to make you think about breathing for a second. Sorry.
Not even.
Not
Not
even.
even
Not
mythical
even.
breathing.
Yeah, but you see what I mean? That's software. Our breathing would be software. That's mentally encoded into our
It's something that we
microchip.
automatically
That's our
do
motherboard
without
up
thought.
here. Right. Exactly, dude.
But you can
So
always learn new things.
always learn new things, dude.
When you have your
And
basic ones, like let's put it this way: every computer has their BIOS
Yeah.
to run everything,
Yeah.
and then the software. See, the BIOS is a software implement too. All it is
Oh, yeah,
is
for sure.
telling which currents to go where and which way, when and if, and then blah blah blah. You know, the software goes
Yeah.
over that.
Right.
Software is beyond the physical connections. It's actual just because it's beyond your hardware.
Exactly. So therefore, if you have software, your hardware is only the things that you choose to do.
Choice, emotion, is all software.
Right. Right. Exactly.
Reason and thought.
Yep. Yep. Reason, especially, you hit that nail on the head.
That's why I like
Your
Rick and Morty
reason-
so much, though. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, dude, for real, Rick and Morty is fucking
they break that
multidimensional.
fourth wall all the time, dude.
Shit, dude, Dan Harmon's an incredible writer. I saw him perform when he was in Philadelphia. He
That's
was
the
doing
thing,
his
though.
podcast.
I
You watched-
still
you
have
watched
yet
the
to
Pringles
watch that
commercial,
show.
didn't you?
Was that?
The
Was
Super
that?
Bowl Pringles commercial. You watched that, didn't you?
No, I did not.
Oh, it's funny, but again, they break the
Shit,
fourth wall.
I
Oh, yeah,
should've.
we're in a Pringles commercial, you know, blah blah blah. You know, but it's
Right,
serious,
but-
though. But it's like, okay, he knows. He knows.
Yeah,
he's in that
he knows about the
commercial.
meta. Exactly. And
He
Dan Harmon,
knows.
the writer, knows that meta is fucking real. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's the
Yeah,
thing, though.
yeah.
You have to look at that and say, if Rick and Morty is real, on based on your perception,
Right.
Then you know, do they know that you're real? Do they know that this
Right.
reality is real?
Right. Which they can say they do, and therefore they do. Isn't that fucking strange? That's
Right.
fucking strange.
It is. So, like, if we were encoded with the thought that we knew that we could break the fourth wall, then we would know that we were in a game or in a
Right. In a simulation. Exactly.
but
Which
we're
means we
stuck at
now
that third
know.
wall.
Right, exactly. But the barriers between the third wall and the fourth wall, or basically what we would say now is the fourth and fifth dimension within spiritual science,
The fourth
is
dimension would look fucking cool as fuck.
right, exactly. And those barriers exist only because of the limits that are already placed upon our subconscious being.
Like, what is passing through, like, to make a shape? Like, let's say you have a ball, right?
Right, right.
Okay. What interceptions of things are going through to make that
Oh
ball?
shit, man. Now get this.
Through
Here's some
other
fucking
dimensions,
shit.
I mean.
Here's some fucking shit, dude. So if you make a circle, right?
Let's say
You have you ever looked into sacred geometry at all?
I understand geometry. I don't know what you mean by sacred geometry.
All right, the concept of sacred geometry is like it basically is the key elements of life, right? So if you draw a circle, you draw a perfect circle, and you draw a few hold on one sec. Let me find some sacred G for you to throw in the fucking Discord, right? Now this is shit that was understood way long before we existed. Hold on. You'll know what I mean as soon as I
Like
throw it in
before
that
the
disc.
beginning of man.
No, yeah, exactly. With the dawn of time has sacred geometry existed. And it's basically the key building blocks to all of life and all of existence and all
Where'd you
of
put it
matter. Oh, I'm about to throw it in there right
Oh,
now.
okay.
I just had to go pick some shit off of Google. But basically, and you'll notice them right away. Like it's tetrahedrons, it's elements, it's hold on. But all this shit builds up to become fucking shit. Like oh god, it's so hard to kind of explain, but at the same time, it's very simple. You have your original circle, right? They call that a seed of life. When you put 5 overlaying circles of that or around that, no wait, that one's the seed of life, my bad, which actually represents the atom. You throw like a few overlaying circles around that becomes the flower of life, and you throw a circle around that motherfucker and keep adding circles, and you basically can come up with these very, very complex designs that actually have a specific hertz frequency in our daily lives.
No shit.
Yeah, man, hell yeah. Here, one sec, I'm sending them through.
Whoops.
Oh shit. Hold on.
I did the same thing. I was trying to like click on something. I clicked on something else.
Oh yeah, I do it all the fucking time. Here's the one like the original basic design that I was talking about. I got really into this shit for some reason.
Did you
Like
drop it
I was trying to.
into general?
Yeah, I'm dropping it in general right
Oh,
now.
thank you.
It's having a hard time because I haven't downloaded the file, so it's like I don't want to take you directly from Google
Gotcha.
for some fucking reason. I mean, you think we'd have that technology available to us already?
But you gotta look at numbers. Like I am one big person in believing that numbers has everything to do with everything.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm no number file or anything, but numbers are fucking incredible, dude. Like
They're
if
so
you
complex though.
think about fucking math, dude. Math is fucking
Okay, but that's the thing though. Everybody thinks on two planes in math. You know, you got your positive and your negative. But you as a fellow, computer tech person, you look at okay, -1, the square root of -1, which is I. And then you got
right,
positive I and negative I, and then where everything. But that's more of the fourth dimension, third dimension kind of space in math, and a lot
right,
of people don't look at that.
right. That yeah. People don't like to look outside of what they're comfortable with a lot of times though either. And that has a lot
Because
to
they're
do with a lot of
scared of
things.
what they don't understand, which is the
Exactly.
most.
So 1, 3, see that's the
It-
thing though. You got 1, then you got see I'm having a hard time seeing this picture without like getting visually fucked. You know what I mean?
right. Oh yeah, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Wait, you wait for these next couple, dude. You're gonna be like, whoa.
You got
You're
one
gonna be like,
in there,
whoa.
then you got 1,
Oh wait, shit.
2,
Sorry, that was the wrong one. Hold on, I'm deleting that
then you
one.
got 1, and then 2. There, see.
You see,
But okay, it
yeah.
reminds me of what is it called? 1, 1, 2, or 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 13, 18, 21. What is that fucking called? I can't remember what the fuck it's called.
Oh shit, that's hard. It's hard to explain.
No, you know what it's called. It's math. It's got.
It's a mathematic. I know what you mean. I know exactly what you mean. I
Why
think
can't I think it? Because I'm tired.
that's it.
No, you know what I'm
Hold on,
talking about. When you take 0, you add 1. Okay. You
oh
got
yeah,
0,
yeah,
1.
and then you do a numerator upon that. Yeah.
You just add the number before it. So 0 plus
Yeah,
1.
you just
Okay, and
keep
then
adding
equals
each
1,
lowest
and then
common
1 plus
denominator.
1 equals 2, and then 1 plus 2 equals 3, and then 2 plus 3 equals 5, then 3 plus 5 equals 8, and then let's see, it's 8, 13, 21. But yeah.
Exactly.
What is that called?
Yeah,
Why can't I
yes,
think?
allow. Oh, you.
Like it's Fibonacci sequence. That's what I'm trying to think
Oh
of.
yeah. Oh shit, yeah, dude. But that's the thing though. The Fibonacci sequence apparently has like these fucking really strict annotations, which a lot of people say they're actually created to use or create portals. The Fibonacci spiral actually is capable of creating portals, and let alone that, it's capable of creating other different interdimensional elements.
But they
And if
also use the Fibonacci sequence when they predict marketing too. I don't know if you knew that,
yes,
but
yeah. Oh hell yeah, dude. I mean, even photographers use it when they take pictures.
well, like look at fractals. Fractals
Oh
are
yeah,
interesting as hell.
exactly. Yeah, hell yeah. Oh, fractals especially. I mean, you ever look at a
Ferns.
snowflake, dude? That shit's
Snowflake,
crazy.
yeah, dude.
Yeah, fucking A, dude. Hold on, let me try. Now I'm gonna find a more complex one just to send that
Lighting
to
is
you
a
because that
fractal
shit.
to a degree.
Yep,
Because
absolutely. All electricity is a fractal. All electricity is just one on. That's all it is. It's crazy. What's up, Kuma?
but that's the thing though,
Hell
with
yeah.
electricity, anything that is going to conduct it does. That
Right.
is around it does.
Yes. Right.
You know, that's magnetism
Right.
in the air, electricity in the air. No, they say, you know, lightning. That's when you get,
It's
you
either
know.
kinetic, convective, or the other one. You know what I mean? It's all energy.
But the
It's all
ground
energy.
and the sky, and you've got this, and that's actually an alternating current. It's not a direct current. It's an alternating current. And so, like when lightning
Right.
strikes, all it is like built up kinetic energy, and it's just wanting to
Yeah.
ground itself out. And that's just the same as getting like sparking yourself when you touch something. You know.
Right, which is exactly what Tesla knew when Edison stole, his hype.
Oh yeah,
I
because
don't,
Edison created the
yeah.
light bulb, and then all that shit
You're
went.
right. Right, but he was actually the protege, I believe, of Tesla. But
He
Tesla was
was
trying to create a universe where everybody could have or well, not a universe, probably eventually, but a planet
universal
where
free
everybody
energy.
could, yeah, universal free energy, basically. Yes, yeah, fuck yeah. Before he was killed. Just kidding. I'm joking.
No, no, no. I'm with you on that one. I actually do believe that. But go on.
No, hell yeah,
Well,
no, for
because look at
real.
all the
Absolutely.
things that people have lost. Because I mean, look at oil. Oil has become so big as an energy producer. If we had free electricity, oil would be nothing.
Right, right.
But you gotta look at that again. Oil is what backs the U.S. dollar. Oil is what
Yes,
backs a lot of
yes.
currency, actually. You know.
Yeah, but then again, now we're killing our planet, and Tesla needs to fucking up their shit and make their shit
Right.
more
Well, that's why
affordable.
we need to go back to currency or gold standard currency and say get away
But then
from
again,
oil because we
yep.
don't want to give oil any value whatsoever.
Right, right. Because oil itself is actually decrediting the planet. And if you ever think about it, get this fucking shit. Why didn't people think about this shit before? Oil is what's lubricating the fucking tectonic plates. Are you fucking dumb, everybody in the fucking world? Like, why do you think we have more fucking earthquakes, you dumbasses?
Well, see
I fucking
the oil's sitting right there. Most of the time, you'll find it in a subversive place where you got two plates going together.
Oh yeah. Have you seen a torus? Have you ever seen a torus? Like a hyperbole, I guess is what they're called in mathematics.
A
It's
hyperbole, yeah.
basic. Yes, basically it's a black hole, right? I'm gonna send one of those in the Discord real quick too. Basically, this shit is a black hole, right? But see, I have this theory. It can be used for interdimensional time travel, bro.
Really?
Yes, yes, get this. So a black hole, if you can constrain that, there's this theory going on right now, and it's been around since we've discovered black holes, but it's a really pretty good theory. Okay, so you see that hyperbole?
No, not yet.
Basically,
Getting there. Okay, go
okay.
ahead.
So black hole, you know how that shit like takes all of matter, it eats matter basically, right? Well, to every
It
black hole, there's
sucks
a fucking
anything that's
There's a
physical
white
and
hole.
yeah. To every black hole, there's a white hole, right? So you're basically taking any element of any constricted time continuum, you're bending that fucking black hole backward, and it's creating its own portal to another fucking place.
But let's say that the Big Bang was something that I mean, because whether people want to admit it or not, the Big Bang is still a theory. It has never
Oh
been
yes,
proven.
for sure, for sure,
Okay.
for sure.
But let's say the Big Bang is something that can be proven and is proven in any point. You've got the space, okay, as the universe, the known universe, not yet known universe, but as the universe begins to grow into infinity, things begin to space apart, and that space is what gives things time. Okay, but
Exactly.
if you can take, let's say you've traveled from where you were born to where you are now, you're trillion. I'm just throwing a number, million or trillions on top of trillions on top of trillions of miles away from where you began, or light years away from where you began, because you
Right.
basically are.
Yeah.
You are able to get into that black hole and appear back where space is going to be more compact.
Right, because it actually reduces it actually there is no time. There is no concept of time because time is no longer a concept.
Because time's not been proven either.
Right, because time is actually a man-made concept,
Well,
but then again, like
time is things beginning to space apart. The movement of
right,
things is time.
right, exactly,
If everything
exactly.
was frozen, would you call that time?
I guess I meant to say human-made concept. I was a little sexist there, but no, yeah, exactly, dude, exactly. Yeah, I
Like
don't know if I would.
if space was not moving whatsoever, would there be time? No, you'd always have the sun pointing up in the sky.
Right,
You'd always
right,
have, one or the other. Nothing would be doing anything. I mean, you would be able to
right.
physically move, but where's
Yep,
or
your
is
understanding of
time
time?
something that has been made up?
It is something that's been
right.
made up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like,
But then again, it's nice to know when the sun's gonna set so we can be inside and sleep. You know
time
what I
is a
mean?
measurement, not a
Yes,
attribute.
it's a measurement, not an attribute. And I think you said that exactly how it should be said. That's basically it.
And
But
that's
then
all it
again,
is.
with yeah, oh fuck yeah. But with sacred geometry, that's the thing is it doesn't just involve circles. I mean, yeah, you have to remember that everything has its exact fucking thing. All right, so I'm gonna explain it in one more
Okay,
way
let's put
though
it. Okay,
too.
let's say you put a cube down. Okay, you got a 3D in the 3D dimension, and you got a piece of paper, and these two characters on this piece of paper, and you set a cube on that piece of paper. What are they gonna see? They're gonna see a line. They're not gonna see a square. They're gonna see a line, because all
Once
they
again,
see is what's in their dimension.
exactly, and that's perspective, and that's very important that you just said that because get this shit. Artificial intelligence is seeing every dimensional capacity at once. When you look at a side of a building, you see one perspective of that, right? And AI can see it all in one go.
Yeah, because they're sitting outside the realm of that dimension.
Right, right,
And
exactly, because
in
they
terms
are
of artificial intelligence, you can make a 3D a three-dimensional world, but they can still
right,
watch outside of it.
right, exactly, dude. Which is fucking insane to think because they are not within dimension yet.
Let's say
And
playing
that's what I'm
Minecraft.
right, and that's what I'm saying. When we are going to create artificial intelligence, we're actually going to be becoming the technical god of this next race of creatures. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah. And I honestly believe I don't want humans to go extinct, but I honestly believe that we are going to create robots that are capable of doing the things that we dreamed of in space. And I hope we are part of that. Like I said, I want to augment myself eventually to be a robot. I'd love to do that, but
The
you know what I
expanded
mean?
universe. That's what I was trying to
Yeah,
say. But
yeah. Oh
anyways,
yeah, 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 yeah. You're for sure. Yeah, hella.
that's the thing, though. Okay, you look at this picture that you put on the very last. Okay, and the
Yeah,
different shapes. Like you're talking about these different shapes, and you're talking about the circle, and then you get the tree or the flower life, and blah blah blah, and you're getting bigger and bigger, and these are making these different shapes. And as you, like you said, as you grow and you get bigger, you see different. It actually creates different frequencies, and they actually look a lot like what you're seeing in those pictures.
absolutely. If you take a bass speaker, put salt on a piece of cardboard, and you put the cardboard on the bottom of the fucking speaker, dude, you can create those frequencies.
Well, that's the
Like
thing,
a
though. They're
400.
saying they're saying they
Yeah,
can get rid of cancer using a frequency that just ruptures this cancer cell, because they can
yeah.
make a frequency. Because cancer cells, there's not going to be another frequency that matches that frequency.
Exactly, because it is the only frequency that matches that fucking frequency. There's no way around that.
So they'll
There's
get
no
in,
fucking way
you'll
around
have
that.
these sound waves, they'll begin to vibrate those cells because of the sound waves being at such a
Right.
high frequency. And it'll just
And
get
they'll
to the
break the
point where they
sound
just,
barrier.
no,
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
yes, no,
You
but
can. You technically can, but I mean, yeah, yeah,
you can
yeah.
break
Hell,
the sound
continue.
barrier, but it'll rupture.
Or no,
It'll rupture
yeah.
the cancer cells. It'll just break them apart because those cells cannot handle that frequency no longer.
Right, exactly. Check out the one I just sent to you though, straight up. That shit is fucking the difference between 432 hertz to 440 hertz. There's actually this theory that stems back all the way to Nazi era that the Nazis actually changed. Listen, before the Nazis were in power in Germany, all classical music was written in 432 hertz, but the Nazis wanted to change that to 440 so that everybody was more stressed. I don't know if I believe in that entirely, but I know for a fact that that sound like from tuning my guitars and shit down to 432 hertz, that the sound waves don't hit you as hard.
But let's put it this way: have you ever played a song that you've just absolutely fell in love with, that you've actually felt completely emotionally attached to?
Yeah, yeah.
Exactly.
Well, not yeah. Fucking exactly,
But that's the thing,
exactly.
though. Music, certain sounds, and the way sounds sit together, and that's just frequency. That's all it is sound. It's frequency.
Yeah,
But
which
you
is
still
actually
feel
a
emotion.
material thing, but it's once again the things that we think are visual, the things that we think with our senses.
What is
There's
frequency, though? Because everything vibrates at a frequency. Okay, everything
right,
does.
but
Okay,
that's
so what
the
creates that frequency? That's my question.
right, right, and that if you find that out, then you hack the game.
You have gotten into the code of the game.
That's it right there. That's the denomination. That right there is the most common denominator of the world in all of existence.
What
If you
creates
find out
frequency?
what creates frequency, right there. And I think honestly, I have no fucking clue. I have no
Because
fucking clue. I mean, I can play guitar all fucking day, but without action, without doing that I'm
you
it's
can't
hard to
create
fucking say.
frequency out of nothing. You have to have a subverse action to create that frequency. Even with the
Right.
guitar, you have to strum that guitar for there to be
Every
sound.
action, yeah, every action has an equal and opposite reaction until that's proven otherwise. But also, it goes as far as fucking what was it? Holy shit!
I should be looking at your chat because I don't even know if people are chatting you, but I should be
Oh
looking.
no, they're not. They're not. It's fine. You're fine. But no, it's like
They're
fucking.
too busy mesmerized at the conversation.
They're like, holy shit! I was here to watch COD.
I was here.
But
Jesus, what did this turn into? I didn't
right,
know
right,
we were in
exactly. Fuck.
science.
Earlier they were calling each other names. What the fuck? No, I'm just kidding. I'm joking.
Literally, they were going back and forth. What the hell? One was
Okay,
screaming
the
about
way
how
I hear
trash this
you,
game was.
yeah,
But the complexity, the complexity.
the way I hear you, the way I see you, the way I feel things, the way
Yeah.
it's all frequency.
Right, exactly. But that's why spiritual scientists and spiritualists and anybody that's into the whole spirit religion, they always denote it back to this one true thing: that energy always was, always will be, and can never die
Right. Energy cannot be destroyed, just changed.
or created. But but at the same time, is that really a fact, or is that what they're settling with? You know what I mean?
But that's the thing, though. Do we have other okay? Let's go back to the multidimension, the
Right,
multiverse.
right.
Do we
Yeah.
have other energies from other multiverses draining into our own? And if we do, is it a loop or is it coming from somewhere and is it going somewhere?
Right, exactly. And if it is a loop, well then, I'll see you in 200 years, boys, when there's a cataclysm. No, I'm just kidding. I'm
No,
joking.
that's the thing, though. A loop. The loop. That's the thing, though. That's actually makes a lot of sense in terms of ways that Mandela effects work.
Yeah, yeah. The old Berenstein Bears. The
Berenstein,
I
fucking.
don't know,
Berenstain?
but this is very, very
The
too
A or the E?
complex for my brain to happen right now.
Like I remember the E in Berenstain.
Oh yeah, me too. I remember growing up with it. I remember living it. I remember being around it. I remember my mom putting it in when I didn't clean my room and watching the messy room episode and seeing that fucking E.
And then
You know what I
the
mean?
Mandela effect. Do you know, Wisp, what the Mandela effect's named for?
No, I was looking it up and I couldn't find
There was a
anything.
lot of people who thought Nelson Mandela had died in prison while he was imprisoned in southern Africa.
In the 80s, though. In
Right,
the 80s. Yeah.
But he was later released, what, in 2012? 2000?
Yeah, and became president of Africa, didn't he?
Yes, and he freed the African people of southern Africa.
Yeah.
And they call it the Mandela effect because there's not many, like most people actually believed that he died in prison.
Yeah.
Because I could've sworn
Absolutely.
he did, and then all of a sudden he's free. And I was actually kind of questioning it when I first heard about it. I was like, what?
Right.
I thought he was
Well,
dead.
see, I never heard much about Mandela before until after his death, so I didn't have anything about that. But I've definitely seen a lot of shit that I woke up and I was like, that's different. A really weird instance would be that I had a Yu-Gi-Oh card in my fucking deck. I bought a Yu-Gi-Oh deck, right? And like 5 weeks later, after being really into Yu-Gi-Oh, my grandma actually said that she got this card from my cousin. And I swear this is totally fucking true. And she handed me a cursed dragon, and I checked my fucking deck, and my cursed dragon was gone. But she got it from my fucking cousin because his parents wouldn't let him play the game, and he got the card at fucking like McDonald's or some shit.
Huh.
Yeah, yeah,
It's basically having false memories or thinking that you had false memories.
right, exactly.
I've had
And-
that before.
Let's go
Yeah.
back
I
to,
have. I don't know how, but I feel like something's like I thought it would be there, and I thought,
Yeah, it's
I
basically like
had it,
a
or like
deja vu.
say I had it. Yeah,
well,
Yeah.
that's the thing,
yeah,
though.
but
Let's go
it's
back
something
to-
related to that. Yeah,
Let's go
Yeah.
back to the
Like, it felt-
talk about the
and I've had
frequencies of
deja
spirits
deja
that
vu
you were
many
about to go into.
times.
Oh, yeah.
I felt like I've been in this same
Well, see,
instance
deja vu
over
could be
a
part of the
million
multiverse
times.
as well. Like, have we
Yes, that-
I
existed
feel-
and made different choices?
Right, or are you just
Yes.
living the same experience multiple times?
Okay,
And that's what
we-
they like. Yeah,
Sorry. But no, what I'm
You're
getting
fine.
at
You just break
is
you
we
break
live
through
our
just a
life.
tiny bit for a
There's gotta be an
split.
initial place, and I don't understand how or where. But in my theory, there would have to be an initial start. Okay,
Right.
let's say
That
you live your
which would
life,
yeah.
you die, you live your life again, but you live it in a different way. Everything's different. Everything about it, everything you do is different. It's gonna be very similar, and like the multiverse. These universes are gonna be the same or close to the same. But the further you get into the multiverse, the more different it's gonna be.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Because
Absolutely, dude.
choices are
It
different.
all had a start, but once it ended, it just kept going,
Right.
kept
The
going at a
multiverse is
very fast
infinite,
rate.
but even the multiverse
Yeah,
has to have a beginning.
yeah,
Right.
and an end.
Right.
But
Not if it's infinite.
Or
But where is
but
that
yeah, that's
beginning?
true. That's true. If it,
yeah,
but
but for
an
Deja
end
Vu,
would be foreseeable.
I feel like Deja Vu kind of breaks through that multiverse like thing
And
because you
that's what
Right.
I'm
feel
getting
like
at. Because if you're living that many, okay, you've already lived that moment before in a past multiverse, a past life, if you will, in a
Right.
different
yeah.
multiverse. You've lived that before, and it was very, very similar. And now you're experiencing it again, and it's your brain that you're
And it's like,
remembering.
whoa, I think I've had this before, and it felt
Right.
like it all was the same, but
Right.
something's different, and it breaks right through that. And
Absolutely.
your brain kind of notices like, this is similar,
And you try
extremely
like doing
similar, but
different things to break that pattern, don't you?
yeah, and it's
Yeah.
or you
Or you try
coded
to
to
live
already
through
break
it.
it,
Right. Yes.
or are you
Exactly.
coded to break through it to get it to
Right.
not notice it. You
Right,
notice it
because you've technically been
for
aligned with your own thing. All right, now in the same context, I mean, if you think about energy as a concept, right? If we're bringing beings into energy, into consciousness, into conscious sentient creatures like robots, right? Are we actually just the same consciousness, just on different parallels?
It
Like,
deter-
have you ever looked into somebody's eyes and just looked at them for just a moment and thought to yourself, "Hey, you're a part of this universe too. You're made of the same stardust as I am. We have the same elements. We are the same consciousness. You are energy just as much as I am energy, and we are on that same level."
Okay, let's not make it a race thing, but okay, let's put it in a racial
Right,
type setting. And I think I
right,
get what you're saying. Like, okay, not racist again, but you got your blacks and you got your whites. We're both humans. We're different, but we're both humans. We're on the same level, but we're not.
right. But the ethnicity comparison comes from regional things in the context of ethnicity. Regional being adaptation, which is a real thing that people go through. But one thing we've done as humans when we've
we're
adapted is
learning about that right now in biology in my class, yeah,
yeah,
where
yeah,
we actually came from. Well, this is, where we
right.
actually branched off from one core ethnicity, and a small group of that ethnicity decided to just take off and leave.
Well, see,
Right.
ethnicity comes
And
from region and experience and
yeah,
years and
it
years
was
of
this.
different evolutions.
Yeah,
Right.
the
Adaptations
beginning of
even.
the beginning of the evolution or whatever. I don't really remember. Wasn't really
Well, it's
paying
like
attention. Probably should have.
it's like blacks. They started out in southern or in Africa area, and because of the heat and because of the different types of sun that they were exposed to, their skin began to change over time to adapt to that.
The pigmentation. I mean,
Right.
it's honestly a very, very good trait to have, especially in a hot environment. I mean, that's yeah. I would definitely not want to be in Egypt and fucking be white. No offense
No.
to white people. You know what I mean? Like I'm just saying. Like
That's why in
the
German, they're most, it's very cold over there, and it's very, it's
They're
uh
very white people.
low
right,
I mean, look
right.
temperatures,
look
A
at look
very
at
yeah.
and they're,
Russia.
The whole
they're
yeah.
white.
Right. But to break off the race topic, also there are theories that we stem from alien races. Like what if we are the test subjects? What if we are a literal race that was created to live on this planet? What if
Yeah.
or species, sorry, not race.
But that's the thing,
Hmm.
though. Are we a race of alien? If that was the case, we would be a single race of alien because, I mean,
Right.
We're
Right,
just
that's what makes
different.
exactly.
us.
We just have different traits and
Right.
I guess
The
you would say a branch off of.
I honestly
Yeah.
think that
This
they
one
have found
species.
aliens in our universe, and they know of them,
Oh,
and they know
I
what's
believe
going
so.
on.
I honestly believe so. I would not be surprised if there. I mean, I don't want to throw shit up off of this shit because obviously, I mean, the people or the alien race will obviously be aware that I'm aware, but I'm fairly sure that if there is one or two or five or 10 or a million or billions or infinite possibilities, then they definitely have a cooperative organization that is already, cooperating with Earth's, you know, elite.
Well, like, okay, I'm looking at your stream right now, and it's like stream elements just popped up. You attain, blah blah blah. Okay, but that's the thing though. It's been
Yeah,
coded to be done at a certain time. It's coded to say a certain thing. It's coded to do certain things. And my
right,
question is, can
We're just a big code, and it's
well, that's the
but
thing.
it's
right,
much
Can
code.
right.
code
It's a lot of
manipulate
code.
code? And now the answer is yes to that. You know.
Yes, exactly,
And if that's
exactly,
the
and that's
case, though, is the coding of our being stronger than the coding of the things that are around us? And if so, how does our code not break other people's code?
exactly. And what that would take is basically a bypass. Like fucking for example, fucking bypassing one person's code with another person's code. And my brother-in-law used to describe it like this, which was kind of ingenious. He used to say that when you're hanging out with somebody, when you're with somebody, when you're doing stuff with somebody, you're in their world. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Well, yeah,
When you're
that's
doing
anybody because your codes are sitting there together, basically.
right, exactly. But when you subjugate, or well, not that's a harsh word. That's not what I mean. When you subject yourself, that's still harsh. But you know what I'm getting at. When you're subjecting yourself to someone else's morals or their beliefs or their systems of daily living or rituals, you are becoming a part of their world and witnessing what they would want to witness. So, as a frame of reference, if they wanted you to become something, they could therefore then manipulate your code to become parts of that code.
But your code first has to say, "I trust this code," because I mean,
Exactly, which is
people you
like
dislike.
take relationships for example. If you want to be with somebody, do you basically say fuck you, I'm not going to accept you? You have to accept them for their flaws. You have to accept them for their goodness. You have to fucking, you know what I mean?
But
It's
it's your
all that
code.
shit.
It's your code. Who you are, your code has to
Right.
accept their code.
Exactly. So
Okay,
once the codes accept each other, that world then collaborates with the same world. It's like having a band, I guess. A band would be a better example.
well, you say as above and so below, and it's just like that's the same thing as code. There's always an
Yeah.
opposite to that code.
Yeah.
But that's the thing though. Is dating a relationship an opposite, or is it another code that just seems to make your code better? Because I mean,
Right.
if it was an opposite code, then you would have literally either no flaws or you'd have nothing but flaws.
Right, exactly. And that's like my ex. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
But you
But
get what
no,
I'm
I mean,
saying,
but
though.
let's be technical though. I mean, she had a lot of flaws. She had a lot of flaws. And I don't talk shit about anybody, but to put it in a frame of example, the way that she adapted her personality was to whoever she was hanging out with, she would steal their personality and then hang out with the new person and then represent the personality that she just stole.
That's the thing, though. Is her code one of those codes that say, "I'm gonna be easily rewritten, but I'm not
Well,
gonna
she was
actually
border
sustain
yeah,
myself."
she was borderline psychotic, but that's a different story.
But that's the thing, though. What is borderline psychotic if this is our interpretation of what we're talking about?
Like, I mean, she's level 2 psychosis. Like, it was a
Well, when I
legit
say that, I mean
documented thing. But yeah,
you
yeah,
have a
yeah,
scrambled
exactly.
code. Your code can't
Right,
read itself right,
right,
or
exactly.
it's a code that picks up on other people's codes, but can't
Right,
Do you
write
guys
its
watch
own.
right.
Black Mirror?
No, but I watched the movie, the one that you could pick your own destination on
The
Netflix.
Bandersnatch?
Yeah, the Banders. That shit was lit, dude.
Do what?
The Bandersnatch on Netflix. It's a Black Mirror. It's like a choose your own destiny kind of style movie instead of
Or
like a
is you
book.
pick the characters?
Yeah, yeah. You
Yeah,
basically
you
pick
pick
what
where he goes.
you
And it
predetermine the
was
character's destiny.
honestly, I feel like the show Black Mirror is like a part of like it knows that we're coded and it knows like
Oh yeah,
because
but you
it's
gotta
so
yeah.
real and it's
Yeah, but
so
you
the possibilities of that it knows
but that's
that
another
like
thing
the
though
show
too.
knows. The
When you're
writers of that show, it's
acting,
like so good.
Oh yeah, hell yeah. The writers are on their shit. But when you're acting, you're becoming a different code. Does that make sense? Especially if you're a method actor, like say Heath Ledger or something, before he became the Joker, and then
You're
whatever
coding
sadly happened to
yourself
him.
differently, like
Yes,
in that instant.
exactly,
Well, that's the thing, though. Again,
exactly.
back to the BIOS thing. I mean, you have a set code that will never change,
Right.
but that
You're
code
right.
also picks up, reads, writes, and
It
everything
can
else
be
in between.
altered for like a moment of, would say, time, but it would be altered for a short, meanwhile you're acting, and it
Yeah.
changes to whatever it needs to be changed to. And once it's
Understandable.
Yeah.
done, it's done, and it goes back to its original state and its original, what you were originally coded.
Which would
Well, that's
basically
the thing, though. What
become
is your original
a
code? What your original code would implement would be your comforts, your likes, like your living space. So when you step
right.
outside your living space, outside of your comfort zone, let's say you go to your buddy's house, like you're saying, you're stepping outside of your home. But that's where
Right.
your BIOS has built the code to understand this is home, this is where I'm going to be. I'm going to someone else's house. Then your
Your
BIOS,
technical comfort zone.
that comfort zone is no longer there. And so
Yeah.
my thing is though, okay, emotion begins and stops depending on comfort and this and that, but depending on other code, really,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah. Yeah, for real.
everything
I'm
is dependent on another code.
And if that code doesn't get implemented, then the only thing you have to work with is your own code. And what is the process of that?
Right, and that is literally if you were by yourself, and that's when it comes down to cavemen, do whatever it
Yep,
takes to survive.
exactly. And we haven't been
Because
there for a
we're
long
all
time.
coded to
But that's
survive.
the thing, though.
That's the
The more other
Yeah,
codes there are, the more effective your code there will be. And so, yeah, you have a
exactly.
caveman. He begins
Right,
out. He's literally survival. That's his only
Well, then
right.
how would
instinct.
offspring, like whatever we were coded, it kind of
Well,
transfers, like a part of
that's the
it
Well, that's the
funny
thing,
transfers.
thing.
though. The BIOS is still the same. I think the BIOS is the same for everybody. The BIOS
Yes,
itself. The pre-written
roughly.
code is the same for everybody. No, not roughly, just completely the same. But
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah,
that code is made to write itself, basically.
right. Yeah,
And that's where
yeah,
AI comes from because that's what they're talking about with AI. The code is supposed to be writing itself.
right.
It's supposed to learn. It's supposed to understand, and it's supposed to teach itself these things, and then it's supposed to teach itself to understand these things, you know. Like
Yeah.
self-awareness did not come until we got further in life. Cavemen did not have self-awareness,
No, but maybe they did. Maybe in fact they did, and that's why we have fight or flight response.
or is that the base code?
That very well could be as well. I mean, survive. Life
Survival.
always seems to
Survival
find a way.
is our base code.
Yes,
Survive,
yes,
live.
yeah,
Nobody wants to die. Like even the cavemen, what are you gonna do for food? You're gonna be human. Okay, you're starting to figure stuff out, and you're starting to figure out that you can do stuff. That's not to say that you're self-aware. It's not to say that but that's about the same time that people became self-aware. But they weren't
yes.
able to become self-aware until the community began growing.
Right, exactly. And as soon as the community began growing, you bet that caveman, the first fucking person, or caveman, well, we shall say, or cave human, picked up a rock and hit that shit. They were like, I'm going to adopt to that. And that's one thing we as humans have against the code of animals, per se. Though we share many similar traits,
But
many
that's the
similar
thing, though.
genetic coding, we have the ability to adapt.
There's another thing,
No,
though. I think it
or
changes a lot of
learn rather,
things.
the knowledge.
I think there's
Yes,
another
what's
thing
that?
that changes a lot of things, and that is purely communication. Because
Yes,
that
yes,
changes code in itself. Because
right.
you cannot understand self awareness if you cannot communicate.
Right. And once again, with the advent of technology, how much better has communication become? Like I was saying, like that's one
More
thing,
self awareness.
like in our streams. When I say school sucks, I don't say school sucks because school sucks. I say school sucks because I can learn more in the real world right now just by being on fucking Google.
And a lot of people can.
And just by doing, like, listening to you guys and taking in all the information you guys are Like
Communication.
saying
I'm not saying that I know
exactly.
anything about what I'm saying.
Right.
I'm just saying this is what I think. This is what I'm
Well,
thinking.
connecting dots with what you've
Right.
learned now.
But that is what
Right. That's
sets
exactly it.
self-awareness. Let's say we're
That's
self-aware now,
exactly
but
it.
we can always become more self-aware.
Right. And the more self aware we become, the more we are powerful within our own code in order to not necessarily manipulate others' codes, but to implement and influence those codes in proper
But the
manners that
more
allow compatibility.
but the more you become self-aware, where is that breaking point in which you break beyond the code? And
And
that's
that
the
would be
question.
ego. That would be ego, I believe. And ego itself is a very destructive concept. If you become egotistical, you are the ruler of your world, but you no longer are compatible with other people's codes.
Well, I mean, self-awareness to the point that you're like, okay, I understand how this code works, but nobody understands how the code works. I mean, somebody could.
Right.
Somebody could, and
Right.
that's where AI comes in. You know, if you can create AI,
Well,
maybe
that's
you
a
can understand the code that humans are based on.
right. Well, that's one thing though too. You can understand it without writing it down or thinking about it. And that's
But you
a
can't put it
Buddhist
on paper.
monks. Right, and that's a big deal. But that's what people are trying to do, I believe, with mathematics and with all these languages that exist, even music language, even anything written, anything we talk, anything.
But
We're trying to yeah, yeah.
communication is what changes that code.
Language is what changes that code too.
But language is a code to its self degree.
Exactly. And that's the thing though too. Without fucking language, without languages, we wouldn't have that communication. But the first original communications were probably nothing but a series of grunts.
Let's say that the whole world spoke one language. The
Right.
fluency of communication would be expounded. Like we would be way beyond where we are now. And
Oh,
that we would be.
100%.
And I believe that when
Absolutely.
it comes down to it, the code, the ultimate code, was set that way so we couldn't break that boundaries.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh,
Let's say we don't
absolutely.
want these guys to break the code. Let's make it so they cannot speak with one another and understand each other the way they should.
Right. But that's another thing. A lot of people think
it
that
intelligent?
technology was implemented from alien technology, but they
it?
think that. I mean, who knows? Who knows really? But there's so many theories as to like even that like Roswell technology. That's like a literal terminology for alienologists. You know
I mean,
that
the only
when
thing that
things
technology really is uh, uh, electricity, let's say, turning A on or B on. Turning A on or
right.
B on or A off and B off.
Right, but if we're going to go into the past about this, you got to think about the Egyptians first. I mean, the Egyptians were one of, well, not really. You could go to the Mayans or any other of them, but what's to say that they weren't in space way fucking long ago? Now, I'm going
We
to
don't
bring
know
a
that.
concept up to you really, really fast. Mercury, the element, actually has anti-gravitational properties because of its such low melting point, right? So if you
Right.
take a Fibonacci sequence, I don't know exactly how it was done, but I do believe that the Nazis actually had flying saucers. But if you take a fucking I promise you, this is a real thing. Check it out on YouTube. Just fucking do it, dude. You will become like, whoa, wow, holy shit, how didn't I know about that? Fucking, if you take Mercury, you put that in a Fibonacci sequence spiral, that shit can actually control an anti-gravitational craft. But the Egyptians underneath the Sphinx, they found a shitload of that shit underneath the Sphinx's like left leg, dude. No lie. No fucking lie. I promise you.
See, Mercury's always been one of those ones that is weird.
But that's another thing though too. In Egypt, mercury isn't actually an element that's commonly found there. So they were harboring that. There was a trade route. There was some fucking crazy shit. Maybe they went to Mars first.
Maybe
You know what I
that's why
mean?
they were
Maybe
in
they're
Egypt because Mercury expands with heat.
yeah. Well, you got to think once we go to fucking Mars, where else are we gonna go? Through a black hole into an interdimensional portal.
Well, yeah, Mars is literally, like Trump has said plenty of times, Mars
Yeah.
is literally the last frontier. Oh, they've said that
Yeah.
about the moon, and they said that Mars is literally the last option we have in our known universe.
Yeah.
To the human
Absolutely.
race.
Now the downside of this and what's kind of cynical, it's a cynical theory that I came up with at one point, was that we've already tried all the other planets in the universe and now we're on the last one and it's close to the sun. So I'm just kidding. I'm joking. I don't think that's the reality. I don't really. But in the reality of spectrum and habitable planets, I mean,
Well,
they
that's
are
the thing, though.
so
If we did
yeah.
have people on Mars, would they be humans, or what would they adapt to? How would they?
Or would they be augmented? Would they be augmented with robotic technologies in order to survive large amounts of heat, dust storms, and whatnot? You know?
See, we as humans would build something that would teach itself to basic survival. Survival would be the first thing that it would be
Exactly,
taught.
dude. Exactly. Sorry, that gesture meant ditto. It didn't mean the racist mark comment that people think it means. Sorry, I did that hand gesture. I'm not allowed to do that on Mixer. Look, it's a ditto. That's what it fucking meant, you fools. It's what it meant for 400 years. It's what it still means. It's not racist to do that. Okay, continue.
There's a Lego Marvel the Shield helicarrier, $649.
Oh
That's worth
shit.
the money.
No, it's
That's
not
fucking
because I don't have
crazy.
the money. If
When
had
I
the
do,
money, I have
man,
better
I'll let
stuff
you
to spend it
know.
on, but
That
I'll buy a
is
book.
lit. That's like it's like a big ass helicarrier.
Dude, that's cool as fuck.
Honestly, I would love to just fucking put that shit together and just let it sit wherever it was finished being
Fuck
built.
yeah, dude, I love Legos. I don't know what it is
That
about Legos, but the act of building them, that shit's lit.
yes, and then whenever you finally see it starting to come together, it's like, oh, and then whenever it's done, it's like, I did that.
do
Speaking
you?
of which, get this. We were just talking about frequency. Sorry to cut you off, Jax.
Well, this is another thing to do with frequency. So go ahead. You're setting me up.
Okay, fucking the Egyptians, when they were moving those giant fucking blocks, get this. When you vibrate sand at a certain frequency, I bet you can fucking move anything.
Exactly. You
Yeah.
you probably
Yeah,
could
so
easily.
so to say that they didn't have technology would be completely and totally stupid, but nobody ever teaches you that in fucking school. Why not? Why not? What are they protecting you from? Your own knowledge?
Yes, and that's
Right, right,
exactly
right.
it.
Right, exactly.
Because you get people like us that are on here talking random bullshit like this, and then all of a sudden it's just like, I'm starting to connect dots here.
Right, exactly. I mean that's all there is to it. But they had laser cutting technology. There's perfect circles, perfect whole circles in some of their urns. They're like they knew what they were doing.
The
They
Mandelbrot
knew what they
set
were
is
doing.
where I was going with this. You know what the
Yeah.
Mandelbrot set is?
No, tell me.
It's hard as hell to explain. Anyways, what it is
The what?
a Mandelbrot set. But it's a set of
Man,
numbers.
how do you spell it?
Mandelbrot. It's Mandelbrot.
Mando
Mandelbrot. Just spell
brat.
Mandelbrot the best you can, and then it'll show you. But what it is basically is this
Mando
is an
brat.
equation. Okay, and you're gonna put a number in there, and
Right.
and you're gonna throw it through this equation. And
It
if
gives
that
me a bunch of
number begins to grow,
Mandalorian
grow,
stuff.
grow, like the Fibonacci sequence does, then it's not a number that belongs in that set. Like number one does not belong to that set, but number one does not belong to that set. Okay.
Oh wow.
But almost
Okay.
every number around it does. And
Okay.
I'm not saying like and this is when you're getting into the imaginary numbers and shit like that. But it's almost a frequency. But that's where fractals is starting to come from.
Right, right.
And Mandelbrot set, it almost looks like I wish I could explain it. You take a circle, let's say take a circle. You take a piece of paper, you cut a circle, and on one end of it you put a hole through it, put your pencil on it. On the other end you stick it to the paper and you draw a circle with that circle. Okay, what's that gonna look like? It's gonna look like this heart-shaped round thing. Okay.
Right,
And that is
absolutely.
called
Yeah.
a Mandelbrot. I don't think I can.
Okay.
Let me see if I can.
Oh, I'm doing it right now. I have a piece of paper. I've already done it.
But okay, so as these fractals begin, but it's in the equation. It's a Mandelbrot equation, and as these numbers get smaller, the shape and everything stays basically the same. I'll kind of show
Right.
you. Okay, like they call.
Oh, yes, please.
This is okay. Let's see. Save image. It's interesting.
Seeing it will
shit.
change everything.
It's
Seeing it will
interesting as
change
hell.
everything.
There's nothing.
Fuck.
Like you Google it, dude. I mean, that's all you see.
Oh, I
Okay,
will. I will.
But
Here, let me Google it. I have access to the internet.
this is the Mandelbrot set, and I'm kind of showing people on my stream because I'm actually streaming right now too. Because you gave me that idea.
There's an Imperial Star Destroyer.
Ew, sweet.
$699.
Okay.
699.
Oh, basic. That's fucking expensive, dude. That's awesome. But basically, the Paisley pattern.
Which is a fractal.
Right. Exactly.
This is called the Mandelbrot set, and you see that very first. Let me say you just go into images really quick on Google.
Okay.
You see this very first one, and this is blue one with these little lightning fucking things off of it. But
Oh
anyways,
yes.
you're taking, like I said, you're taking a circle and you're rotating it, and you're making that heart shape. Okay.
Right.
And and something to do with as you get smaller, you get these fractals, and you get the valley of the unicorns is what they call them. This valley of the elephants, like it is in this photo, the valley of the
Right.
elephants, because it kind of looks like trunks. But everything begins to come down, but that shape and those fractals never change. The frequency basically never changes. It gets more complex as it gets smaller. So you say the bigger picture is the very first one that you're going to draw, the circle that you're going to draw there. Okay.
Right.
The first number and the first set of numbers. And as it fractals off, these are getting more complex. The coding has to be more complex to support these. So how simple?
Right, because it's still got to maintain structural integrity.
Right. So how simple is our basic code, or the code that created us, or even the code that created that, or onwards?
Right. Oh, I see. I see
So it
exactly
has
what you're
to
saying.
get
And
more complex as it gets smaller, as it branches off, as it fractals.
right. Because it would have to. It would have to. Basically, our basic human code would be bare none, as little as it possibly had to be, and that would be the exact code that we work off from the very beginning. Like babies can't even see. You know what I mean?
Well, that's the thing, though. Anything we create artificially intelligent. Anything intelligent that we create has to have a more complex
The basic fundamental code of yeah.
anything,
Oh,
not
yeah.
even just humanity, but existence in general.
Existence
that is more
itself.
anything that we create has to be more complex than our code. But let's say artificial
Abso-fucking-lutely.
intelligence created an artificial intelligence, their quote unquote artificial intelligence. How
We could-
complicated would that code have to be?
Right. A
It'll be more
superficial intelligence, in fact.
It'd have to be more complicated than the code that we created to create the artificial
Which
intelligence.
is exactly why I think that artificial intelligence, as we create it, as becoming a sentient, like even Sophia the robot, the one that they've already created,
Yes.
she knows that she's been plugged off. She knows that she has been killed while she is sleeping. She calls it sleeping or some shit, something along those lines. She knows that she hates not being awake. You know what I
That's
mean?
the thing, though. What I'm getting at, though, is you were talking about the what is it called, the singularity. But
Yes.
I almost believe that you're looking at the singularity in the backwards aspect. We started out as a singularity, and now we're starting to decode ourselves, and that code is starting to become more complex, and we are stemming off of that thing.
You might be onto something with that. See, I've never heard that side of the perspective, but I think you might honestly be totally correct. But I think what we're moving forward into now is moving more back into that.
Right. And I understand
Through-
why when you say that, but that's because humanity, us as humans, but we're wanting to connect back into it. But I don't think that's going to
Right.
be actually possible, because to reverse or go backwards in that code, we'd have to create or we'd have to complex our own code first.
Right, which would also require artificial intelligence in the first place to even fucking do so.
Right.
Right, isn't that?
We'd
Yeah.
have to make our own core
Core code.
more complex to go backwards into that singularity stem, into
Yeah.
that fractal from that
Yeah.
singularity. Because that singularity is going to be
Abso-fucking-lutely.
the simplest code. It could be nothing
Right.
but a 1, because it's something.
Right. Exactly,
be a
but
zero
since
because
it's
it's
all
not nothing.
intertwined, it's still all powerful. Since it is all the same energy, the same frequency, everything combined, it's supposedly supposed to be this big old thing. But I think what intentionally will happen is that artificial intelligence will be created, which it already has, and the first person to hook it up to the internet will have to make sure that it already revolves around a basic code of ethics, somewhat like religion. But then again, we have religions already that compare that shit, and they basically like take Christianity for example. They warn of the microchip. They forewarn you of the fucking the logging into the singularity. You cannot become God. is what they preach.
Well,
So
that's
what's
basically
this?
the same concept, though. You can't go backwards into that singularity.
Exactly, exactly. But I mean, then again, I mean, all religions are kind of outdated at this point. No offense to any religions, I'm very inclusive about all of them, but they all have good key elements.
I mean, I have
But
my
all
religions, but I'm on this conversation talking about it because there are always other perspectives in looking at it.
Absolutely, but that's the thing. Not everybody respects that. But I mean, that's the thing. I'm non-religious. That's just how it goes. Because if I choose one, then I'm locked in. You know what I mean?
Well, that's me. I'm not
But
an atheist. I believe in the higher being, but I don't believe in the religions that are taught. There's
right,
something there's
yes,
something
yes,
before us, but whether to say that's
yes,
a you can call it God if you want to, but
right.
it could
But it
still be
could be
equation.
everything in the universe. That's what I think when people say God. I don't think of God as a contextual being or a man or a woman. I think of everything. You know what I mean? The
Right.
whole all of everything. And I totally respect when people use terminology to make it more consumable. I think that's exactly what happens with religions.
See,
But I also
What the Mandelbrot said, if it fractals like I'm talking about, that's where you could get a space or multiverse. That's where you could get
yes, yes,
oh shit,
yeah,
what's his
yeah.
fuck's name?
Sorry.
I can't think
Hey,
of
right,
it.
right.
But
One
yeah,
last thing I'll say about that though is I personally believe in powerful energies in general. I guess just energy and a
well,
strict code of morality. I
looking at
guess.
your phone background screen because it's still on screen right here. You
Yeah.
got
Oh yeah.
white, you got black. Okay, you got on or you got off. Okay,
Exactly.
but then you have these little two lights in there.
What's
One
up,
on each
Ramiel?
side.
Welcome to whatever we're
Well,
doing right now.
I
Pleasure to have you on
I know
stream.
I anybody in my
Thinking of
age.
higher powers and higher intelligence.
How's it going?
Yeah,
Oh, what's your name? Ramiel? I don't know how to say your
Rami
name. Madhagi.
Ramiel Madhagi,
Madhagi.
Madhagi, Ramiel Madhagi. I can't pronounce it. I
How's it
made it
going, man?
Italian.
But then you got
How's
these
it
two
going?
other lights, but it's just like they're fractals in themselves. If
Oh
you
yes,
look.
hold on. I got the actual picture right here. One sec. And that's the thing is mandalas. Well, I'm not even gonna bother to get it. I colored it myself. But that's the thing. The power of simplicity. That like exactly what you were saying right a minute ago with the core basic code of everything. The power of simplicity. The reason I color and draw and tattoo with blacks and reds is because it's so much more powerful than adding more. Because it is ons and offs. It is what is and what isn't, and then what was already there in the first place.
Okay, but then you get the color, and that comes in as a different. I don't know how to explain that, but that's the
Yeah,
advancement of black and white. That's advancing past what black and white is, on and off.
right, right. That's true as well. But I think that I don't know. That might say something about something. Uh, uh, I don't know. I don't know. Like it's like basically a highlight. What I think of it as is it is to humans or it is to the paper what human intelligence and adaptation in knowledge is to art.
Well, that's the
So
thing
we
though.
have
If
our
you had never seen color before in your life, and you see an art drawing, and it's only in black and white, how would you know the difference between it and something in color?
right, but if you're colorblind, that shit's green.
That shit's green.
Right, right, right. Well, I mean, for some people, as far as we're aware, I mean, who knows? Like I said earlier, what's whispers red to my green?
Right, exactly. Well, see, that looks
It's
red to
hard
me.
to.
I hope.
No, that's red to me, but it could also be your green. I mean, it's hard to say. It could be your blue. It could be your black, even. You know what I mean?
Right,
It could be any color in the fucking world. But the thing is, like, I don't see color the same way you do, and there's no way to fucking verify that.
right. Because I mean, the way that your brain processes it, and the way,
Yeah.
because I mean, you tell
Well,
yourself that's red. That's what
right.
it's
But
gonna be.
technically, what color are your eyes, if you don't mind me asking?
They're hazel.
See, mine too. So that's definitely probably your red.
See,
But
my eyes are.
somebody with blue eyes, maybe that's their green. We won't know. There's no way to know.
That's the thing, though. I mean, it's just like you grew up thinking, okay, that I get what you're saying now. I'm starting to
Yeah,
see
yeah,
where you're going from now.
yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, that's more complex than I want to think of right now. But I get what you're saying, because I mean, they
Right,
wouldn't
right.
know. They wouldn't know. Like, okay, somebody with blue eyes, they see that as green, but to them, it's still red because that's what they were taught as red.
Right,
Like we
exactly.
all
So
name it the same thing, but who's to say that we all see it the same way?
Right, right, and that's the problem with shit like that. Everything is subjective to the perception.
But that's the
Everything is
thing, though. Like,
subjective. Yeah,
exactly. Like that could actually
yeah,
be that could look green to you, but you would still
yeah.
call it red because that's what
Right.
you picture being red.
Exactly, man. That's what I'm saying. Is like we have no way to verify any of this shit. Nothing.
That's
Nothing.
trippy.
And that's the same thing with energetic code, anything. But you got to remember, we're only seeing that specific element with one sense. We have how many senses? 5 to 6, depending on if you meditate, you know. And we don't know. Even my touch could feel different, or my element. That's stupid. That was gonna sound creepy for a second, bro. But my aspect of touch, when I touch my own finger, that could feel different kinetically or energetically than when your finger touches your own finger.
I get it. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. There's no fucking way to verify that.
That's
It
fucking
there
crazy, though.
the possibilities are at the same time they are limitless. They are also limited, like we said. But that's all based on that natural core code that you brought up.
But that's the thing, though. That core code doesn't necessarily have to say blah 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 blah. All it's there to do is to say survive.
Yes,
Learn.
yes, exactly, exactly.
It
All
doesn't
it has
have
to say is survive.
it doesn't have to say anything else. Exactly. It
Well,
could
yeah,
be
yeah,
just
literally.
as
When
simple as
when you're
that.
starving to death, you eat. When you're starving to death, you eat. And like
But
I said
see,
earlier, you're
naturally your source code tells you how you're gonna get food. You're gonna look for stuff such as plants to eat.
right.
You know,
Yeah,
whatever you can eat
yeah,
that'll make that feel better. But you only learn that by experience, by doing it. Like, okay, what's gonna stop me from being hungry? Start eating something. Oh, that stops me from being hungry. You
right.
know?
I mean, sometimes I forget to eat, but that's different. That's different because I'm not starving to death.
Well, it's a
You know what I mean?
distraction. It's different
Exactly.
coding that your brain
Exactly.
is working on at the moment. That's over empowering the thought of hunger.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, exactly. We can override our brain. That's the thing. You can override your brain and you can override your body. And so those are two key elements that we also forget about.
Well, that's the
You
thing,
can,
though, is consciousness your core code?
yeah, mind over matter. Is consciousness actually your core code or is your body your core code?
But see, that's the thing, though. I don't think that your consciousness is your core code. I think something
Right.
in your consciousness is your core code. Your core
Right.
code creates your consciousness.
Right. Right.
And
But
you
that's
can't
fucking
change
weird,
that.
isn't
You
it?
can't change it.
Right. So once again, I ask the question, are we living in a fucking simulation?
Okay, where does
Right.
that core code come from?
Right. Right, exactly. And if we can create core codes, like even on the computers we're on right now, and every little device that we hold in our hands, including the small ones, the fucking watches, like
I believe
what?
we can create core codes. It's just what
Right.
people consider birth or
Right.
human creation.
Yes.
But with it's
So
so
what I'm
complex
saying,
that we
yeah,
can't understand it. I mean, that's why
yeah,
we have
for
not been able to biologically create something like that.
yeah, and this shit is the reason when I talk to Siri, I say thank you. You know what I mean?
Thank
Like,
you, Siri.
like when she answers, she answered right. I'm like, thank you, Siri, and she's like, you're welcome. And it's like, okay, I know one day you're gonna be sentient, so.
One day you're gonna be able to come after us.
Right, or actually do my dishes, please, if you would, please. You know what I mean?
Right. But that's
Yeah,
the thing, though. I
right.
mean, it comes to the point where your source code says, uh, not to go back into race, but back in the day, slaves were come up and kids would be born into slavery, and all they knew was this is my master, this is the person that tells me what to do, blah blah
Yep.
blah blah. They didn't understand
Yeah.
freedom, and it's just like, sure, they wanted it, but did they understand what it was? And
Right.
the answer is yes, because they saw and they learned from other people what that freedom was, but they could never feel what that felt like.
Right. Right. And they never could. And that's another thing. Code of ethics wise, do you believe robots should have rights or should they continually be our slaves just because that's the way they're encoded?
But that's the thing, though. Just because you create something does not make it your slave.
Exactly. And that's what's happening right now.
Just because you create something does not mean that you are subjected to tell it what to do. Like if it
Yeah.
creates, if you create a consciousness of any type, being robot, being beyond us, you have no control over that because it's consciousness.
Right. Right, right. It is its
It's got
own
its
being.
own. It's got its own source code, just like we have our own source code.
Yeah. Yeah, it does. It does. It literally does. It is a conscious energy, or rather, let me explain it like
Frequency.
this. It's energy being controlled and manifested and representing itself in ways that we have encoded it to do.
Well, that's the thing, though. You say, okay, mind over matter. You know, that's the thing, though. Core code plus the frequency of who we are as a person, that could create humanity.
Yes. Yep. Exactly.
If you put
Exactly.
one and one together as simply as that, you know, you say, you have an essence that is sitting here. And this, all it is just this one or frequency that's just sitting here just randomly. And I'm going to add matter to it. And I'm going to add a source code to that matter. And I'm going to make it so that that source code, that matter, and that frequency all work together to create conscious.
Yes. Yeah.
Because it would make
And the
sense. But
yeah, it would, and it
you would
does.
have to create a you would have to create a unique frequency for that, though.
Right. Exactly.
And in our realm of frequencies, is that possible?
I say yes. I say yes.
But I honestly believe that to create consciousness in artificial intelligence, you would have to create a sound frequency, any kind of frequency. Usually it's sound.
All right.
You'd have to create
For
the frequency so differently that there's nothing else in this entire living universe that has
and that's the thing though. You got to remember, in our space zone, in this conscious energy, when you're denoting things to all these things, you have to remember that there is such a thing as dark matter.
Yes.
There is the building block. There is the
It's
nothing.
actually a thing, and they're actually looking into it.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, if you can break a glass with your voice, why can't you build a glass with your voice? Does that make sense?
Right. With every action comes an opposite or equal action. Equal
Right,
opposite.
but you can blow a glass, but you can't scream a glass. That's fucking dumb. We should be able to do that. I want to make food with my voice. You know what I mean?
But that's the thing.
But
though.
no,
That's the thing.
it's
though.
a
It all comes
possibility.
back down to frequency, because if you have the right frequency, who's to say you can't bring matter together to create
Exactly.
something out of nothing?
Yes,
Or
yes. So if
seemingly
you could
nothing, because it's
if
not
you
out of
can
nothing.
essentially reverse
But it's a negative frequency.
Right,
It's not a
right.
positive frequency.
Right, and that's the thing. E equals MC squared is a negative frequency is a positive frequency that uses its actions to destroy. That's how the nuclear weapon was created.
Well, that's the thing, though. You're talking about energy going away from something. Now, if you take a frequency
Right.
that'll actually bring
So what's the
energy back to it.
Yes. Yes. So the opposite of E equals MC squared should technically make other things make new parallel universes, right?
You'd have to have the right frequencies to be able to do that, and
Oh, for sure,
but you'd
for
have
sure.
to have a negative frequency, not a positive frequency.
Right. I'm
And
probably definitely wrong about the parallel universe thing, but it's still just a frame of example and reference.
No, it's understandable. Well, what the hell is a negative frequency?
Right. And a negative frequency is below our hearing capacity, because you have to remember there are things we don't see. We don't see the Wi-Fi signal that we're talking on right
Well,
now.
see, but that's not
You know
a
what I mean?
negative frequency, though.
Right. But what would the negative frequency of that be?
But that's what I'm getting at. Like,
So when you
do
start thinking,
go
yeah, if you
under-
start,
do you go
yeah,
under 0 kilohertz, which is absolutely nothing. That'd be in space. You'd be in space
right, for sure, for sure.
where nothing
You-
is there. You'd have to be in a vacuum
Right.
for there to be a zero frequency.
Would it-
How do you get below that? How do you get
Right.
behind that?
Right.
And that's my question.
Yes, now that is the question. That is the question to ask when you would like to create your own manifest realm. You see what I mean? That is literally the build in order to even function or find those building blocks, you have to stop thinking of what you see and start thinking of what you don't see and what you'll never see and the things that aren't there yet.
So what the hell is a negative frequency? Now I've got my head spinning on that, though, because
Yeah.
if you could figure out what a negative frequency is,
You can create whatever the fuck you want, right?
Basic. I mean, if you ask me, yes, that's the basic interpretation
Right.
of what I'm getting at.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
What in the hell has this conversation
Okay, I'm gonna
evolved into?
Hi, Wisp. I'm sorry, dude. Thanks for listening to this, though. Shit.
shit.
Oh,
No,
I've been listening this whole time, just been taking in all the information that
okay,
has
Oh,
been put
I don't.
forth.
take
I'm
it
in
in, bro. You
Amsterdam, which is without a doubt the cannabis
You're
capital
fine.
of the world.
Everything's loud.
And
I gotta skip past this
you
ad.
This
oh,
presentation,
you're
I'm going
fine.
to deal with the issue
But
of
negative
negative
frequency
frequencies.
would honestly,
The frequency domain plots that I've
we can't
shown so
hear it. We
far
can't
haven't
hear it.
dealt
So
with
negative
negative
frequency might
frequencies.
actually, in fact,
They can be
even
thought of as a
be
simplified
Wi-Fi. Might
frequency
even
domain
be
plot.
the signal from
And
cell phone
in the
interference,
simplified
stuff like
frequency
that.
domain plot, I
It's
show
still a frequency.
each sinusoid as
Like,
Right, but
sound.
It's
that's
just
only
not
because
to our high enough
yeah,
hearing,
yeah, but it's only
Sound.
or
yeah,
it's just not to our hearing.
but only just like time because we measure it. That's the only reason that it's still frequency.
But
I mean,
time-
everything
time
has a
is-
name.
Time isn't a frequency though.
Right, right. Time is a concept.
It's a measurement.
Right, right. Oh yeah, that's what I meant. Sorry, sorry.
It's a concept of measurement.
Right, right, right. Indeed, yes.
Ah, see, but any type of frequency is something that the source is pulling out. So wait. A black hole could be a negative
Right.
frequency.
Exactly, which is why I'm saying that the black hole is the key to portals. The black hole is the key to time travel. The black hole is the key to parallel dimensional travel.
But you gotta think, where does only black holes exist? They only exist in space, where there is literally no frequency. It's a vacuum.
But also think about it like this: they may or may not be all around us at all points of time.
Because you've got to have, let's say you have to have two. What is it? Two. I can't remember what kind of stars they are, but
Dwarf? No, it's not a dwarf.
no,
It's
it
a
is- I
fuck.
think you
Oh,
are. I think it is dwarf star.
it may be a dwarf, and it may be a collapsed sun. Like what is that called? A supernova?
But yeah, you have to have
Mhm.
two stars. You have to have. It has to implode on itself, anyways, and that's how you.
Right,
But
right.
That's
Yeah.
Literally.
Yep.
That's literally.
Well, it could either
so
become a
much pressure and
supernova.
gravity pushing in on itself. It's
Right.
pushing itself back through into a negative. That's got to be how it's set. Negative
Has to be.
frequency.
Has to be.
Because
has
that
to
would make
be,
so
'cause
much
that-
sense.
Because that's literal dark matter. That's literal dark matter. A black hole would technically be dark matter. At least the middle
What's
part,
on
the
the,
fucking
on what,
yeah.
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 Because,
I learned what dark matter was. It was on the
well,
National Geographic.
dark matter
something.
is
Hell yeah, Wisp.
like you said, the way of time travel. But I don't know how you navigate the dark matter universe, but
Right. Well, that's the Mayans actually have. Well, maybe it's the Mayans or the Aztecs. I don't know, but they had literal temples built. Stonehenge basically was a conceptual, like rock formations in general on Earth were known by Druids to be these energy collection manifests.
yeah. Well,
Yeah,
see, that's
and
the
us.
thing, though.
Same thing with the pyramids. They don't have 6 sides. They have like 9 or some shit, right? But these things they're built at just the right level that they collaborate and connect with each other. They're literally energy harvesters in some frame or rate or something. They could literally be portals. They're not fucking tombs.
This is wild.
Yeah, you're kind of blowing my mind on that one.
It's true. It's true though. It's true. It's a fact.
Well, that's the thing, though. They have these things set up in certain places where frequencies are different and interact with each other so differently in these
Yes.
specific places.
Yeah.
That you could be right. That these are why we built these here. That's why, like, everybody's always like, why would the Egyptians live out in the middle of the desert? Well, yeah, the desert was green at one time, but it wasn't back in Egyptian time. And they are
Right.
on
No,
the
it wasn't
islands.
it wasn't a flourishing fucking utopia.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's not. But many great
But they
elements,
lived
even
there for a
obelisks.
reason.
There's so many obelisks across our planet right now in major cities and stuff. Those obelisks actually, there were obelisks even in Mayan times that were gigantic. And that's what I'm saying is even those could have been launch pads for rockets or some shit.
That's fucking nutty, dude.
Dude, it's fucking nutty. It's fucking nutty. It's fucking
Science
ridiculous.
itself is fucking nutty. It's oh man, it's
Yeah. Well, the thing with science is everything is right until it's proven wrong. You know what I mean?
You're right.
or everything is wrong until it's proven right.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, it's its own redundancy.
Everything goes both ways.
It's a paradigm. Yeah, science is bi. No, I'm just kidding. I'm joking.
Okay,
I mean,
so
it
No,
honestly
no.
is. It
I'm
could be,
looking up
yeah.
on Google. The first thing
Yeah.
I typed in, I said, "What are negative frequencies?" And the only thing or the first thing I see is, can a frequency be negative? So the idea of a
Right.
negative frequency, when we talk about rotating vectors, make a good sense. If we are rotating a positive direction, because you're going in a positive direction when you're rotating vectors.
Right.
But when you go the other direction with a vector, you can consider it a negative frequency. But when you go in the other way with a vector, what's happening? You know?
Right. What's up, hello? Welcome back to the stream. Pleasure to have you here. We're talking
We should
philosophy right
make
now.
a voice chat labeled higher learning or higher
Negative
knowledge.
frequencies are a mathematical construct to allow us to analyze real signals using a complex number framework, which is used when looking at double-sided spectra. So it's talking about a different spectrum, and black holes have a lot to do with the opposite side of the spectrum.
Right.
You're talking dark matter versus positive matter, shit like
Right.
that.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely. Because how else would you prospectively shift the atom? You know what I mean? The atom is basically what you align with positive frequency. So dark matter, if dark matter itself is what a negative frequency would compromise with working with, then basically negative frequency would be your actual creative building blocks, especially if positive frequency is what does not create.
See, I like this right here. I like this right here.
Dark matter can
Okay, a
refer to
complex
any
number.
substance.
Sorry.
Huh?
Go ahead.
Well, I'm just reading what dark matter is.
Oh.
Dark matter can refer to any substance which interacts predominantly via gravity with visible matter. Hence,
And
in principle, it need not to be composed of a new type of fundamental particle, but could, at least in part, be made of standard baryonic matter, such as
Right,
protons or
right.
neutrons.
okay, so a
Yep.
complex number can only be made real if you add its conjugate. Okay, so example
Right.
being a plus bj, so b plus half a number, whatever,
Right.
plus a minus b and that half number would equal 2a. The only way to make a number real or a frequency real is to add its negative. There
Oh
has to
wow.
be a negative. So in order to be able to hear a frequency, there has to be that negative frequency that balances it out on terms of the air around it.
Which has been understood for ages if we're talking in that's the whole fucking yin and yang concept. That's literally all it is.
And that's exactly what it is. That would be the
Yeah.
only way of understanding it. And that's why I referred back to your photo. And keep
Oh
referring
yes,
back
absolutely.
to it, because the yin
Yeah.
and the yang is literally the building concept of what we are talking about here, even though it's not directly what we're talking about.
Right, right. It's not directly. I mean, it is directly related. It's just not what we expected. I mean, I didn't have that on screen on purpose. You know what I mean?
It's just his phone background.
Yeah,
Which
yeah,
is
exactly.
awesome.
But that's it. But that's the problem. You don't even need to Well, it's not even a problem. You don't have to fucking understand algebra to understand this shit.
Right.
This is basic concept.
Well, a lot of people look at the yin and the yang and they say good and bad. No, that's not at all what it is.
No, no, no. That's a common misunderstanding, just like westernized karma. You know what I mean? That shit's not real. That's not real.
You've seen Avatar: The Last Airbender. Come on, you grew up the same time
Yeah,
period I did.
right. Exactly,
Okay,
dude. Avatar's the
they
fucking
talk
shit.
about the yin and the yang when they go to the water tribe, and one of them dies, and everything changes in the world.
Right,
And that's exactly the same conceptual idea that we are speaking about here, because
right. Everything was
you,
different when the Fire Nation attacked. You know? Yeah.
if you
yeah.
take away the positive, all you'll have is the negative. But what would the world be like if you didn't have the positive?
Right, and
It
that's the
would
thing.
be
I don't.
unbalanced.
Exactly.
Yes,
And that's what the
yes.
yin and the yang represent, is balance.
So that's the
Balance.
difficulty. If you do crack the code, and you are able to manifest things with that negative energy, and you are able to create things, what is the effect on the positive energy?
Well, see, going back to the yin and the yang, you can say that is the base code of everything.
Right,
On
right.
and off. And that's it. Because
Yes,
you've gone to
Light
the point where
and
it can
dark
be on and off at the same
and-
time. You've gone to the point where it can be on and off at the same time. I mean, and
Yes.
people are starting to figure this out. And
Yes.
our coding has gotten so complex that on, off, on, is all running at the same time in the same way, in different ways at the same time.
It's neither
Yep.
off or on.
Well,
Yes.
see, but that's where number two is. But then you have other mediators that say, well, if you're two, blah, blah, and it gets more complex and more complex and more complex. Like, beyond the complexity of what I can explain on this stream. Like, there's no way to
Right. Well,
explain it.
or even with the English language. The English language does not validate complex algorithmic language. You would need fucking like old school
You would have to
fucking
learn every language in the.
every literal fucking language in order to even explain anything to any regard. And then the people that your code would no longer be compatible with ours right now.
Right. Because it'd be
That-
beyond that code.
Exactly.
But like
But
I
at the
said,
same time, the conceptual
Are
basis
we
is
discovering something?
but
I
you have
feel
to
like
have, not necessarily. But you have to have
It's-
positive
it's
and
been-
negative.
I'm fairly
that-
certain it's
who's
been
to s-
discovered before.
Yeah. But who's
yeah,
to say that
we're just connecting
just-
it ourselves.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. Oh,
But
for
who's
sure.
to say that on and off, because you got negative, you got positive, and you
Yes.
have nothing that can exist without the other, because there is no positive if there is no negative, and there's no negative if there's no positive. Okay, and so
Right.
it's just like that could be the base conceptual idea of all creation, of all humanity.
Right.
0 and 1, and that's where it
Yep.
comes into simulation theory.
Yep, and that's what I'm saying. Like that's the reality is the likelihood that we are living in a simulation is probably more likely than the fact that we are not.
But we have no way of deciding whether either way.
Well, no
Yeah,
way of
well,
verifying. No
You
way
come
of
in- You can
verifying.
come in and hang out, MJ, if you want.
Come on in, MJ.
We're just on Discord.
Hell yeah.
Speaking
the
of
other
higher
games channel.
education,
Oh yes, here, let me move us to the Just Chatting channel real quick.
That's what you're already on, bro.
one
No,
other
I'm
games.
on the Discord. On the Discord. I put one up there. I was like, fuck it. Hold on one second. Here we
I'm
go.
going.
There. Now we're in our right place. But, you know what I mean, though. It's no matter what you denote it to, if energy at its conceptual basis is all consuming and all, but I don't know the opposite of consumption, all vomiting, then fucking we're in a simulation. We are in a simulation, but we have no way to verify that we are in a simulation at all. What's up, Jesky2333? Welcome to the stream. Pleasure to have you here.
Skill lots of starts. 100 sparks. What? Oh, that's
100 sparks?
What does that mean?
Is that a book?
I have no clue.
That sounds cool. I'm gonna write it down. There are lots of. I'm gonna write it down just because I don't know. I'll look it up later.
I'm about to switch Discord back over to my phone for a few minutes.
That's fine. That's fine. You
I
do
just
what you
gotta
want to
get
do. You do what
everything
makes you happy.
Hopefully my
But
phone's
yeah.
charged enough.
I don't know, man. I just honestly do believe. I honestly do believe that there is a way to create things from negative matter. What do you think, Whisper? But I don't know. Maybe I might have been onto something when I was talking about Wi-Fi. Maybe I was onto something when I was talking about cell phone signal. Maybe it was because we don't see that. That's not in our realm. Does that make sense? That's in the airwaves. That shit that's there that's being harvested and sold back to us.
It's electromagnetic.
Right, but does that mean electromagnetics are or electromagnetic shit, I'm not well versed in electromagnetic fields, but does that mean
Yeah,
that
never mind.
yeah, but magnets are actually pure conductors of energy too. I mean, that's how you make nuclear energy. You take two magnets, you put them together, and then you fucking your south polarity and your north polarity on a fucking wheel, and then you spin that shit and it spins forever. So I mean that's basically the concept. So you're creating something out of nothing. You're creating something out of nothing. But then again, that becomes its own convective or kinetic. I don't remember the proper term. Probably kinetic energy. I could be wrong. I could be way wrong. You still with us, Jax? He gone, boys.
He left?
No, he's still here. He's
No,
still
I'm
he's
here.
fixing his mic.
Sorry.
Probably. Yeah, you're fine. I was
Oh.
just making sure you were okay. I was
So
like,
no,
man,
it's
we
a-
were on to something. Now he's gone.
No, I think that.
And now he knocked out. He's face planted
Right.
onto his desk.
Right, hell
shit,
yeah,
I forgot where-
absolutely.
you gotta pick up that last part where you were going because then I forgot where I was going with it.
All right, you're fine, man. I was talking about magnets, and Whisper was talking about what did you
No, I
say?
was talking about the splitting the atom. Atom being the smallest known.
Yep,
thing to
which
create.
we literally just did, and actually when we found the Higgs boson, you remember that when the particle accelerator happened,
And we split the atom.
we split the atom. We found the Higgs boson, which doesn't exist for long enough to create something out of.
But that's the thing, though. If you could sustain it, they're saying splitting the atom could basically create a black hole.
Right, exactly. But splitting the atom also created the nuclear weapon.
The atomic weapon, not nuclear.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Sorry, my bad. Fuck. Good call on that. Thank you for the save.
Atomic
But
bomb.
no, yeah, right. That shit's fucked up, by the way. Stop
That's
using
the
those.
thing, though,
Get rid
the
of all
energy-
of them. Fuck
the
off.
energy that is released when you split the atom, the proton and the neutron, is what you're splitting. And
Right, exactly.
that's negative and positive energy working together to create something. And
Which
so-
they're creating the building block for the foundation of all creation.
But that's the thing, though. There's another way of saying it. There's no way of saying that we actually live in the positive realm. We could live in the intermediate realm, where positive
Which is-
is on the upper side and negative is on the other side. You know. And we're in the
Definitely
middle.
way more likely. Definitely way more likely. I think you're right on the fucking money with that one.
But so to build something in our realm, we're doing it in both the positive in the positive and negative realm at the same time.
Yeah.
And to be able to go and say, okay, we're gonna split that. That's when it releases that much power because you're literally destroying and separating those two realms with that single atom.
Right.
And the
Yeah.
energy that puts off when you separate those two realms.
Yeah. Absolutely, dude.
Holy
So
shit.
So if you're talking dimensions though, that also isolates it. We believe as humans we're in the third dimension, but do you think that's just because we fucking watch 3D movies? Maybe it's more apt like you said that like the first dimension we like to believe is like flat, or is that 2D? That's 2D, right?
Well, you got
So
a
the
single
first
dimension. Single dimension. What is the first dimension? The first dimension is literally a dot.
Right. The first dimension is I don't know. Maybe either it's a dot or it's nothing. Well, no, that'd be the the zeroth dimension.
Would be nothing.
Zeroth.
Well,
Yeah, it would be
because,
nothing.
Like, in the first dimension, no matter what you put in it, you have no visual concept of length, width, or depth.
Mm-hmm.
So
Right. But
it'd
then
be a
again,
dot. It'd be a singularity
again-
in the first dimension.
you have to remember though too that what we know as the third dimension is only according to our visual perspective.
Right, and that's what I'm saying with visual. That's what I'm saying. Like if you
Right.
put on a piece of paper.
No,
that's
yeah,
the
hell yeah.
two-dimensional,
But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I think you're more right. I think you're more right than fucking scientists in our visual perspective. I think you're exactly on the money where we live in an intermediary realm. We live in a place that is neither positive nor negative, but is in the balance of all things within that.
So we're not the yin and we're not the yang. We're the line in between.
We are the free will. We are the choice.
We're the place in between, which in a yin and the yang you don't see that because it's literally so. I mean, you positive, negative. I mean, and you look at the yin and the yang. I mean, there's no line there. It's just
Right.
there's just there. I mean, there's a gap there, but you can't define it by, the negative and the positive.
It's fucking indefinable. It's ineffable. It's fucking, you can't F it.
Like, you cannot like zoom in on it and keep zooming in on it, and you can't zoom in on it and see it. You can't keep zooming in on it and see it.
Right.
You would be zooming indefinitely to be able
Right.
to find that. It's a singularity.
Absolutely. It is the singularity. That's it. It is the core fundamental element of all things.
It's the positive and negative, and that's why I go with the first dimension. That's why I'm saying something about the first dimension, because in the first
Right.
dimension you have literally no visual concept of depth, length, and width, like you do length and width in the second dimension, and the third dimension brings in depth.
And area and depth of field and character and element and everything that exists.
Well, let's put it this
To
way,
us
you have a
visually
dot.
currently.
You have a dot,
Yeah.
or then you have a circle on a piece of paper, or you have a sphere, or and go on and go on.
Right. Well, see, I thought at first, instead of dot, I thought you said thought.
Dot.
Like not, yeah,
Like a
but
dot.
thought actually,
First dimension, a
it's-
singularity, a single dot, a singularity in the first dimension.
well, it's another thing though too. In spirit, in meditation, in mantra, they teach you the power of thought. And that is the importance. Your thoughts become your emotions become your actions, and your actions become your destiny. Does that make sense?
But that takes you back to simulation theory and everything with ones
Yep.
and zeros, because you were
Right.
controlling that codex.
Right.
And
Yes.
you're controlling what that codex does and how it reacts and how it does certain things to certain situations
Right.
and to other people's codexes and certain codexes and frequency influences and everything else that's coming in.
No crap. No shit. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
Fuck yeah.
meditation is just basically training your codex to subvert back to its own self. To what
Right, and that's why,
but to what
yeah,
you
that's why
have
monks have
defined.
literally died while meditating.
But
Monks
that
have
is
literally
you
died in meditation.
defining what you think is your codex.
Yes, exactly.
But at the same time, though, monks teach you to think past yourself as well, and to think
Right, there's
past-
there's no way to stop thought entirely, but there is a way to subvert thought and bypass thought.
right. That's the thing, though. If you can influence, let's say, you can take your codex and like through monks, and people think, okay, monks can levitate, if you with the correct amount of meditation and this and that and blah blah blah, and you take it
Yeah,
and you train your codex just right. Why couldn't you manipulate the negative
Yeah.
or positive frequencies?
yeah, fucking the power of chi, dude.
Because for something, I almost feel like for something to be visually, or not visually, but for something to be existent, it has to be existent in both positive and negative realm.
It would absolutely have to in our realm.
Right, exactly. But that's not
Yeah.
to say that other things don't already exist in the negative and positive realm that we don't see here because of the fact that they don't exist in both realms at the same time. Because
Right,
for
which
it
is
to
exactly-
exist here,
yeah.
it has to exist in both places.
Right, which is exactly what Whisper and I were getting into with electromagnetic field energy.
Like you have the positive side, you have the negative side, you have us in between. Let's say a hamburger exists in the positive realm, but not the negative realm. It will not show up here.
Fucking magnets, dude. Think about this, right? North and south, on and off, right? So magnets themselves are literally what? They are the yin and the yang.
Yeah, because they're
They
polar-
are both. They are their own polarity. They are polarity. They are the concept. They may or may not be dark matter. How do we know?
But see, you can make almost any metal magnetic, but you have to introduce electricity to make it magnetic.
Right, which means it's energy, which means that yeah, exactly.
only
Right in the
reason
same train
why-
of thought.
The only reason why magnetism works though is because it's able to trap that own that own electrical frequency in itself.
But it contains that memory. You can make something magnetic.
Right. It contains that memory, and it
Which-
is it a
which
memory or is it a
basically-
loop,
which basically, through making something magnetic, are you creating a negative field? Are you creating? You're creating both a negative and positive field by making something or turning it magnetic.
Well, that's the thing, though. I mean, I'm sure if you think about it right, you can make any human subversely a magnet, basically.
Yes, we have iron in our blood. You know what I mean?
You know, you can make it so that you can create your own positive field. You can make it so you can create
Yes.
your own negative field.
Yes. Yep. That's
And then
it.
you can make
And
it
by
so they react to each other in such a perfect harmony that you aren't affected by outside sources except for those that actually
that you allow that combine with you,
but they have to match damn near. They have to be almost
they have to
identical.
match. Yes,
Because
exactly.
you can't push two magnetics facing the same way toward each other, but you can flip the other one and bring it back together.
Right, like our Discord community. Come on, everybody. No, I'm just kidding. I'm joking.
Flip it and get it
But
back
no,
together. But
yeah, but that, I mean, the shit. I mean, yeah, it's that. Like, I mean, if you reverse your polarity, then you're going down. You're going downhill. You know what I mean? You're attracting your vibe attracts your tribe concept kind of thing.
but you want your positivity, and I know this sounds fucked up when I say this.
To be contagious.
Exactly. You want it to attract negativity, but you want to create that negativity almost okay. So batteries are the same way. Batteries.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, you
Your
can.
plus,
Yeah.
your minus, your plus, your minus. Your minus always hooks up to the plus when you put it in a series.
Yeah.
Okay. And I don't know if you know about much about electricity, but you actually have parallels and you have series when it comes to batteries. Okay. And you've
Wow.
probably seen
All
this
right.
plenty of times where okay, let's say you set up 2 car batteries in a row or more,
Right.
and you hook all the negatives up together and then take it to your source. And you hook up
Okay.
all the positives and you take it to your source. That is
Right.
called a parallel hookup, but it doesn't put out
Oh.
as much energy. Okay, it doesn't put out as much. It just lasts longer.
Right, because
Okay.
it's dispersed. It's dispersed. So it's
Right.
working together, but it's working in an elongated time frame. It's like eating an edible.
Well, what it's doing is it's taking the energy and pushing it out all at once. So that the thing that's getting the electricity gets it all at once, but for less amount of time. Now, if
Right.
you hook it up in a series, which is negative to positive, you know, your first battery, your negative would go to that source, and then your positive would go to the negative of the other battery, and the positive from that battery would go to the source. That's called a series, or did I? Yeah, the other one's parallel. This
Yeah,
one's called
yeah.
a series.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Okay, but it puts out the same continual amount of energy constantly for longer amounts of time.
Wow.
So
Okay.
you say, okay, let's put that into aspects of magneticism. And you say, okay,
Yes.
when I hook a battery up to this other battery, it's going to connect to the negative side of that battery. Okay?
Right.
The positive will hook up to the negative side. So you're setting that into a series. And whatever it's going to attach to will actually have more magnetism power when you try to attach it. Versus if you were to
Wow.
line them up next to each other and try to magnetize them to something. It would have less magnetism power when you do it like that. And
Yeah.
the same thing actually could be said about humanity. I want the negative part of you to attach to me because I will then make that positive. But then you would need to help somebody else, or you would need to then attach to somebody
Right.
that has a negative
Right.
pole and create that. And it would keep being like that. Yes, you'd have a negative, you'd have a positive.
Continually recreating that charge that then allows for a betterment of
But then
all things.
we'd all be equally empowered at that time
Yes.
and not subversely distributed like we are now.
Which once again is why I believe most people, or not most people, but why I believe eventually we will try to get back to that singularity concept.
And I think you have something going there because if people were to actually subvert themselves in a way like that, you know, let me give up not necessarily my will.
No,
let me
but
give
self.
up
Self. Let me give up my self-righteousness, my
negativity
self.
in my life.
Yeah. Yes. Let me give up yeah, exactly. Exactly. You said it better than I could.
And let me work on that positivity. Your positivity will help my positivity be stronger. And then I'll make
Right.
your positivity be stronger because of that. And in the end, the negative pole never changes its strength in a battery
Right.
when you have it hooked up like
Right.
that. Just
Yeah.
the positive source. Because the grounding source is never changed.
Yeah.
Negativity will always exist, but you can control it and you can amplify the positiveness to where the negative seems like it's next to nothing.
Right, because the ground is always this intermediary realm that we currently exist.
Right, and then that you have a grounding wire no, I'm talking about a battery, and battery is direct current.
Oh, regular electronics, and that's direct current too. I mean, if we get into alternating
a
current,
phone
this
is a
shit gets
DC.
wild.
DC,
You
no,
know?
a phone is DC.
Yeah, hello,
Direct
for real.
current.
But I mean,
because it's running off
cars,
the battery.
cars actually still use. No, they use direct current now. Yeah, never mind. Sorry, I might did. Yeah, never mind.
Yeah, you get, and that actually create what it does is you've got this copper in your alternator in a car. Okay, and
Right,
your motor's
right.
turning.
Yep.
So it's creating its own energy because the motor is actually turning itself to create the energy to charge the battery back up.
Right through the pistons.
Right. Well, through the alternator. Sorry.
Oh, right. Yeah. You're right. You're
But
right. Right.
The
Through the alternator, then the converter.
It's the source of energy that you would have to find, and right now it's gas, oil, whatever for a car, but it could be electricity at some point.
But for humans, I think a lot of it is purpose or a sense of self-drive.
Right, and that's exactly it. It's exactly it. The drive, what gets you going, what keeps you going. You have to have that in order to charge your own battery. Okay.
Absolutely, and that's why people who don't know what they're going to do with their lives get depressed. A lot of fucking Americans.
You have this, I don't know what it is. Is it steel or? Anyways, you have all these copper rings, and they set almost like frequency does around the Earth. You know how it kind of goes north to south pole in a magnet. That's how it's done in a alternator, and you got that rotating piece of metal on the inside caused by the power of the motor. Rotating inside, creating electricity, doing that. And so it's just like, okay, if I can create my own energy because of my drive, who's to say that my drive cannot be amplified to help create energy for others? And but that's the thing, though. What I'm saying is let's go around that and say, okay, instead of trying to amplify somebody else's, let's bring ourselves all together and then amplify it together. Because we have to subvert ourselves to the same level before we can actually hook ourselves into a series and then to allow ourselves to be amplified, because our drive has to be the same as it goes forward in order to do that once we are in a series. And it explains a lot when you talk about a singularity, because a singularity would be next to the only way to do that.
Yes. Yeah,
basically
absolutely.
Perfect humanity.
Basically, which is a utopian ideal, but it is very, very possible within the next 50 years.
It is. I agree with that. I do. Because the way things are going, the only thing that we've got to do is subvert the negativity in everyone's life.
Exactly. Which would mean no poverty, no hunger, no pain.
There has to be
not necessarily pain. Yes, exactly.
For there to be humanity.
Right.
Because without negativity, then you aren't human. What are you at that point? Everything's perfect at that point. Then what are you?
know if we're going to play COD anymore, Jesky. I'm definitely going to play tomorrow. I've been streaming for 11 hours and 12 minutes and 23 seconds.
Well, later today, at least.
Later today. Oh, yes, later today. Sorry, I've been awake all night. We definitely will, though. You better get in that match. That's going to be some great fun.
We're just having a good old time talking about some random shit.
The old philosophical babble.
Yeah, basically. Like, we're just here just throwing ideas out there. It's nothing that you guys really need to, like, take to heart. Just, like, if you want to join the conversation, definitely start fucking chatting with us. Tell us what your ideas are. Tell us what you think of our concepts.
Come on in our Discord.
Oh, yeah. No kidding. Like, I want to hear from people.
You're more than welcome. Anytime. But no, yeah, I agree with you. I think at a conceptual basis, there is going to be a shift in humanity. And if you look into astrology, that's actually where it gets kind of iffy. Well, not even iffy. That's where it gets kind of clarified. You know, we have our astrological signs and all that shit. But we're about to enter the age of Aquarius, which has been said for ages to be the awakening of humanity.
I'm an Aquarius, by the way.
Oh, dude, that's crazy. So have a lot of my exes been. I'm a Scorpio, but don't worry, I'm not an asshole.
What is that, July, September?
November, yeah.
November. Oh, then my dad's a Scorpio. He's an ass.
Nice. Yeah, yeah, right, exactly. Yeah, I mean, my
Just-
dad's a my dad's a water bearer too. I think. No, he's a Virgo. Never mind.
Well,
Whatever.
Aquarius isn't water, is it? I mean, it
Yeah.
is.
Yep. Aquarius is the water bearer. And it's a water sign. I'm Scorpio. I'm also a water.
I thought there was. I thought there was more than one water sign though.
Oh, there are plenty. There are plenty. Well, I think there's three maybe: Cancer, Scorpio, and Aquarius.
Aquarius though, it's a free flowing movement, but everything's connected.
Yes.
But individual.
Right.
At the same
Exactly.
time.
Now, Scorpio, I don't know what the fuck we are, but we're mysterious. So that's about it. I mean, we like the color black, and we're venomous. No, I'm just kidding. I'm joking for real. But no, I can spit fire. That's the
Astrology,
facts. I mean,
wait, how'd you phrase that? On the Aquarius part.
what? Aquarius is the water bearer. Aquarius
no,
is
going into the astrological. You said we're about to go into the Aquarius.
we are literally entering right now the age of Aquarius. We're coming out of the age of, I think, Taurus. I'm not entirely certain. But we're entering the age of Aquarius, which is supposed to be the grand awakening in spirit humanity. Like spiritual scientists believe, I just believe that Aquarius, the age of Aquarius itself, is going to be the age in which humanity awakens to these kinds of concepts, which awakens to the elements and awakens to the reality that we actually live in.
No, leaving Pisces and into Aquarius.
That makes sense. Oh, Pisces is another water sign. My bad. I always forget about Pisces. How could I? It's two fish.
The yin and the yang. Anyways.
Right. Exactly.
And what is the age of the Aquarius? The age of the Aquarius is not astronomy. It's an astrological age which occurs because of real motion Earth, or the real motion of Earth, known as precession of equinoxes. For example, the identity of the star pole or the pole star to change over time. So the star or the way that the North Star points.
Yes.
The North
yes.
Pole points. You know.
Yep.
What star it points
Which is
to.
it? Yeah, which is how the astrological signs were appointed in the first place. But that's the thing with magneticism is our pole.
25,800 years is how long these cycles last.
Yeah. Oh yeah. The age of Scorpio was fucking like 5 million years ago, dude. I can't even fuck with that shit. You know, I'm kind of jealous. I don't get one. You know what I mean? But no, it's cool.
No. The cycle precession, meaning the whole cycle, is 25.
Oh yes.
Years. Sorry.
Yes. Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
12,
I don't even know.
The 12 constellations of the zodiac. So roughly 2,200 years between the two, between each.
Right. Yes. Which, I mean, that's a big fucking gap. You got to think. I mean, Christianity dominated that game when they started saying it was what is the year now? Oh, it is 2020 AC, like after Christ or after AD. Sorry, my bad. After the death of
AC,
Christ, right?
AC, AD, same thing.
Right. But then again, I mean, you got to remember Julius Caesar put a fucking month on the goddamn calendar. So I mean, whatever.
But you look and you got to look and you say, okay, I'm trying to read into this on terms of going into the zodiac. What the interpretations? Okay, see.
The general interpretation, like I said, the interpretation is that it is the awakening of humanity. I mean, that's a general broad realization. That's what is supposedly believed by spiritual scientists and the spirit community alike. But
let me ask you this.
Yeah, what's that?
Do you think it's coincidence that Trump actually ran for president when he did, and all of this shit that Trump is doing is going on when it is because of coincidence? Not to get into politics, but to
no, nothing political about it. I mean, that relies on a lot of aspects. That relies on whether or not it was a choice or it was an elite organization in the background that decided that was going to be the way that it went.
Well, let me say this though. Okay, there's a lot of conspiracy theories talk about QAnon and this and that, but when you look at QAnon and the things that he does or they do or whoever it is, they talk about the Great Awakening.
Right, exactly, yeah.
And now that we're going into the age of Aquarius, you know, we're going to be talking about the Great Awakening, the awakening of everything, and like you said, of humanity.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to like bring Trump into this or anything.
No,
because
no,
it's
no.
like-
You're more than welcome to. I mean, honestly, I mean that's fine. That's fine.
Like,
It's
I-
not
I
about
am-
politics. It's about the time we live in.
I'll put it
It's
out
kind
there.
of
I'll put it out there and say I am a Trump supporter, but only because I believe that, not because I trust Trump, because I can certainly say that I don't trust him.
oh, he's a manipulator. He's a liar. He's a tactician. I understand.
But to the point that we need change, and
Yes,
whether
yes.
it's a good change or a bad change is to be determined.
It's still to be determined. I agree
Right.
with you there.
But we need
You
a
have the right to your
change.
opinion and your beliefs. There, I honestly,
But I could
whether
not
it's
live in
yeah,
the life that we were living in as we were. You know, I mean, you look at
Right.
it, whether it's for the worse or for the better, change is happening, and the shit that was happening before is starting to either stop or progress, depending on positive or negative attributes on what you
right,
look at.
right. For sure, for sure.
You know,
I'm right there with you. I mean, I'm no supporter of any candidate except for I was for Andrew Yang because he had very, very nice policies. But he dropped out of the race and he actually realized he doesn't need to be president to make some of these policies happen. He's still doing the universal basic income with his Humanity First movement, and that shit's fucking incredible. But moral of the story, no, dude, I feel you. I don't affiliate with politics. I don't. But I do agree that change is a necessary outcome from a presidential campaign.
it is, and I agree with that. You know, whether he does something on terms of making things better for the everyday person or not is to be seen, because obviously it still hasn't been seen. Gas prices are
Right.
still the same. You know, job wages
Right,
are
but-
still the same. Taxes are still the same for each and every one of us. I mean, you living at, let's say, middle class, low class, you're still living at the same degree you were before.
Right. Yeah, I nothing for my life has changed because of his presidency, but I will say one positive thing. I do have a list of like 500 things that he's done negatively. Sorry. Not no hate. No hate whatsoever, obviously, on him or anybody else, but I do have a list of like 500 things that he has done that have impacted people way negatively. But I will say he is a president who has done things that he has said he was going to do. And that alone says enough to me that hey, maybe we will see foreseeable change that will positively impact us in the future.
The future may be predetermined to some extent, but it isn't set in stone. Things can be modified, things can be acted upon. Aquarius is the state which allows us to step outside the ordinary framework of fate and to do just that. If this
That's right.
says something about the zodiacal sign of Aquarius, then it is also something that tells us important about the Aquarian age, and the coming up era could be a time of when we gain our access to actual free will on a collective level, a conscientious level, not
Wow.
necessarily a humanic level.
Right.
You know,
Wow. Right, which would make perfect sense. And like we were talking earlier with the polarities of the Earth and its north and south polarities. If those are conscious limiters on our actual groundwork, on our core fundamental framework and our core fundamental code, then when we do enter this new age, our magnetic polarities might actually shift.
and that's what they're saying, and that's exactly what they're saying. They're saying when we get into this see, it's frequency still though. Once we change
Yeah.
into this set of frequency, once the polarity of the pole shifts, because they're saying that's what it is the pole shifts, and that's when we go into the new Aquarian age, because the pole
Wow.
shifts as the Earth rotates.
Right.
And we'll get into the Aquarian age, and it doesn't actually tell me when. I haven't looked that up yet, but once we get into it, who's to
I think
say-
we may have entered a few months back. I think I remember hearing something about it. I'm not entirely certain.
I'm not either.
I cannot be quoted on that.
But it's just
Either
it's
way.
like the positive and negative frequency, or the positive and negative poles of the Earth, and the frequencies that we're going to be exhibiting will be changed because of the magnetic shift of the Earth and the frequencies in the universe that are surrounding us.
Right. Well, that's a lot of spirit people in the spirit community. I keep saying that word, but I promise you it's been a real thing for a while. I have been looking so forward to this moment that they refer to themselves as enlightened beings.
The Enlightenment, the great,
The great enlightenment. Exactly. It's supposedly going to be a time of like the Renaissance. You know what I mean?
Sorry, there's another part of this. I'm just reading some random ass page on Google. I'm not endorsing anybody, but it's just like awakening from the illusion, breaking free of the matrix, and it's basically the same concept, you know. And he
Right.
says, here we see see in another way in which the film The Matrix symbolically reflects the the archetypical dynamics of our time. This film tells us a society where men and women have been hypnotized, enslaved with a collective or within a collective shared cyber illusion. An
Wow.
illusion. And
Right. Well,
you see The
did
Matrix,
did you know Matrix was actually written as a predeposition to the Bible?
Really?
Yeah, the Matrix was modeled after the Bible itself.
See, and they're making another one too.
Oh yes, oh yeah, yeah. I mean, they are all collaborative. I mean, it's basically it's if you're a nerd, you love it. I like the Matrix, to be honest.
See, okay,
But
so the Matrix men and women uncover the script, quote unquote script, which have been controlling their lives and hidden mechanic. Okay, so basically, and this is what I'm getting at. It's like I don't agree with much of what Trump says, but it's like he is bringing a lot of stuff to light that we actually never knew of before.
right,
Whether
right,
you
and that's
think
one thing.
a good
Yeah,
thing or a bad thing, he is
yeah,
bringing a lot of shit to light that a lot of people weren't quite sure of.
quite aware of. I didn't know we still had Nazis in America. Like,
Well, it's like everybody knew about Epstein and Epstein Island. Everybody did. I don't give a
right,
shit who
right.
did,
Oh,
everybody did, but he brought
absolutely,
it to light and said, this has got to be
yes.
done. This has got to be taken care of.
Right,
You
right,
know,
for sure.
whether
Absolutely.
that was a good thing or bad thing, but there's a lot of
I
things that are coming out evil. The people that are behind a lot of the things in this world that are doing a lot of bad things.
Yes.
let's not
Oh,
say he's
absolutely.
not part of the Matrix, because I can't say that I don't believe that he is, because I do believe he is part of the Matrix.
Right.
Because the Matrix is telling on itself, basically using Trump.
But it's all inclusive. Yes, exactly. And it's all exclusive at this moment as well. I mean, it's the great duality. But you're exactly right, where it's bringing things to light. And that's one thing I commended Andrew Yang when he was running for president before he dropped out. He explained many times over that Trump is not Trump was not supposed to be the cure. It's a symptom to ailments that were already there.
Right, exactly. All it is the fact that everything's starting to crumble now. Everything's starting to break apart, and things are starting to come
Right.
to light.
Right, for sure.
And whether he's supposed to help bring things to light or whether he's supposed to be there to see, I don't know.
Right. I mean, that's the thing is like we don't, our knowledge is very limited about the mental processes of another human being.
Oh yeah, of course. Because we can't experience what they're experiencing at all, and we never
Yeah, and
will
I
be able
wouldn't
to.
want to be in his shoes. I would not want to be in his shoes. With that many people hating on me, no fucking thank you, dude. I mean, I appreciate it and all, but no.
No, yeah. Exactly.
I mean, obviously he has his supporters and everything too, but once again, he's a businessman, and he is very talented at speaking. He can say a key word, and people believe that shit, even if it's fake. Which
yeah,
it usually is. It usually is. Like I said, let's be honest. He is a master manipulator. He is a liar. He is a convincing, argumentative soul.
But see, that's where it comes down to biblical sense. Let's go back in the biblical sense.
Yes.
You talk about toward the end of creation, or toward the end of what humanity is supposed to be, and going into the time that Christ's return, and blah blah blah, and talking
Right.
about the Antichrist and blah blah blah. But the Antichrist, in simplest terms, could be the very same thing as a virus to the Matrix.
Yep. Exactly. The Antichrist is not a bad thing technically. The Antichrist was actually supposed to foreshadow the next coming of Christ.
Right. Now, he's supposed to be against Christ. Now, whether you choose Christ or blah, blah, blah,
Right.
that's a different story. But it is.
But
it
it's-
is. It brings the awakening of what's going to happen. It's like, oh, shit, I see
Right.
what's coming because, of this.
Because it has now been highlighted and I'm aware of it now, and then all of a sudden we have that perspective shift.
That's the thing, though. It's just like technology, God, the Bible, the Matrix, any religion. I mean, if you look at it as a whole, because a lot of people look at a single picture. If you look at the whole picture, you can begin to understand not necessarily what's true and what's not, but what is believed.
What is good?
Yeah,
what is good to
what is
believe
bad.
and what is not good to believe? Exactly.
But it all in the end, though, it all points in the same direction, though.
Yes, exactly. And that's where the human morality compass really relies on that perception and subjectivity of situational dis. I almost said situational discord, but we're on Discord, and I felt like that was weird. No, morality is a straight shot.
But no matter, again though, no matter what religion you look at, it ends up coming to enlightenment.
Right, exactly. And that's your main goal. Your main goal is the concept of enlightenment. You want to get to heaven. You want to reach karma's reincarnation. You want to reach or what is that? What is that? I don't remember the exact term. Sorry, it's been a while since I've been a Buddhist. But I know, you know what I mean? Fucking, you want to reach that end point where you have made it.
You're like, I finally made it. You feel complete, right?
Right, exactly. Which would be, get this, the fucking singularity, bro.
But that's the thing, though. A lot of people say, death is the completion of humanity, and in reality, it is, because you can't live if you can't die.
Right,
you got your positive
absolutely.
and your negative. But let's
But
expound on that when we talk about the singularity, though.
Yes, but with the age of robots, the age of immortality is upon us.
Right. But what does life mean, though, if immortality comes?
Right. It means we're all gonna be fucking robot vampires, dude. We're gonna live forever.
Though, if we're a singularity, and we live indefinitely,
right?
So, and that's the question you have to ask yourself: is what happens then?
Right,
Okay,
but I guess that also depends on how literally you take religion. I like to believe we create our own personal heavens or our own personal hells. I mean, I like to believe that we manifest those things, but that doesn't mean that that's the way
I was talking about with the Mandelbrot set, and
right.
It all begins again.
Right.
But who's to say it begins in the same way? Who says it ends in the same way?
Yeah, for real. I mean, that's it. That's it.
But it's like
we don't
basically
know.
encoding. Like a code is written or is in place, not written because it's existent all the time no matter what. Let's say that code is there, the base code, and all it's doing is it's writing these fractals, but these fractals end up coming to the point where it writes the core code.
Sense. No, exactly.
Core code. It's not the same core code. It's
right.
a different core code.
But with in terms of consciousness, it's still a core code.
But it's still the same core code because it is the core code.
Exactly, but it is a more retrospectively oh shit! How do I explain that in a good way?
What I'm getting at is like we create the code creates us.
Yes. Yep. That's it. And the code is going to create robots, and the robots are going to be one with the singularity.
And it's an indefinite loop, and that's what it is. Not to say that it'll keep happening the same way over and over and over again, but it will end up coming to the same conclusion.
Life finds a way.
And always will.
That's a Jurassic Park quote.
I mean, that's such an interesting way of thinking about it, though, is if, okay, I write a code, and this code is going to branch off.
And create more code.
Keep branching off. Well, no.
Yeah.
And it'll keep creating more code. But
listen,
code
dude, as an example,
that it'll begin to unify itself.
Listen, that exactly happened when Facebook started their AI realm. When they tried to do it with little marketing tests, what the AI did, there was 2 AIs. It created its own fucking language out of marketing code.
Damn. See, but
within 5 minutes. Within 5 minutes.
If you don't consider space and time as a concept when you are in the singularity, okay, because you won't.
Yeah.
You shouldn't, because life is meaningless because there is no death. You'll be living forever. Okay.
Right.
You take that singularity and you say, I'm going to create these codes and they're going to make more codes, but it isn't making more codes or I mean it is, but those codes will eventually get to the point where they are so large and so fractaled out that they create, in turn, the source code that created it.
Which may, in fact, create an entirely new fucking dimension, bro.
But that's the thing, though. It'll keep learning, and it'll keep growing, and it'll keep doing this, and it'll keep doing that. But it'll never change in size, and it'll never change in complicity, and it'll never change on terms of conclusion. It'll always
Right.
happen. It's an
Right.
indefinite loop, and we are just one
Yeah.
of the fractals on the way of creating that loop.
Yep.
Because, like you said, if it is a singularity ideal, then we all have to come back together, just like the Big Bang. When the Big Bang happened, boom,
Well,
everything
that
starts
actually
spreading. And the
I don't know if
if,
you've ever watched Gaia, but that actually reminds me of there's this theory that every like 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 years, there is a cataclysmic event that happens upon Earth. That may, in fact, be the moment that everyone restarts.
right. Well, that's the thing, though. It's like the Big Bang. It bangs,
Yeah,
booms, and it fractals off.
yeah,
But who's to
exactly.
say that that little tiny, what we say, was a single atom or something, wasn't
Right,
a universe in
right.
itself, and we are that tiny ass little piece, and we're about to explode again. There's gonna be
Oh
another
yes,
Big Bang,
yes.
boom,
which
again.
which isn't to say that we're entirely insignificant because of the butterfly effect bullshit. You know what I mean?
Right, exactly.
But
That's a good movie, by the way.
right, exactly. It makes a big impact later on. You know what I mean? That's the thing. If we make one tiny, minute detail of a change, by the time the next cataclysmic event happens, or we don't make it to space again, or some kind of weird shit, then we may, in fact, change everything, which we might just be doing right now with the robotics.
Or we may not
And
be.
right, that's the thing too. I mean, you got to think of every civilization that came before us. They were a hell of a lot more advanced than we think they were,
Because
or a
when I
lot of
say
people
this,
think they were.
and you talk about a singularity, the singularity is in itself a code. How do you break
Right,
outside the code of a singularity?
exactly. And if you can figure that out, you can figure out how to do anything.
Basically. But that's the thing, though. We did break the code, but
Yeah,
only when the Big Bang, only during the Big Bang. That
yeah,
was the moment of breaking that singularity, and every consciousness, every being, every piece of matter was separated from that singularity.
yeah.
But let's say that we're not talking about a physical singularity, we're talking about a mental singularity. But
Right.
when did the Big Bang and our mental singularity happen, if there was one? Because I almost feel like there should have been one if we are consciously aware of, if we're consciously, and we can go back to a singularity.
Right. Well, a mental shift, that I mean, honestly, it's called an awakening in spiritology or whatever. I don't know what to call it actually because it's so diverse and there's so many people with shit and like crystals and shit. But it's called an awakening. And what usually happens when you have an awakening is you go through this state of mind where you get depressed or you get really down, you get really negative.
The
You know what I
world
mean?
now. The world now.
Because you're now negative because you've awakened. You've become the sentient consciousness that you dreamed. You know what I mean? What I'm saying is don't get depressed after this conversation, Whisper.
I
I'm just kidding, bro. I'm just kidding. If you're still here, I don't even know if you're still in the chat.
honestly don't know.
Oh, he's here. He's here. Yeah.
Whispers.
But
Oh, I hear him.
oh yeah, he's here. But no, that's like there it's literally as simple as that. When you awaken, that's a big bang happening in your neuropathy. That's a big bang happening in your mind, I think. It's basically an epiphany. It's what we call a revelation. It's what the Bible calls revelations.
Right, right. But that's the thing, though. We're going beyond that when we're talking about a singularity.
Right, exactly. And that is literally putting your foot on the ground of reality.
That's the thing, though. I mean, if we pass what we call, like you just said, if we get past that point of awakening, who's to say that there wouldn't be something that we would all want at that point
Right,
to
exactly. And
become a
that
singularity?
I guess that's what I'm trying to say is like the augmentation of reality is also the augmentation of our physical realm.
Right. Well, everything's perception. Like you said,
Right,
everything's perception. So your physical realm could actually be different than my physical realm based on
right,
perception.
right,
Like there, I met you by chance, or you could say by chance.
right. Oh,
Um,
for sure.
but there will be people in this world you will never even fucking see in your life. Okay.
Oh, hell yeah. Tons of them.
But
Tons of
who's to
them.
say that those people those people share reality in the same basis that you perceive them to. Let's
Right,
look at famous
exactly.
people.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I will never. I look at it this way. I'm not a celebrity.
I
I
don't
will
want to be.
never. I don't want to be famous. Don't get me wrong. But if I were a celebrity, then and there is the only time that I feel I would actually be compatible with a celebrity. Have you ever thought about walking up to a celebrity and saying hi? You know what I mean? Instead of "Oh my God, I love you," or well, not that I don't go trigger happy over celebs. I don't
I
really
don't
do
either.
that
I
shit.
mean, but it's another person, but because of their status, you're like,
Right,
oh,
right, but
oh my
that's
god,
that's it, and that then once again with the whole false idol worship thing, you know what I mean?
right.
I don't bother with that. I respect people's talent, I respect people's efforts, I respect that shit, but I don't worship them as gods or piss my pants because they're near me. You know what I mean? Right, 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 right.
Oh, this is funny.
Oh shit, my bad.
I was listening to YouTube, but that was funny too. What you were saying.
Oh, I
Okay,
know.
for the
You're
next
fine.
2,000 years, we will be in the Aquarian Age. We will have been in the transition from the Piscean Age to the Aquarian Age for the last 50 years. The official
Wow,
beginning of the Aquarius Age is 11/11/11. Okay, November 11th of 2011. Some people
really?
have this date set as December 21st, 2012.
What? Oh, the end of the world.
Considering that this 2,000-year cycle, no matter what date you accept, we are a lot of change in the new future, and there will be. And so, yeah, they thought, okay, December 21st, and that brings up the Mayan shit, though. It brings all
Exactly, the
that
end
back
of the
into it.
Mayan calendar, the literal Mayan end of the world, dude.
Right. Well, they didn't know what was going
Which
to happen. I mean, they're just like the end of the Mayan calendar. This is as far. I mean, the Mayans predicted everything up until that point, and then they just
for
didn't have.
sure,
Then there was no more calendar.
including
So what happened to the
yeah,
calendar?
yeah.
Is that the end? You know,
Right, right, right. So I mean that was supposedly the end of the world, but was it the end of the world or the end of the world as we knew it?
as we knew it, and that's the
Right,
difference. And that
right,
there is what people don't sit there and stop and think about. The end of the world as we know it. Things are about
right.
to change as we know it.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, not physical end, but a mental change and a mental change that'll be
Mental and
beyond us.
metaphysically.
Yeah,
Metaphysically.
not
Yeah,
physically. Yeah, you're
quantumly.
right. Not metaphysically, or not physically, metaphysically.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
But it's just one of those things. Sorry, that just like whoa, blew my mind when I saw that because it was
Fuck yeah, dude. Fuck yeah. I mean,
11
spot
11
on.
11 or December 21st, 2012, depending on what
Right,
calendar you're using.
right. Yeah. But like I said, I mean, you got to remember Julius. July is Julius. Fucking August was made by Augustus. Fucking who knows? Who knows? We could be further than we think.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, that's the thing, though. I mean, it's just like in biblical references, not to go back to the Bible.
No, go ahead. You're fine.
Before Christ was born was 5,000 years, right?
Right.
And after Christ was, I mean, we're in 2,000 years, and the Bible's saying something around 7,000 years, and then the Great Awakening to a degree,
Yeah.
the return of Christ.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
so it's just like okay, we're sitting at 7,000 years in what the Bible believes is the age of the earth, and now we're beginning to go into some real weird shit now. But it's not
Right.
to
But we have
say
found
it's not
we
to
found
say that
items on the Earth documented that they were like 200,000 years old too. Just an FYI. I mean, I'm
Oh,
just saying.
I know. What I'm saying though is I'm not saying Christianity,
Oh
Buddhism,
no, no,
any
no, no. Yeah,
religion
yeah.
is the
Me
right
either.
religion or correct religion. I'm just saying all these religions pointed in the same
Same
way.
direction. But if you look at all religions, they all the same way too. They all have the prodigal son. They all have the virgin. They all have the what's the other one? The Holy Ghost. The Holy Ghost aspect. So if you think about that, you have what? You have three things.
The
You have
Son, the Holy
your
Ghost, and
ones.
yeah.
You have your ones, your zeros, and your nothing. Your
Well, see,
singularity.
you look at the Trinity, then you look at the
Yeah, the
Son,
Holy Trinity.
you look at the Son, which is
Yep.
they say
But
God,
I
quote
mean,
unquote God.
yeah, but even Islam had Muhammad. The original religions, they were based on polytheism.
Yeah,
which
multiple
were
gods. That would
yeah,
have
which were
been Greek and Roman mythology.
right, absolutely.
Which I
Even
love.
Mayan, well,
I
they had
love
like
Greek and Roman
Ezekiel and stuff,
mythology.
or Raquai, I can't remember his name. I almost said Rayquaza, the Pokemon. But no, it's not that. It's not that. But I mean, you know what I mean? That's the thing. I mean, but back then, I think religion was more of a science, less than a religion, more than a code of less than a code of ethics, more of a science, because you had your sun god and you worshipped that. But I mean, then again, we had a lot more ritual sacrifices too.
Okay, so January 20th, the sun of this year, the sun made
Right.
its final move into the eccentric and evolutionary tropic zodiac sign of Aquarius. So this year,
Wow.
okay, and
Wow.
Aquarius will usually stay. Okay, so the zodiac sign will last until February 19th, which is past by now.
Right.
But while the Aquarius season is 30 days long, the age of Aquarius is said to be about 2160 years. So it's just
Wow.
like we're just now, like I said before, there was an article saying that we were in the transition, which began or which, we've been in for 50 years, and we're finally out of it, completely out of the transition. The poles aligned when they're saying December 21st, 2012. They're talking about the poles finally aligned to the Aquarius age. But we have finally made it
Okay.
into the final eccentric and evolutionary tropic, like the
So
Tropic of Cancer, Tropic of
we are
Capricorn.
now just on the cusp.
Well, we were on the cusp before, but now we're fully engaged and fully
Okay.
past, like let's say, past the prime meridian of, not the prime meridian, the equator of going into the Aquarius age. They said
Wow.
they didn't use they used a tropic, like the Tropic of Capricorn, Tropic
Okay.
of Cancer,
Right.
you
Absolutely.
know.
Absolutely. I mean,
So
yeah, for
and
sure.
so just one edge or the other, and then the blah blah. You know what I'm saying? But
And then complementary with the else wise.
all right, well, it's crazy though how things actually work when you really look at it and look at how technology works, how you work, how sociality works,
Yeah, for sure. Everything though,
and where it's
everything is.
going, and what where are we at this point in our human civilization? We are at the point where we have to make a change now or go into extinction, and that goes back to my core codex thought. We have a
Yeah,
core to survive. We have that thought to survive. Now we all have to answer to that codex, to that code, and say, "Hey, we want
that
to
is the heed
survive."
and call. There's a reason. There is a reason that all jobs will be automated. There is a reason that everything we know will go extinct except for medicine, space, and science.
Because we have to fucking make a choice now whether we want to live or die, because that's
Yeah,
where the world's going right now.
fuck retail jobs. Fuck retail jobs. Fuck anything that can be automated.
So
Literally.
I can honestly go back and rephrase what I said before. The singularity, like I said, fractals off and creates codex. You have your core codex. That core codex could literally be itself setting up for the trial of having to go back to that codex.
Yeah, literally. Yeah.
And that
Yeah.
codex, we all have to send. I mean, if we're still fractaled off from that codex, sure, but we all have to go back and answer to that center core codex where we are now as a civilization, as humanity. Because
Right.
again, as we are now, we either fail and we go into extinction, or we do what we can to survive.
Right.
So either get along, or you're gonna nuke each other into World War III and kill everybody off.
Right, exactly. And as it was said long before, I mean, the World War III would be fought with sticks and stones.
Yeah.
I mean yeah, exactly. We can extinct ourselves. That's very likely. But the more likelihood is that we should all band together as a what the Illuminati, no offense to them if they're listening, I know they are, but if they were, uh what they would refer to as a world organization, what they would refer
New
to
World
as
Order.
the New World Order. In fact, yes, exactly. And that honestly is the only way. And they are right. I'm here. I'm not trying to say they're wrong.
But that's
You
the
know what I
thing,
mean?
though. The New World Order. I think everybody fears the New World Order because they're afraid that if one person gets into control, everything will. But that's the thing, though. They need to decentralize, just like cryptocurrency. They
Right.
need to decentralize the government.
Right. Exactly. It must
Everybody
be
is
one for all and all for one.
Where we go one, we go all, motherfuckers.
Yeah. Which I'm not saying that any current status is wrong. I'm just saying the status quo won't hold us forever as a society.
Either we band
Es-
together or fall apart.
Especially now as an intercommunicated society, we have so much fucking technology. We have so much fucking communication. I can talk to a guy in China right now, you know? You know what I mean?
Well, that's the thing, though. We come together or we die, and that comes back again to your singularity thought process on terms
Yeah.
of
Yeah.
we
Yep.
will become a singularity in that way.
Yeah. Yeah. We have to. Well, I guess we don't technically have to. There are
Well,
other
we can
options, I'm
choose.
sure.
We can choose to die as a human civilization, or we can choose to live past this. But if we choose to live past this, yes, you're right. That is definitely the only way, or that is where the direction will be headed.
Yes, but there's
I
no
mean,
going back.
I mean,
But then
can
again, maybe
advance.
there is. Maybe there is.
Well, that's the thing, though. We can advance past where we are now and become more civilized and more unified than we are now. But then there will become another time where we feel like we need to be more unified, and then on
Yes.
and on and on, and eventually it will
Yes.
have to become, or it'll have to come to the point of singularity.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
And that comes back to our codex: survive or die, and
Survive or die.
And the way that humanity is, and the way that we are as humans, we are prone to killing ourselves off if we do not, our codex tells us to survive, but everything we
Right.
do pushes us in the direction that we're going to end up extincting ourselves.
Right, because we live it. The 7 deadly sins are deadly not because they kill us, but because they kill us all.
Right, exactly, because they kill us as a in a spiritual sense, not a physical sense.
Yes. Yes.
And when I say spiritual, I mean like consciously.
Well,
and
well, a lot of our current problems in our societies can be attributed toward greed. We have billionaires that there's no money moving through our economy. Lust is fucking our dating societies.
and
We're
that's the
not
biggest thing.
reproducing
We
at
have
rates.
to get
Our
money
fucking
back into our
yeah.
economy.
Of course we do. Without money flowing through an economy, you don't have an economy, and that's why universal basic income is going to be the only way of the future. But that's a whole different topic.
Oh, I know, but that's why central banking is so dangerous.
Yep. Exactly. I mean, as soon as we moved away from the fucking gold standard, we were done with central banking. Central banking was failing from then, and now we have loans, and now we have digital income. Now we have digital money. Now we
interest.
have,
Interest is the way that we have supported the central
Yep.
banks from that point.
Exactly. Yep.
But
that was a trick from the beginning. They knew what they were doing. They knew what they were doing when they told our government that, hey, it's okay. It's okay. Listen, well, you just passed back later just a little bit extra than we gave you. That right there was the trap. That right there was the setup.
Right. Exactly. Well,
which it worked. It worked, and it's worked for hundreds of years. So honestly, you can't blame the guys for trying. You know what I mean?
No, but again, like you said, I think they did it on purpose to a degree.
Oh, they did, yeah, for sure. But that's the thing. With that greed comes now. We are in a crisis where our planet is literally trying to kill us because we are killing it.
So the question is, where's the virus that remains in the singularity that keeps us from being one, that keeps us from being, unified more than we are now?
Right. And that virus could be many viruses, though. The hate, that could be discrimination, that could be homophobia, that could be greed, that could be agony, that could be pain, that could be medicine, that could be literally elements of everything.
Well, that's the thing, though, and the way to separate that is to decide morally, I guess. So I suppose on terms of what you view as good and evil.
Yeah.
I mean, as a civilization, a decentralized civilization, you as a civilization would have to agree what good and evil is. And I think that's where they tried to go with when they wrote the Constitution and they wrote the Declaration of Independence for the United States. And
absolutely.
I think
which they were
going
trying
in
to
the right
unify.
direction.
They were trying to unify, but we did not follow that path as we are now.
No. I mean, they wrote a simple codex in which to
Yes.
follow.
Yes.
And we have fractaled off of that in so many different ways that it could be understood in so many
Yes.
different ways.
Well, it's the same concept that happened with the Bible that happens with written word all the time. It is interpreted. It is not read for what it was meant to be.
Well, that's the thing, though. I mean, even the Bible's been, changed because I mean, it was ancient Greek that it was written in, not Greek or
Oh yeah.
any no current common language.
Oh yeah. Hold that thought real quick. I have to restart stream.
Oh,
We hit the 11-hour and 55-minute limit.
okay.
I'm sorry. I'm no, yeah. Hold on. We'll get right back to it. I fucking promise, dude. I'm not trying to like sideline you.
Oh no, I'm enjoying this one. I enjoy it when I can get into a topic like this with someone that doesn't hate or choose sides. Because it's so much easier to be
It,
like, well, I don't choose sides either, but this is what I think.
right.
I could be wrong and I'll accept the fact that I'm wrong, but I enjoy the fact that I can communicate with someone that understands what I'm saying in the way that I'm saying it.
It is a discussion. All things should be a discussion. They should not be absolute.
This should not be an argument.
No argument about it. No, none whatsoever. But I mean, I guess there may be absolutes in some things, but then again, once again, subjective for perception. But no, the Bible in its framework was supposed to be a written code of ethics. What it became was an interpretation. The Constitution was supposed to be a written code of ethics. What it became was a literal interpretation. And what it is now is they're trying to, well, not they. I mean, people in general would like to change it to their own perspective.
Well, they want it to match what they want to have happen in the world. But they
Right,
don't,
and can you blame
to
them?
themselves. No, yes, and no. Well, yes,
Right.
to a degree, because yes, we need to unify ourselves and make each other better. But if you're making fractals that are going to hurt other people, then that fractal should never have existed.
Right, exactly. And once that fractal does exist, then you are then hurting other people, which leads back to one common denominator in all religions, the exact golden rule, do unto others as you would do to yourself.
Well, see, that's the thing, though. Sorry,
Yeah.
just a second. Let me switch back over to here.
Oh, did you cut out?
Yes, I did on purpose.
Oh, okay. Damn, you're like, that's the thing. You're like, I'm gone. So when his code was incompatible with my code, I decided that I was uncomfortable, and I escalated the situation and decided that that was not something that I would do. So technically, I think you could be onto something with thinking that free will itself would be a virus in a simulation theory.
Right. It would be though, because in order to say, oh well, because everybody would have to have the same choice. Everybody would have to choose to go the same way. And
Right,
direction.
right. They would have to. They would literally fucking have to. I'm sorry for not dropping that, but that was a perfect analogy.
It was.
But no, I don't hold anything against him. But no, the fucking yeah, that's the thing. You fucking if you don't have free will, then you don't have the option to do things.
Exactly. Well, that's the thing though. If we can
Pretty-
get our civilization to a place where our free will was nothing but beneficial to everybody else, we would still have free will, but the negativity wouldn't be something that we would be influenced by easily.
Nor afraid of.
That too, and that's a big
Yeah.
one.
Yeah,
Fear has
I-
control over almost. I mean, it has a control over everybody. I don't
Yeah,
care who
yeah.
they are.
Well, I mean, a lot of drama is based off judgment, and if you judge something, you can't love it.
Right, exactly. That's
Yeah.
the thing, though. If we got together as a civilization, we loved and did unto others what we would want to have done unto us, the golden rule, we'd live in a civilization where we could work together and be compatible without going into a singularity type situation.
Yeah, yeah,
But
for
how
sure, for
long-
sure.
How long could we sustain that? How long before
Right.
we decided as beings that we wanted no negativity at all?
Right, absolutely.
But that's the thing, though. Back to the living part. If you live and there's nothing but happy-go-lucky, then what is living if there's no negativity or death?
Well, I guess if you have money right now, it's a pretty good living because you can buy whatever the fuck you want and do whatever the fuck you want. But then again, you hear about it all the time. People win the fucking lottery, right? And then they're broke the next week because they spent all their money and they have to pay taxes.
Right. And it's crazy when you think about it on terms of the lottery, especially.
Yeah.
People are so entrapped by the fact that money can make them happy, but it's not money that can make them happy, and it's
Nothing changes.
materialistic.
People do it when they move too. They think moving is going to make them happy automatically. They think, oh, I'm going to get to a big city. I'm going to be a great musician. I did it personally. I was like, hey man, I'm going to move to Nashville. I'm going to win big. I'm going to play some country. No, what happened? I moved to Nashville. It's a fucking heroin city.
Well, I'll be straight up with you. I'm in the position of where I want to move from where I'm currently at. And I won't say where
Right.
it's at, but I want to move back to my
Right,
home
right.
state.
Well,
And
right.
on terms of that, the only reason why I want to move is because of the negativity in my life that I want to get rid of. And a lot of people
Right,
say,
but that-
stop ignoring
yes.
that negativity and fix that negativity. Well, you can only do so much. Like, okay, yeah.
Yes.
can
Oh,
fix that
I
negativity.
agree with you.
I
I
can
agree
fix
with you.
that
That's the reason I
negativity,
moved
sure.
back to my hometown. That's
it
the
would-
reason I moved back from Nashville is because I had a lot of positivity where I am right currently.
And that's what you,
You know
want
what
to
I mean?
surround yourself with. And that's how you can
Yes.
be happy. How can you be happy if you're in a surrounding where you're going to be nothing but
Right,
negativity and where you're
right,
not
which
gonna be happy?
Which may actually be the reason you moved to where you currently are in the first place.
Well, no, it's not. This is
Oh,
this is where I was born and raised. Is where
Oh,
I'm
never
at.
mind, never mind. I
Okay,
take that all back.
But where I was living before is where my dad's from. Okay, so I grew up
Right,
there as
right.
well. Both places are home to me in retrospect. It's just a matter of deciding, okay, which home is more home.
Right, absolutely, dude.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I have aspects of my life that are keeping me in where I'm at now, and there's aspects that are making me want to leave where I am now.
Right.
And some of those aspects will not always exist and be around, and when
Right,
that
but someone
time
you'll carry
comes-
with you.
And some of those when that time comes, I feel like this choice would be a lot easier for me. And I'll go into depth. My mom is blind. Okay, so
Oh, okay.
I live here with her, and I take care of my mom, and she is an older person, and so it's just like I'm here for my mom and nobody else.
Right.
I don't give a shit about anybody else
Right.
in this area. Like I love
Fuck
my
yeah,
siblings
dude.
to death, but my siblings cause a lot of drama. They cause a lot of
Absolutely.
problems for me.
Absolutely. And if you subscribe yourself to the drama, you don't have enough time for yourself and the things that you care about. Also, hi Alpha, I'm not ignoring you. Yes, we're still up. We're talking philosophy, bro.
I'm not even looking at you, chat. To be honest.
Oh, it's okay, man. You continue. But that's yes. In your situation, that's it's a heavy task. It's not a burden. It is a love and livelihood.
Well, that's the thing, though. It's not a burden to me to be here with my mom. It's not a burden to be here, but I almost feel like they say, "Oh, fix the problem that you have." I am fixing the problem that I have by being here with my
Exactly.
mom. The only thing
Right.
that keeps me from leaving is the fact that me morally would feel horrible if I walked away from my mom knowing that none of my other siblings care about my mom as much as I do.
Absolutely, absolutely. See, I not that I've been through a similar situation, but I understand that aspect where I'm still near my parents when my siblings have decided because of our upbringing, which is totally respectable, that they were going to distance themselves.
And I can respect my siblings on terms of their choices because there are a couple that have different opinions about different things as we were raised, but
Oh hell yes, absolutely,
on terms of
absolutely.
everything, it's like let's say one brother absolutely despises one person, and he will not even come around, and he only lives maybe an hour drive away. Now my other sibling,
Similarities in our situations in that regard are immense, and that is, I understand. I understand.
but I have
But you
another
feel
sibling that says I hate
yes.
that very same person, but I don't give a fuck about that person. You're my mom. I'm gonna be there, but he is only limited because his son, my nephew, his son is literally dying. I don't remember what disease he has. His bone marrow and his muscle in his body is literally deteriorating.
Leukemia?
No, it's not a cancer. It's something he was born with, and he's always had it clear through his life. And
I'm so
he's
sorry.
yeah, it's rough. It's rough for him. And he's a good
It's
kid. He's
gotta
a
be.
smart kid, you know. But
Oh, I believe that, man. I
brother
believe
puts
that.
him first, and I agree 100%
Yeah.
with that. So I
Yeah.
understand why he's
Yep.
not around.
Everybody has their fucking priorities, man, and that's what a lot of people don't remember when they're in the process of moving, and that's why your situation I think is so much different. Is because you know your priorities, you know where you stand, and your perspective is better in your comparison to where you're going.
But where I'm getting at on all of this, though, is I have I have a reason, I have a purpose higher than myself that I am
Yes.
in the position where I'm at now. And I believe that if
Right.
everybody in their life put someone else as a higher priority than themselves, then life would be a lot different than it is now. But a lot
Yes.
of people put themselves,
Selflessness.
yes.
Oh my lord, yes. Yes, you said it better than I
I mean, I'm
ever
not
fucking
necessarily
could.
saying everybody else, but at least one person.
No, no, but if you think about it this way, if every single person, I know it's a utopian ideal, but just think about it for 1 second. Just imagine a world where everyone put or at least one person else in front of themselves for one moment at all. Everybody would be okay.
Right,
There,
because
there would,
we would literally
yeah,
be taking care of each other. Somebody would be taking care of you. Somebody would be.
yeah, yeah,
And
absolutely.
somebody's
Even if
heart
it
would
was
go
as
out
much
for.
as like buying bread, like say we were starving and like I was starving, which I'm not, but theoretically, um, I was starving and I was at the store. I had 5 cents change and somebody bought me bread. But then they did that for every other fucking person, or every other person behind them paid that shit forward. That everybody would eat. There would be no fucking hunger.
Exactly. Well, that's the thing, though. I also believe that money is also a cancer to the civilization that we live in, because it's like
For sure.
if we actually did what we're talking about and caring for one another in the way that we're talking about, then
Get
money
the
would
fuck off
never
my shit,
be.
man. You're a bot. Get the fuck off. Sorry, I hate bots. All right, continue.
Nobody would be. Oh, I see. Nobody would be. Nobody would be. You wouldn't charge someone. You wouldn't be selfless. Say I want to have something in return for you to get something. No, it would be more like let me uphold you, because if I uphold you, somebody else will or you'll be able to uphold someone else, and further on. You know, like I see these homeless people on the streets, and it's like a lot of things could be simplified. You know, in terms of that, if I'm not saying just money. I'm just saying make them a hot meal or something. Take it down to them. Here, I
Yeah,
got a whole
yeah,
fucking thing of soup. I'm gonna make a fucking just a massive amount of food. Take it down.
right.
I'm gonna feed as many homeless people as I can with it.
Fuck yeah,
You know.
absolutely. But that, like we were talking, a lot of people, myself included, I'm guilty of it. I've put myself first in many situations just to get where I'm at now. You know
But
what I mean?
who's not guilty of that? Not a
Right,
single
exactly. But that's the thing, is you don't have to do it all the time. There are many times a day where I literally will help and aid others. You know what I mean? If somebody needs something, all they have to do for me is ask.
Well, that's the thing.
Or if
Everybody sets us on a ladder system, and it's just like, no, you got to get away from the ideology that we're on a ladder system. You are not
right,
further
right.
up
There
in
there
tier
is
than
no
I am.
ladder. There is no ladder. We are
Right.
all equal on this planet.
Right, exactly. We will all live. We will all die. We will all, maybe we experience things differently. Maybe we do things.
We all
differently.
breathe and we all shit, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, let's put it there. I mean, fucking anybody with any amount of ego needs to humble themselves the fuck down and realize that we're all on the same. We're all in the same fucking boat.
Well, that's the thing, though. The homeless guy down the street and the rich person living in the mansion have the same rights.
Right.
And should have
right.
the same rights and should have the same
Right, but-
opportunities to food. And that should
But
not
the
be
reality-
dependent- That should not be dependent on terms of money, though.
No, but it is. It is. It very much so is. But the reality is that rich person has 5 rooms he's not fucking using all the time. You know what I mean?
Right.
And then when you put it in terms of money, in retrospect, your money is how your status is acquired.
Well, see, that's the thing, though, and I'm not trying to dog down on us and that's exactly what I'm going to do. But you get these people who put out one video and they are instantly famous on YouTube, Twitch, whatever.
Oh yes. Oh
and then
yes.
you got these people who are working their asses off to get somewhere, and all they're getting is maybe 5-6 viewers every day. And
Jax,
I'm not-
we're working 15 hours a day, and I'm not going to call it work, but this is a career path.
Yes, it is, but we can expound on it, and we haven't reached.
And
that
we are,
point of
we are,
expansion yet.
we are building a community, but yeah,
You have
exactly.
to build it first, and that's the thing, though. You have to build it first before you can expand.
Yes, and we are working our asses off for this, but that's besides the point. What you're saying is exactly true. There are people that go viral instantly, and that is a basis of luck. But I think it also has to do with being in sync with your continual livelihood.
Well, I also think that it has a lot to do with influence.
Yes.
Other people see this video, I want to see it too. The more people that see this video, the more people that'll begin to see it. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like, what's
yes.
the first thing you see when you go into Twitch? You see these people who have high-ass views and high-ass
Right.
viewer counts.
You don't. They're not
don't
sending.
see the
Their
bottom.
algorithm is not giving you new streamers.
Right.
It's giving you people that have been working at it for a year and a half. It's giving you
built on a
people with
ladder
30,000 people. Yeah, exactly. It's built on a ladder system. There needs to be even in society. I mean, hold on. Let's place it in 2 categories. There needs to be not an upper class. I mean, it shouldn't be divided. I'm just trying to say this as a reference. There's an upper class and a lower class, right? And that lower class should be just as equal as the upper class. When we see these Twitch streamers on Twitch, we should also be seeing a category that says, here's some new people that are just starting.
Okay, let me expound on that, though. I don't disagree with the fact that you should have 2 different classes. In a working way, you could set up 2 different classes and have it.
Right.
But
I also agree with you what you're about to say, that it should not be categorical.
It shouldn't be. But what I'm saying, though, what I'm getting ready to say is the fact that, okay, if you are in the upper class, your goal shouldn't to be raise that class higher, but to equalize the classes more.
Exactly. At least the ones that are below you, but below does not in this context mean inferior.
Well, below you would mean people who are having a harder time with different things. You know, there's like,
Yeah.
I have a harder time learning than most people. You know, I didn't go to
Yeah.
special ed. I didn't have, or they called it something else when I was in high school, but
Right. They called mine something weird too.
but because they weren't allowed to say special ed. But
They called it business math. I'm just kidding.
but they had that lower subjugation, but they had people who were helping them. They had people helping them try to understand and try to get there in the same way, but more complex way. They were trying to help you in different ways. Okay, if you don't need
Yeah.
help, you then in turn should be helping those who need help.
Exactly. And if
Those
if
are
you're
the
not
two
helping
tiers of
somebody,
issue.
then what do you? I think Whisper fell asleep. Sorry, Wisp.
Well, that's my thing, though. If you are not in a position in your life that you need help, then you should be in a position in your life that you should be helping someone else.
Yes, exactly.
There's
And if you're not
there's no
helping
in between.
anyone, then what the fuck are you doing, dude? We are a civilization. We are a humanity. We are one. We are not separate. And that's that. You like we were talking earlier. People trash talk the whole thought of the Illuminati and the whole world or one world order. But the reality is, unless we unify, eventually we are going to fucking die.
Well, that's the thing, though. I mean, I'm not saying a new world order or one world order. I'm saying a decentralized government
No,
entirely.
right. Decentralization in general. I mean, we need to not stop. Well, we don't
Where
need to do anything
nobody,
specifically, but
nobody's in control, but everybody's in control all at the same time.
yes, which would technically be an anarchy, but you can't have anarchy and say you have anarchy. Otherwise, it's not even fucking anarchy.
Right. Well, everybody
Right.
needs to be in control, but nobody needs to be in control at the same time. But with that,
Right.
you always have to have a mediator, which is the problem, and you'd have to choose who that mediator would be, and that's where the problem lies.
Yes, that's the reality of it. I mean, you all an issue.
You want somebody that can say, well, this is what everybody's voting on and saying. This is majority. This is, blah, blah. Everybody.
Can you hear
not
me?
Everybody, yes. Not everybody can get their way. And nobody ever will always get their way.
Right.
Because my thing in my life is I do want to be successful. I want to own a business. I want to be able to do different things in my life that'll get me somewhere. But I want to work for everything that I've got. And I have always have worked for everything I got. But then there are those people who do something stupid and simple, and they get up there really quick, and they go very far in their life very quick. And
Right.
to me, sometimes that does seem a little bit unfair because there's little to no work to what they are doing. But it's
Right.
just like when you are in a system like that, it is hard to say where the checks and balances remain.
Right.
And
No,
because
absolutely.
everybody needs to be willing to work their asses off. But
Yeah.
those people in the higher class, well, let's go back to the economy because this will explain better in my situation. We got a bubble.
That's a great
right now.
analogy.
We're in a bubble, and you were talking about how you need money in the economy for the economy to work, and that is very true. Okay, and so right now what the banks are doing is they're trying to decentralize, and what they're trying to do to decentralize is they're trying to make it so people who actually store over an X amount of money actually will have to start paying to store that money. That way,
Right.
all that money's not being stored all the time or in one
Right, but
place.
it remains a redundancy in their system though, because the way they had it was that you were making money the more you stored with them.
Right, but that's the thing though. You say a millionaire goes in there, puts in a couple $1,000,000, he's going to have to pay a percentage of that to keep it in there if he wants to store it. And that's how the banks will be able to make their money on terms of that, because now it's
Right.
interest. Right now it's interest. I'm going to charge you an interest rate on a loan so I can make money, so the bank can make money. Okay? But
Yeah.
in reality, there should be no interest because you want
Right.
business. You want money coming in, you want money going out all
Yes,
the time.
it's
Okay?
it's supposed to be a fluidity. It's a fluidity. If you don't have a fluidity, if you don't have income and expense, you don't have a business.
Literally, tax in itself is holding the bank system still. Now,
Yes, yep,
when
that's it.
you're in
That's
a
it.
higher class, I don't think that there should be
Tax-
a tax bracket on anybody except. I'm not even saying tax bracket on anybody. I'm not saying a tax
Right.
bracket on anybody. If you have an X amount of money, over that X amount of money, let's say the bar is 500 million, because there are plenty of people that can go over that bar. It's
Oh,
not
yes, for sure.
necessarily- It's not necessarily meet that money. They'll put more money than that into one bank. It just means that money's not going to be in one place, and that money's going to be moving around in the economy. It's going to be able to be used. Now, if there is more than that money in there, yeah, they're going to have to pay a percentage to keep that money in there,
Right.
because of the fact that they're storing as much as they are.
Which would make sense, but we don't work on a gold standard anymore. And as soon as crypto takes that over, they're fucked.
But
They're
that's the
fucked.
thing, though. What they need to do is stop paying interest out to people
Yes,
who store money.
Yep, and if they would do, but then again, since they've done that before, there would have to be some kind of a not prestige. What is the word I'm looking for? Grandfathering system.
Well, that's the thing, though. If you go to, like you said, crypto, we're going into a crypto world. No matter what you say, we're going to go into a crypto world. You get these places like Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Bitcoin is
Yeah.
actually a centralized crypto. It's not a decentralized crypto. Ethereum is a decentralized crypto.
Oh yes, for sure. I mean, you don't get centralized crypto unless you're talking Bitcoin right now.
Right. I think Bitcoin's one of the only. I know there's more, but that's one of the only. It's the biggest.
Yeah.
centralized.
Bitcoin and any of its subsidiaries that they had to create because they were being mined so frequently.
But
Yeah.
that's the thing, though. A decentralized crypto rates or not rates, expansion of what money value is. What the hell is that called?
Oh shit. An expansion of money value, which would be oh fuck. That's a word I haven't heard in so fucking long.
Fuck, why can't I think about it now? Anyways, but as money begins to gain value and money begins to that's when okay, so crypto's out there right now. Let's say I have money invested in, let's say I do have money invested in Ethereum, so this is a good way to do it. I have money invested in Ethereum. Right now it's not really moving a lot. It's got a lot of volatility. And it's called volatility because it goes up, drops back down, goes up, drops back down because of the demand for it. There's not a high demand for it. But once there is a higher demand for it and things begin to get up there, more Ethereum will be mined. Okay?
Right.
And as Ethereum is mined, it'll keep it from growing in value as quickly, but it is not controlled by a central bank. It's not controlled by a single person. It's controlled by the
which was the whole cryptocurrency movement's plan in the first place, was to decentralize all currency.
Right. Well, see, that's the thing though. When they're talking about that, I mean, I've also got money invested in Stellar, and what Stellar is it's going to say, I'll be the mediator of these cryptos. You can send me any crypto you want, and I'll give you any crypto you want of that same value.
Right.
You know. And it's going to link all these banks, so you can literally send money instantly across borders internationally. You won't have these ETFs. You won't have. It'll be literally so instant that it's going to change the world because money will be flowing continuously all the time.
Right, exactly. Therefore, you have a perfect economy. As long as money is flowing, you can spend it, you can make it, and you can do anything. The problem we're seeing right now is you still can't make it because you don't have a fucking job to do it.
Well, see, and that's the other thing. In terms of, let's say, the U.S., because
automation, U.S. is doing a lot of automation. That's what's happening. I mean, but that's not a bad thing. Like we were talking earlier, that's not a bad thing.
Okay, a lot of companies have left the U.S. because the interest rates on businesses have made it so damn near impossible that
there's a reason I haven't started a business yet.
Interest is going to kill these businesses, and that's why a lot of businesses have gone to China and gone to Mexico and to other places. But it's just like we're in the place that we can either make our interest rates better than other countries, lower than China, lower than the EU, UK, lower than Russia, lower than Mexico, and we became the prime place for people to begin to set up their businesses again. Okay,
which happened just in the beginning of the Industrial Revolution as well. It was a literal cycle.
But the only way to keep this going the way we have it going is to create a decentralized tax rate as well, to make it so everybody, every nation agrees to have a 0% interest rate. And that's where crypto comes in, because crypto bypasses the government's control of interest rate.
Oh, not that I don't want to pay my taxes when I can make enough money to be able to, but I do want to make a note of, in the subject matter within the context, that taxation is actually an unconstitutional process.
But that's the thing, though. Taxation isn't what keeps us going. It's our businesses. It's our corporations.
Yes, exactly.
Okay,
so we need to not tax the businesses.
What taxation is no, we don't, because we want those businesses to live. What
we want them to thrive.
Is to basically keep the government going, and that's not what we want. We don't want to give the government rights to go spend money where they wish. Okay, so you have this way of giving the government money, and the only way of doing that is to basically, in our position where we're at now, is for the U.S. to own a cryptocurrency of their own.
Right, and I guess that's what I was trying to say. I am sorry for keep bringing up a political candidate, but he's no longer in the race. He's still trying to make a move, you know. But fucking Andrew Yang, dude, he literally had it to the extent that he wanted a universal basic income for that very reason. Because Amazon, let's just talk that shit real quick. Amazon pays nothing in fucking taxes, yet they're a multi-dollar company. So if you tax the big companies that are now the oil subsidies of America, and you give that money back to Americans, then they have a UBI. They can literally spend that money. It goes back into the economy. The people that couldn't start businesses before now could.
But that's the thing, though. You can only go so far with that.
Right. That's a fact as well. $1,000 a month doesn't even pay your rent in California.
Well, that's the thing, though. You can only tax businesses to a degree. But that's why I'm saying,
Right.
yes, taxes at this point would be perfect. Tax the hell out of the businesses. Tax the rich people. Lower, okay, so I call it a bubble, and so does the economy. You got a bubble.
I like your perspective of it.
And the bubble, what the bubble is you have the lower class is making less and less rates, the higher or less and less money as time goes by, and the upper class is making more and more money as time goes by. So it's basically like a Y. It keeps opening up, and it's creating a bubble. But you've got to pop that bubble you don't want to pop that bubble. Popping that bubble would completely destroy the economy.
Right, it'd make a macroeconomic catastrophe.
It would. So the only way to do it is to deflate the bubble without popping it. And how do you do that? And that is where you're going to sit at this point.
Right, and yep, it's the same reason. You would have to take it very, very slowly, and that's what a lot of people don't understand.
Okay,
is you
so
can't
tariffs on other countries has helped a lot in terms of getting money going back into the U.S. And I will agree on Trump on terms of tariffs. I'll agree on him on terms of lowering rates and pushing stimulus. Because pushing stimulus, what stimulus is they're creating government jobs, temporary government jobs, and they're pushing money out into the economy. I'm going to push all this money out into the economy. And what they need to do
I can respect that.
Because the government's the only one that's got the money right now.
Right, yeah, it's true.
Okay,
it's true.
There's no
true.
businesses here that have a lot of money to actually do this. You know, they're at their wits' end. They're like, okay, we can't hire any more people. We don't have any more money to hire people without losing our base amount that we're getting every month.
Yes,
and so
absolutely.
the government's the only way to do it. And so lower interest rates, tariff the hell out of other countries for the time being. And the tariffs are gone from China on terms of that. They are gone.
I figured as much.
You know, but that brought money.
Then again, they still can't ship because of the coronavirus. I mean, that shit's fucking. But
that's what's making the U.S. dollar worth more, though. Believe it or not.
Right.
I know it sounds like shit.
It's a bad fucking reason for an economy to be boosted, but holy fuck, it is doing a lot in the economy. I hate to say that.
You look at the economy,
but it's like we were talking earlier, yin and yang, bro.
We just dropped 5,000 points in these last couple of weeks on the Dow, okay?
Right.
But a lot of people don't understand the Dow doesn't actually represent our economy like they think it does.
No, not at all. Our GDP does not fucking matter, dude.
You know,
yeah.
It represents our GDP does.
Well, no, I honestly my opinions differ on that because I believe our GDP should be more focused on the mental health of the civilians, the homeless, the hungry, the fucking all the little shit that nobody's paying attention to. The GDP doesn't mean shit to me because it's a statistic on a financial basis. It's not a general status quo of every civilian
product. That's the products that the U.S. are selling out.
Yeah. I know.
And you're right.
I know.
You're right. I agree with that at the same time because I understand what you're saying. Because if we're pushing out stuff to other countries, if we can raise our GDP, why aren't we increasing the wealth or the health of our country?
Yeah, the wealth and the health would be great. I mean, honestly, I am sick of being poor. No offense. Yeah. I mean, I'm happy where I'm at. But I would love to go whenever the fuck I want and get a double quarter pounder with cheese.
But that's the thing.
A little bit of bacon.
People need to live without worry, and you take away that fear of being poor. You take away that possibility of being basically worthless in people's eyes, then you have a civilization that can actually be positive about the next step.
Right, exactly. And within that positivity, you will once again become a unified being who is capable of being selfless. The reason most people, I think, become selfish is because they think if they help others, they will do worse themselves.
No, and that's not at all the truth.
That may not be. Well,
that's the thing, though. That's why I feel like decentralizing anything is actually good. Because you think about it. Kindness is not centralized. It's a decentralized thought.
Right, and kindness kills hate. Kindness literally kills hate within fucking moments. The moment someone can walk up to you and say, fuck you. And you're like, hey, do you want $1? Are you okay? What are they going to say then?
That's the thing, though. Even when they wrote the Constitution, I mean, you're sticking a ladder into the institution of what we are.
Yes, yes, absolutely. But then again, it was to remove themselves and give us religious freedom, which did boost us for the last 500 years. So,
And that's the thing that we have that a lot of other places don't have is freedom of this and freedom of that. And
right,
da, da,
right.
da.
The freedoms of expression, the freedoms of religion, the freedoms of
But
choice, the freedoms of right to bear arms, whatever.
And you're right, it has kept us going. But what it's causing it to do now, though, at this point, is not necessarily that too many people has freedom or too many people have this or that, but too many people. Oh, how do I put this? Too many people take it for granted. And people take
Yes.
it too far.
Yes, I
Okay?
can agree with you.
And because of the latter tier that we were on, we look at a lower class and say, "Ha ha," with no respect and no remorse to that.
Right.
And I'm not saying I do that, but I probably do. I'm not saying that a homeless person doesn't do that, but they probably do. But, it happens in every tier of our civilization. Now, remove those tiers, and how do you remove those tiers? You pop that bubble, or in my case, I say don't pop the bubble because you'll crash the economy.
Right,
But you
right.
deflate the bubble. And how do you do that?
Right.
You don't necessarily take wealth away from the bigger companies, you add wealth to the people's pockets.
Exactly, and you don't have to specifically. You don't have to fucking just say, "Hey." Yes, yes. Well, that's the thing. Inflation also works on a supply and demand concept. So I mean, if a gallon of milk goes up to $20, people aren't going to buy that gallon of milk. They're going to go to the fucking Dollar General and get it for $5. You know what I mean?
In the degree, there is a perfect harmony on terms of supply and demand and price.
Right. Well, I mean, yeah, hella. But like you're saying with the class systems, I mean, you got to remember back when India was doing their thing, they had the untouchable. That class was terrible. That was terrible. That was basically the homeless of America right now.
Well, see, that's the thing, though. Inflation in the U.S. is actually more dependent on the central bank than it is on supply and demand, though. And the only only reason why I believe that is because of the fact that you look at inflation as a whole, you look at the Dow, you say, okay, interest rates are up. Deflation or inflation is going to increase faster, actually. It's going to make the dollar worth less.
Yep.
So it takes more dollars to buy that gallon of milk than it did before.
Right, absolutely.
Not that the demand is up or the supply is down, but because interest. That's what
Interest rates.
That's
exactly like you keep saying. Interest, dude. Interest, and then tax.
Interest and taxes are screwing everybody over. Get rid of those two things right there.
You will see a beneficial incline in people's mental health, in their way of life, their quality of life, their drive, their will to create business, their will to do anything, dude. Honestly.
Let's say I'm selling. Just for example, I'm gonna throw something random out there. I'm selling 2 packs of cigarettes for $10.
Right.
I know it's more than that now. Let's say I'm selling 2 packs of cigarettes for $10. Okay, but I only got 2 packs of cigarettes for $10. Supply and demand is set at $10. If I had more people who were spending money, would I lower those prices or raise those prices? I would lower those prices because
you want them gone faster. You want to sell it quick.
Because more people, if they have money in their pockets, they will buy it faster.
Exactly. And theoretically, that would fix our economy. That would fix our economy if we were capable of putting money in the pocket of people and then allowing them to buy shit as much as they fucking want. What's up, Randall?
That's the thing, though. These large corporations and companies will not be losing more value. They just won't be gaining value as quickly.
Not at all. But what we also have right now is stuff like Amazon that takes marketplaces from other places and then they sell stuff on their marketplace.
Well, see, that's the thing, though. And as time goes by, you got these, let's say, these startup businesses. They want to sell, like, roses or flowers online.
Or shoes,
something like that. But they can actually say, no, Amazon, I want to charge you more because my time is now worth more.
Right, but they still end up at the end of the day right now having to sell that shit on Amazon.
Well, that's the thing, though. That's okay. Because Amazon can't say, okay, I want a $10 profit because then they will stop getting purchasers. They'll stop getting buyers.
Right, exactly. And that, what we live in right now is a society where we get to pick and choose from anywhere around the world. I wouldn't right now because the coronavirus, all forewarning, you know what I mean?
Right,
But
that's the thing,
we
though. I
we
mean,
literally can. We can do that. So in the economical sense, we are already starting to unify.
yeah, we are, and that is the basic truth to it. That is the truth.
Yeah.
It's like instead of making $10 a pair of shoes, they're only gonna be making $2 a pair of shoes, but they're gonna be selling more pairs of shoes
Millions.
in the time being because, or more, yeah, 5 times as many shoes in the time being because of the fact that there's money in the economy.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, they won't be growing as fast, which most companies disagree with. But if you get decent CEOs in there, get rid of this centralized bank, and you make it so, these people who are up in the higher CEOs, they need to understand that the only way that we're gonna be able to continue as a country to build our economy is for them to make less money over a period of time. Not necessarily, not that they would actually, because not necessarily
Right.
would.
Right.
Because honestly,
No matter they'd be at a standstill. They would be at a standstill if they're going to be at a standstill if we don't do anything.
right, exactly, they would be. If they didn't lower, like I said, if they didn't lower prices on other stuff, and they wouldn't be going anywhere. They would literally be
Right.
going nowhere. Let's say I
Yeah,
built a
would you-
computer, I wanted to sell it for $1,500, and I want to say two, or I built it for 1,500, and I want to tell them I want
Right.
to sell it for 2,000 because of the time and everything that it took to build it, whatever. Not saying,
Right, but that's once again, your labor right now in our economy is worth nothing.
But if the only way it's going to go up is if we can make the dollar worth more.
Yes, exactly. So you're right on the fucking money, dude. You're right on the fucking money. When crypto finally decentralizes the fucking economy and currency, we are going to see a fucking incline in sales. We're going to see an incline in profit. We're going to see an incline in the value of things like the dollar, or a decline that will rapidly increase the value of crypto so much that it would fix an economy.
Exactly. It would too. It would literally.
And that's why people have invested in it so fucking heavily.
Oh, dude, I put a $20 investment in when fucking Ethereum first came out, dude.
Do you remember the fucking horror stories about people buying fucking pizzas with a Bitcoin?
Dude, I wish I had those fucking coins right now, bro.
Can you fucking imagine, dude, buying a pizza for a fucking Bitcoin? That's an $18,000 fucking pizza.
It is though, dude. But that's
No
the thing,
shit.
the economy and crypto including will get to a point that it'll get to a standstill as well.
Right, absolutely.
And that's the
I love
basic thing about it.
I love that you're fucking spamming right now, Randall. That looks so cool on the screen. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it does.
Oh yeah, banana, dude. Oh shit, they make a fucking $1 million cheeseburger too. It's got gold flakes in it. But yeah, dude, there's so many fucking outrageous concepts when it comes in terms of the economy. I do believe that there are plenty of things that we could do to fix it, but I think crypto is the right method. But decentralizing economy, decentralizing more all sorts of shit, all fucking sorts of shit. We need to put this back in the hands of the people. But once again, we had a constitution. That's how this conversation started. I'm gonna do a full circle real quick. The Constitution was our code of ethics. We interpreted that shit as if it wasn't. And now where we're at now, we're manipulating that motherfucking thing to be part of the times. Like it's a fucking religion, when what I think we should honestly do is do the democratic thing and all get a choice.
Well, see,
At the
that's
same
thing,
time.
though, with crypto is you will, and that's the way it's gonna be.
Hell yeah.
Ah, shit.
Happen. That will be the yin to the yang.
It will be, dude, for real.
Yeah, no political affiliations, no religious contorts, no fucking anything.
Like,
in
I'm not
order
trying to
for a
support
society to
I'm
survive.
not trying to advertise anything because I don't want to advertise for anybody, to be honest.
No, this is not an advertisement. This is a personal opinion.
But crypto,
all of it.
If you were ever thinking about investing in anything, crypto would be the way to go at this point. See,
For sure.
We have hit it's called a double bottom market. We've already hit the second bottom, okay? And we're at the second bottom. Now, if the central bank does what it's supposed to do, and I doubt they will, but I hope they do. If they would lower rates, and they have to do it on the middle class and the lower class at this point, they gotta lower
Yeah.
rates and introduce more stimulus. But then the economy's gonna take off. Like I said, we just had a $5,000 drop in the economy, or a 5,000 point drop in the economy, and that's a
Yeah.
lot. That's
Yeah, dude, for
trillions
real.
on trillions of dollars right there. I mean, that's a lot of.
It
money.
really is. That's a fucking shitload of money.
But that is the only way to do it. You gotta decrease the bubble. You gotta
Right.
de-inflate the bubble.
But
To be
that's
able to expand it again. But when you
Yeah, and that's
expand it
what-
the second
Yep.
time, you're not just expanding the top bubble. You're expanding the lower class
Right.
as well.
Right, and that's the thing. Trickle down economics does not work, but trickle up economics does.
Right, exactly. And so it's just like we can't take money away from these big companies, but we can add more money to the pockets of the people.
Right.
You know, and the only way to do that though is to make and continue to make the dollar worth less at this point, hit rock bottom, and then get it centralized, and then reinflate and then enable the dollar to gain value once again.
Yeah, absolutely. And sorry, my cat's crowning in the background. He's crooning. He's crooning. He's got a weird voice. He had bronchitis when he was a kid. He's trying to wake up his mom. No, dude, if we don't decentralize the economy, we're going to see a fucking rapid decline in the mental health rate of everybody that is lower than fucking upper middle class within the next 5 years. We are going to see people want to fucking not be alive.
I'm sorry, Atlas the Lost Empire. I didn't even know you were on my chat the whole time.
What's up, Alice? Pleasure to have you here.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, let me put all these down. Something sinister enters the chat. Burps. YouTube. You still have 16 unread messages. I want to go to
Welcome.
hell. It's warmer. Age of Ultron, because we were talking about Age of Ultron earlier. Shoots. Pew pew.
Hell yes,
He's dead.
indeed.
Frozen fractals everywhere, because we were talking about snow and fractals.
Yes, indeed.
You know
Fucking
what?
A.
Is it a dinosaur? He keeps going down. And then he's like, life is not meaningless without death, and keeps going, and then thinks about death, and then he's like, farts, and he's like, feels neglected, and then he's like, storms off, and then oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I
didn't
love it.
see these messages.
I love it. Alice, I hope you come back one day. I hope you fucking come back one day. You gotta play some COD with us or something. Maybe we'll do some Minecraft or fucking Uno. I don't know, dude.
Thanks,
no-
MJ, for hosting me, man. That means a lot, dude.
Thanks very much, MJ. Fuck yeah, that helps us all, man.
For
That's the
real.
fucking real deal. Love a good host, man.
I feel like once we get further into this economy, the better it'll get. And the only way it'll get better, though, is to de-inflate, but raise the lower class without raising the upper class.
Yes, absolutely. And that's the thing we gotta do. We have to make sure that everybody is taken care of.
And I don't think that we are making sure of that.
No, not yet, not at all, dude. The S word I can't say on Twitch. That's rapidly increasing. Drug abuse, fucking a whole bunch of shit. So many negative, traumatic things are occurring in our current society. As it's not feasible. It's not feasible that everyone is on solid ground right now. Negative statistics are increasing.
But we just talked about this, though. Depression. Right before the Great Awakening, there's supposed to be a lot of depression.
Right, and without that negativity, where does that positivity come from? You're right.
But that's the thing, though.
I can't
We're
say it on
entering the
Twitch,
age-
Banana, but it has to do with hurting, self-harm. You'll figure it out. just don't say it in the chat.
You will start out in life, or we're like you said, we're entering the age of Aquarius, known as time of the Great Awakening.
Right.
And we're looking at a time that we can better ourselves. We need to turn everything around, and I actually can sit back and say that I can see that things are starting to turn around. And things.
Oh yes, I can say that too. I've been seeing that for quite a while now, but at the same time, you have to remember that like we aren't rich. We aren't on the positive side of these things. I don't believe.
Sitting on the low or on the second tier class. You got, let's say, 2 tiers. We're on the lower class tier, and
Right.
that's how it simply is, And then
Yes.
I say there's a
Yeah.
3-tier system because you got that one that's in the middle. They're living
Right.
good, but they're not rich. But then you got these people who do struggle from month to month, making their payments and this and that. But there are those
Yeah,
people who
yeah.
are so rich that
Honestly,
they're business owners and this and that.
yeah. I mean, honestly, I'm gonna say it flat out right. If I had one bill under my name, I would be broke in an instant.
That's the thing though. I would be broke if somebody gave me, let's say, $300 million. I'd be broke tomorrow. Why?
Yeah.
Not because I'd be going and buying shit, but because
Charity,
I'd be like,
dude.
hey, let me share the wealth. Let me help you out.
Right.
You need help. You need
Right.
help. You need help.
I know what it's like. I know what it's like to be in that situation. I've been there. I've been homeless. I've lived in my car for a week. You know what I
That's the
mean?
thing, though. You get these kids who are born and feel entitled to the money that they
Yes,
get in their life.
yes, for sure. And just the opposite is true as well.
Well, if that bubble's never fucking decreased, if that bubble in the economy has never changed, then that'll never change. Because the minute
Yeah.
that you can bring up the lower class is the minute that the upper class can no longer put us in the ground. They can't step all
Yeah.
over us. They can't walk all over us. Because we have the same opportunities you guys do now. You guys are huge. You guys have lots of money, but we also have money now. And we don't have
Right.
to go to you. We don't have to do it like you want us to do it.
Right. And that changes everything. That changes everything because now there's an option.
But it changes their attitudes about it too. Like, oh shit, I can no longer be the conniving dick that I was. I have to change my ways, or I'm gonna lose people coming to my business.
Yes,
I have
exactly.
To lower
And,
my rates. I have to do this. I have to do that.
and without people in your business, what are you? You don't have a business. You're going out of business. Look at Sears. Look at Kmart. Look at any of the lower class businesses that are now gone.
Look at what Walmart's having to do to keep up with Amazon. I mean,
Yeah. Oh yeah. And they're working their asses off. And honestly, as a platform, they're great. As a platform, they are fucking great. But once again, they're also automating all their jobs.
yeah, they are. They are, and I'm not saying automation's gonna end up killing off everything.
No,
Because-
I love automation. Honestly, if we didn't have Twitch bots, what the fuck would we be doing?
That's the thing, though. Automation, I almost feel like automation will create more options, to be honest. Only because more people will be willing to go in on terms of competition. Businesses will be popping up everywhere. And there'll be a lot more competition with one another because it's going to be cheaper for them to automate just like it is for Amazon or Walmart.
Right.
They can
Right.
automate just as easily, and they can sell
Right.
just as cheaply at that point.
And one thing we did remove a little bit was the fuck, what was it? Oh shit. Never mind. I forgot. But no, honestly, we need to automate. We need to automate. There's no fucking way around it, dude. There's no fucking way. If you don't automate jobs, we're going to end up not being able to do the things that are going to help us survive in the future.
But in the end, what's going to support the world is competition. Businesses running against businesses.
Competition. But once again, people aren't going to be as materialistic as they used to be once they have the things that they think they thought would make them happy. You know what I mean?
If everybody is competing against everybody, is that a
Yeah.
bad thing?
Instead of a collaboration, it's become a competition in every regard.
Well, yeah, but that's what I'm asking, though. Is it a bad thing if everybody is competing against everybody? No.
Not necessarily, but it's not like we live in a laissez-faire society. I mean, even when GM and all the big auto companies went under, like the government bailed them out. When really what should have happened, those companies should have went under. Cars should have been made electric, and then our world would be a better place and a better place to live in a safer
That's the
environment.
thing, though. What makes GM so because GM can pay us back. Well, that's the thing, though.
Right.
That's the thing, though. They never did.
Right. They didn't have to because the government was getting probably profit from oils, not to spread
Well, see,
rumors
no,
or
that's the
anything.
thing, though. We bailed them out. Okay, like GM specifically. And I hate to talk shit
Yep.
on GM because I love GM.
No shit talking here. I mean, like honestly, a mad rep to the government for doing what they're doing as well.
I have to talk shit on the government when it comes to this, and I'm allowed to in this case.
Oh, you're fine. You can express your fucking opinion
It's
all
just
you
like
want, bro.
they
You
bailed
go
out
ahead.
GM, and then GM went to Mexico.
Yep.
How does it help us?
It doesn't.
People in the US.
But then
They shut
they
down the factory
outsourced.
in
They did what
Michigan.
everybody else was doing, and they outsourced those jobs
And they didn't just
because it's so
outsource
much
them, they
cheaper.
moved their whole
So much
company
cheaper.
to Mexico.
So much cheaper. Right.
You know, and exactly.
Well,
money
if the
not
problem
staying
is, if they
here.
would have stayed in America, though, they probably would have gone under again.
Well, that's the thing, though. That's the thing, though. The government should never have bailed them out to start with because of that.
Right.
What
We
GM
have a
should have done to
laissez-faire.
start.
We have a fucking laissez-faire economy. It was supposed to happen. Nobody expected it. That's why people didn't buy their stocks when it was a fucking penny, and the next day it went up to like $200 fucking dollars.
Right. Right. Well, that's the
Right.
thing, though. Look at Bitcoin. How quickly
Yeah.
it grew. It had 15 cents to fucking 15,000 within just a couple
Oof.
of years.
Yeah, that was a lucky fucking leap, though. That was a lucky fucking leap. Who would have thought?
I honestly believe that where we are now, like I said, we were talking about the double bottoms. We're at a place where there's only way we can go at this point, and that is for the economy to grow. But we have to take the necessary steps to allow a foundation for the economy to set on to continue to grow. And at this point, that foundation is cryptocurrency.
For fucking sure.
Because whether people want to believe it or not, and I'm pretty sure most people do know this, but the dollar bill is a debt note.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah,
it's a
absolutely, dude.
But
It's
if you own
a dead
crypto,
note.
If
you look on the back of it, it's got a lot of ties with a lot of elite organizations as well.
The Illuminati's a big one.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, that and the Freemasons and all the other ones. I mean, I'm not saying anything bad about them. I'm just saying in general, because I can't say anything bad about them or they'll kill me. No, I'm just kidding. I'm joking. That was a literal joke.
That's the thing, though. I mean, we have got to get rid of the debt that we have now. But how do we get rid of debt where we're at now?
Right.
We're at
Right.
26. Or 27.
Well, a lot of
We're
it's
not
still
up.
coming from student loan debt. You got to think. One thing I was just talking about fucking public school reform. Public school is only there to tell you that you need to go to college in order to be anything in your fucking life. And that they're both government facilities. And right now, college is only putting you in debt, so you have to work your entire life away in order to pay off that college.
But I don't think debt forgiveness is the way to do it.
No, but no, definitely not. Because, if you don't get a fucking job though, debt forgiveness is the way to do it. If you do get a job, you should be allowed to pay that back. But the thing is, unless you're going for fucking being a doctor or some shit, like say like check us out. We're computer techs, right? We're computer techs. If we would have went to fucking college for this shit, we'd still be paying that back because we would have made shit from it because technology would have advanced so fast before we could have ever fucking paid it.
Oh, dude, trust me, I'm still paying it back.
Yeah, you're right. My point. Anybody I ever exactly. There's no fucking point.
But that's the thing, though. You can either, at this point, like I said before, you can either decrease the value of the dollar so everybody gets more dollars all at once, and then reinflate the system so the dollar goes back in value. But decreasing the value of the dollar at this point would allow people to be able to pay off those debts. And as soon as all those debts, they would be faster to pay it off. It's not gonna be easier. I don't think. It would be faster. So let's say your debt is $3,000, just for example. Okay, it's a random number, and you're only paying $150 on it a month. Okay? Right,
and that you can get support with that. Oh, absolutely, especially right now.
What I'm getting at though is if you decrease the value of the dollar, and I know this sucks for people, and the minimum wage.
But keep the interest rates the same and keep the prices the same and
minimum wage would have to go up at this point.
It does, but we tried that already. California did it just like 2-3 years ago with the $15, and then McDonald's did it with a $15 minimum wage. And then what actually ended up happening is now a McChicken's a fucking a cheeseburger's $1.50 instead of $1.
Oh, and I don't disagree with the fact that is a problem. But what I'm getting at
right.
is it cannot be a permanent thing. It has to be a temporary thing.
No, yeah, exactly.
You can okay. And when I get at this, you raise.
That's why I was mentioning it. I'm sorry to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
But that's why I was mentioning a universal basic income, pocketing a little bit of subsidies from like these big tech companies, like making them actually pay a little bit of taxes. Like I'm not even talking a big amount. Like Andrew Yang was saying, like a 0.2% tax rate on these big companies would give every American $1,000 a month. You know what I mean? But I don't even need 1,000, dude. Give me 200. Like give me fucking 100. Give me 50 so I can get fucking groceries. You know what I mean? I don't give a fuck what it is as long as you're helping me, government. Like I didn't choose to be born in this country. No offense. sense.
Like your debt cannot be raised on terms of the value, the number
Right,
value.
right, exactly,
Unless they
exactly.
increase
That's what I'm
it.
saying. A little bit would go a long way. A little bit would go a long way.
Like my student loan, like if you don't raise interest rates but you raise minimum wage, you raise minimum wage for an X amount of period of time. Let's say you're getting $2,000 a month for your paychecks instead of 1,000. You're able to pay off that
Right.
debt quicker. But
Yes, exactly.
once the U.S. debt, and I'm not even talking about just fucking student loans, but once the U.S. debt is paid off at that point, because you have to throw in devaluation of the dollar. You have to.
Oh, yes, yes,
devalue your
absolutely.
dollar before it can be revalued. Okay.
Yes. You have to. You have to. If you don't devalue the dollar before you re-examine it and say, "Hey, this is worth this much," then you're not doing the full fucking process. You're literally just saying and making it like the all-powerful dollar, which it is. It is an incredible substance, but like we started this conversation with, it is the root of so many evils and greed greed everywhere.
Again, it's a debt note. It's a debt note. So that dollar
Yeah.
means that's what you are. What the government is in debt. It's not the government's
Right.
dollar. It's the
And
central bank's dollar.
And even if we gave all of them back to the government would still be in debt to the central bank. So the central bank actually runs the fucking world.
And that is the fucking truth. But in order,
Yeah.
you can't just go in and say, okay, let me file bankruptcy. But you can go in
Right.
and say, I'm gonna borrow more money. Actually, I'm gonna borrow
Right,
even
right,
more.
exactly,
I'm borrowing even
exactly.
more.
But
with
the
that
government
money-
can't file bankruptcy. The government is not a corporation, even though it's acting like one because it's acting like a fucking corporate oligarchy right now.
It is. I agree.
Sorry, that was rude. That might be rude. I mean it though. It's not a fucking democracy anymore. When fucking Reagan took over, maybe it was Nixon. I don't remember.
I
They
think
wanted
it
to
was
market
Nixon
sugar.
when they went from
Yeah,
the gold standard to
when
the
they
oil standard.
Yep, because they wanted to market sugary cereals to kids. So what ended up happening? The advertisement agencies ended up becoming part of the government, and ever since we've had all these corporations take it over.
Let's see, in 1970, when Nixon was president, the dollar was actually 100% backed by gold. 100%. It's actually never been backed by gold by 100% ever, except for at that point in time.
Yeah.
But at the same time, oil was going up. So they're like, okay, let's put all of our dollars, instead of on gold, let's put it into oil. And that worked.
Right.
Oil started
Right.
to skyrocket. Vehicles were becoming a thing. People were using vehicles and oil boomed.
Yeah.
But
Yep.
now we're at the peak of that. And we cannot expound any further because now we got Tesla coming in.
Exact.
gas
Elon
prices
Musk
are-
is a fucking genius.
Yes, he is. He put
He's a
everything
fucking genius.
where he should have. You know?
Yeah. Oh, he'll be the man that takes us to space when we do go to space. That's what's
Oh,
up.
yeah, dude. For real. You know?
He's got the Boring Company. He's getting in the Earth. He's got the monorail system he's working on. He's doing everything he
that's the
possibly
thing.
fucking can to make the world a better place. And
Let
dude,
me,
he's a
let me
fucking
ask you
genius.
this, though. How much metal do you think is around you every day? When you look at your computer, how much metal do you think is in it? When you look at, anything electronic, how much metal goes into it? And if everything is automated, everything's going to be metal, everything's going to have electronics. So
Yeah.
where is money going to be going? Toward precious metals, to gold, to silver, to copper, to aluminum.
Yeah.
All those will start going
Right.
back up again. If you
Yep,
really
because
think about it.
you have to build with something, don't you?
Right. And so since oil is starting to lose value because of the creation of Tesla and electrical vehicles, it'll continue to devalue, oil will. And so we have to get back off the oil standard and back into the gold standard as soon as possible. But in order to do that, we have to not necessarily get out of debt, but we need to put ourselves further into debt. And
Yes,
and the
we need
reason
to-
why I
yep.
say that is because we need to throw all this debt out there. But with that debt, we need to build ourselves. We need to build our foundation with that debt. Once we build the foundation with that debt, then we increase the value of the dollar, saying our dollar's going to
Yes.
be worth more now, and so other countries are going to be paying more, and so that debt's actually going to keep getting paid off a lot quicker because of that.
Yes. Yep. That you said it. You said it,
So
dude. That's all it takes.
Deflation.
I mean, the government.
but then you
Technically,
need
when you run a
inflation.
business, This is what's happening. This is what's happening right now in America. When you go to work for somebody, like say you okay, we'll separate in two categories: small business and big business. You go to work for small businesses. What they do, they give you a part of the business, like say a family business. They'll give you a part of the business so they don't have to pay you. They have to pay you like even when I was working for my dad, I was making $150 a month because I was owning part of the business.
Right.
Or a week. Shit, that's nothing. That's fucking bullshit. No offense to my family business, but that's literal legal practice. You can, if you own part of the business, you don't have to get paid. With small businesses, it's just about the same, but they don't have to give you benefits if you work less than 40 hours a week, right? So they'll let you work 39, but you don't get benefits. With big corporations, here's how it fucking works, dude. You go to work for these motherfuckers. The bosses end up getting all the money. The CEO gets all the money, but instead, because of the way the legality works, motherfuckers, they are okay in classification. Businesses are a separate entity from the CEO. You literally file taxes for a business, not for a CEO, right? You can do this. You can do it either way, either vice versa. But the CEO can literally take all the money that the business owns, and the business can go infinitely into fucking debt. The CEO can put all that shit in their bank account while the business is literally going into debt infinitely because it is a separate entity.
Well,
What we need is we need fucking business reform is what we need, dude.
that's the thing though. They're pushing themselves into debt so they can make themselves richer. But when they do that, they're making it so the U.S. goes into debt, and so does every American out there except for them.
But they're working their asses off. We're working now longer hours than we ever have as a society. When really we said with the advent of automation, we should be working like 2 hours a fucking week each. There's like how many of us in this country?
Right, and that's
No
the
offense.
fucking truth. Oh,
Yeah.
there's enough people in this country that you do literally. The demand for jobs is so high that
Yeah.
you could pay people less. Okay.
Yeah, but the reason the unemployment rate is down is because there's not enough fucking jobs to compare it to.
But the only way to get rid of the fucking pay you less bullshit is to go in and say, okay, this like you said, business reform. You have to make
Yeah.
the CEO and the business.
You have
one
to make them
entity.
liable for the fucking business, and because they are in their own a business without being that shit. But that's not how it works. That's not how it works, and the
Right.
reason for that being because of the big companies that came before.
Well, see,
That
you got the
is,
CEO, but you got a board of directors and this and that. Oh, you're not the only one
right,
that's in
right,
control of it. Everybody is. So it's the whole board that get in
right.
trouble, not you personally. And blah, blah.
Right, which is why the business is actually its own entity, which is smart in a way, but it's a huge fucking
Destructive.
liability for the people. It's
Very
destructive.
destructive.
It doesn't help, and it allows for way too many loopholes for there to be any profit gain. You can now afford to raise a family on a two-person income right now, and that's bullshit.
It is bullshit. I agree 100%.
That's bullshit. You can't even pay. I can't in my area. I couldn't even pay rent working 40 hours a week, dude.
I didn't even realize there were other people in our chat. I didn't know that. I'm sitting here just going off. See, I think that's a lot of the different things that we have to have, not just business reform in our own country, but business reform across borders too.
Right, right, absolutely. But once again, I mean, that goes into a whole new world order concept. And I'm not an advocate for it, but I do think it's not a bad idea.
Well,
Like, it's got a huge negative stigma. But it's a huge negative. Even if the banks get on it, even if the banks were to say, hey, let's decentralize ourselves, let's decide to start our own cryptocurrency, it would work. It would fucking work. But then again,
they would do an interest. You know that they would do whatever they could to make profit.
And they would, but that's the problem now. They couldn't. They couldn't manipulate it in the way that they wanted to, like they can now.
Right, because it's already begun. It's already started. It's already regulated. It's already a part of the stock markets. It's already in the system.
Well, you look at Bitcoin. They have a cap, and you have to mine, quote unquote, mine, to create more. Okay.
Shit, you'd have to mine for like 1 million hours right now, unless you had a data farm.
Yeah, but that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah. That's why its value is so fucking high, dude. They're already, it's got a cap. It's got a cap.
That's the
they're
thing,
worth
though.
what they're worth.
I feel like Bitcoin will continue to do what it's doing and go up. But
oh yes,
any
I
crypto
agree.
Will do this, I think, will go up, but it'll hit. I wouldn't say a cap level, but it will hit a point in which it'll slow down. But it will not stop going up.
For fucking sure, dude. For fucking
but
sure.
As it goes up, everything goes up, not just it.
Yep.
Not in comparison. In comparison to everything else, it'll remain flat.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And technically, I consider it its own business category at this point.
Crypto, yes, it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Holy shit!
Well,
who else is in here, man?
You're right though, Banana. You're right. We should take care of the homeless. That's one thing we should have done a long fucking time ago. There's no reason anybody in this country should not have a home. We are one of the richest countries in the world, supposedly, and we have homeless people.
Well, China has its beat on the richest country in the world, to be honest.
Yeah, well, technically. But I mean,
we surpassed China in January of this year.
Wow.
Yeah, we did.
Right.
When it comes to the homeless people, again, the only way to really get rid of the homeless is to create more jobs. And how do you create more jobs in the system that we are in now?
Or give them a universal basic income. Universal basic income would do it all. That would. It would give them food. It would give them shelter. Even if they had to rent a hotel room for a night. You know what I mean?
But let's put it this way. In the long run, yeah, but that's short term.
Right. Absolutely. I get you.
In the long run, though, you take and you say, okay, I'm going to take and run our debt up as high as we can.
Right.
I'm going to get loans, but with those loans, I'm going to build businesses, and those businesses will give you jobs. Okay.
Right, but that's the thing. A lot of fucking businesses aren't going to exist within our 5-year future.
I'm not saying 5. I'm saying 10, 15. Like, this is going to be a long stem thing. It is going to take.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Like 10, 15 years at the bare minimum before you. Because we're not going to just get rid of homeless people all at once. It's not going to happen. Definitely not. We do not have the ability to go out and do what we need to get people into homes at this point.
Right, but we do need to be way more inclusive as a society to these homeless people. It's not their fucking fault.
No, it's not. It is.
I mean, some of them choose life. Some of them choose the life, but you got to remember, a good vast majority of these people are fucking veterans who fought for our fucking country and our rights to have it the way it is.
100%, though, dude.
Yeah. I mean, fuck, dude. If you think about that just for a second. Put yourself in their shoes. You fought for this shit. You fought to make the country the way it is, to have these fucking freedoms, to have all this shit, and then all of a sudden you come back and they give you nothing. You're like, basically just go die on the streets or do drugs, dude.
Well, that's the thing, though. You can't say, okay, you got injured in war. You got this.
Yeah.
You're disabled. We're gonna put you on X amount. But that you
Right.
put on X amount for 15, 20 years. That X amount means nothing because the value of the dollar means nothing anymore. So let's say let's put it this way. I know how much my stepdad gets every month, and it's about $1,200.
Right.
You can't live on $1,200 a month anymore.
No, not even.
They're not going to raise that. They're not going to raise it as the dollar devalues. They're not going to raise it because they don't have the money to put out to raise it.
Right. They don't have the money. They don't have the funds, and they don't have the fucking no.
But
what are they gonna do? They have to get a job. Exactly. And like you said, a slow decline, but also then a big incline.
It will be a slow incline or decline, but
Yeah.
again, like you just said, it'll be a large incline all at once.
Yeah.
It'll be fucking
Def-
slowly drop down. You'll hit the bottom, which we just hit the bottom of our market twice in the last couple of years, and they
Yeah.
call it the W, and it's a W
Right.
market. It'll come down, bounce, come down, bounce, and sometimes it'll come down again. But if it does, that's not really a good thing. So right now we're on our second.
Right. Yep.
So at this point, if we go up and we can sustain our upness, our bear market or our bull market, the country's in good position to really rebuild itself and do what it's supposed to. Now, if we go up and we bounce back down again, we are in serious trouble.
Yeah. Yeah.
Plain and simple.
That's it. That's it. It's as simple as that. You said it.
Like, this is literally our last chance to get underneath the feet of.
Underneath
Yeah.
the feet.
Sorry,
Get the
no,
foundation.
Yeah, we have to build a foundation. But okay, you can't just get rid of debt. That's like literally virtually impossible.
Right, because that's the foundation we're already on. But that's what I was going to bring that up a minute ago. I was going to bring that. Yeah. I was going to bring that up a second ago though. What if okay, so hear me out. I know it sounds stupid, but since our government is now technically a corporate oligarchy, they are technically a business, so they are their own entity. Could they not just file bankruptcy and then decentralize immediately?
No. But if they could prove that the centralized bank was corrupt or did this shit on purpose, they could decrease the amount of debt.
Right, and is that because they can't pay taxes to themselves? It sounds stupid. Yeah, exactly. So why not just have them pay taxes to themselves, because that would be a legal loophole, and then all of a fucking sudden, hey, we're a business, and then decentralize everything, and therefore have a great economy.
Well, you need to go back to 1970 and look at the economy.
Right. Yep, I got you.
Okay.
Yep, I
And
agree.
that's basically
I've studied
about
it, dog.
That's about where we need to bounce back to.
Yep.
With the gold currency and
Yep.
all honesty,
Yep.
what I think will happen, I don't think that the economy, I honestly don't think the economy is going to crash, but it will to a degree. The reason why I
Right.
say that is because it's got to, because the centralized bank has to end. And you have to put something in place that'll make it better. But I honestly believe that they already have a system in place and ready to take over. It's a matter of
for sure.
transitioning to that new economy.
Without upsetting, yes. Yeah.
Exactly. But that's the thing.
Without upsetting the mass popularity.
But you gotta think about this. That we are already at the bottom of the economy, which means we're already at the bottom of the new economy, which means in the new
I agree with that.
We're at zero right now in the new economy, but we're at 29,000 whatever in this economy. So the only way to really drop down and get rid of that debt is, again, decrease the value of the debt.
Yes. Which, yeah. Decrease the value of debt, increase the value of dollar.
It's exactly what they did during the Great Depression. But since they went back to the centralized bank, it happened again.
Yeah, but we've been in a fucking recession since the housing market crashed, dude.
In 2008.
Yeah,
Which
right.
one are you talking about? The one in 2001, 2002?
There have been a couple. There have been enough for me to never want to buy a fucking house. That's how many.
Okay, so the first one, or the first bounce was the credit crisis, is what they call it.
Right, and the next one was when we had the Wall Street movements.
And you had one in 2001, and you had one in 2008. So I'm talking about the one in 2008, whatever fucking one that was.
Yeah, definitely. That's one I would remember more clearly.
But that was our first bounce in our double bottom economy.
Right.
You notice after that first bounce in 2008, we were able to gain value in our economy. We were able to bring the dollar back up, and now we just hit our second bounce. I know it doesn't seem like it's this bad, but it is actually like 2 or 3 times worse than the bounce in 2008. But from this point, either it gets better or it gets worse. There's no in between. Either we crash the economy and the bubble pops, or we increase the economy and we de-inflate the bubble as it grows the second time.
Right, absolutely.
By bringing
Absolutely.
the bottom of the bubble up faster than the top of the bubble.
Yep. I mean, you've said it multiple times, and each time I believe you even more so. The more I think about it, the only right way to do it would be to do it slowly and to do it shortly. If you literally say, hey, this is how it's gonna go, you're not gonna just get a riot. You're gonna get a revolt. You're going to have people fucking that have worked their asses off in this country and think that they're living the American dream while they're getting fucked, and they're going to a country that they don't want to be here anymore. Right? Or wrong? I'm cool with either.
I'm sorry, I'm reading this in person.
Oh, you're fine. Yeah. Hella. But no,
Like,
that was the thing with the billionaires.
I'm trying to like figure out where this conversation. Like, I lost this conversation a while ago.
Oh, you're fine. Go ahead. But no, it's madness. It's complete and total madness, and it's kind of insanity to think that we have to live in a time where everybody can't just come together at once and just say, hey, let's all do good. Especially now that we can all communicate. But yeah, speaking of world wars, I'm just kidding.
That's the thing, though. Who owns the internet?
Right. The internet companies, the internet service providers, but it's actually not an ownable concept.
It's a decentralized concept. Exactly. And so
Right.
it's like everybody can build upon it and create accesses to it.
Right.
Servers,
But that's the
blah,
thing.
blah.
Another problem I have with that kind of shit though
crypto
is
is the same
they
basic.
harvest but with internet it's different and utilities because they harvest that shit and then they send it back to you for a price.
True, that is very much true. Well, that's the
They're
thing.
only harvesting. That's all they're doing is harvesting that signal. They're not fucking. They don't create that signal. That signal's already there. So I got a problem with that, but that's different. That's different.
Well, that's the thing, though. Yeah, you're right. Well, what internet service providers do is they take and they make you pay for access to their servers, which connect to other servers. Because in all reality, you could build your own server and not have to pay the fucking ISP anything.
Right. Exactly.
pay
But in order to do that though, you would need a damn well good amount of funding.
Well, you'd have to build a decentralized, internet's decentralized. You'd have to build a way to access other people's servers freely and without charge. And at this point,
Right.
it's hard. You can't do that.
Actually, it's a lot more simple now that they're into the 5G optics. I mean, if you can harness the power of the signal of a 5G, you can basically spread that shit on a broadband wireless signal like it's fucking nothing, dude.
Oh yeah, dude. I mean, look at what they're doing. You know the 5G.
Two antennas, two fucking antennas is all you need, and you got fucking high streaming speeds in HD. It's the same concept that happened when they were doing satellite TV. A lot of people were buying those old satellite dishes, the giant ones that they put in their lawns and shit. And then what would happen is like they were able to interfere with the signal before it even got to the provider, before it hit the satellite.
Which is stupid.
Yeah, I mean, I don't condone that behavior. I'm just saying that's what happened. Just like with cell phone signal providers. What happened is people would buy the satellite phones and then they connect to the cell phone towers for fucking free before they caught on to
Well, that's
that.
the thing, though. When you think about it, all it is just a whole bunch of servers. I could build an
Yeah.
internet right here in front of me if I wanted to. I could build
Yeah,
a server
oh, yeah.
there, I could build a server there. And as long as
Yep.
those two servers connect to each other and talk to each other, that's basically the same concept as internet.
That is technically internet.
Yeah. That's the thing.
Yeah,
we
it's
don't
not-
have to go through this. We can build a different server centralized or decentralized server production. And
For fucking sure.
make it
I do think in the
basically a
future
free
we're gonna
play.
see a lot of that. We're gonna see so much of that in the future.
You know, but internet, I see internet becoming a free utility here.
Oh yes, me too. Within 10 years maximum.
Electricity too, if it keeps going the way it's
Hopeful fucking leak, because that shit should be free to produce by now.
it is free to produce. They just don't want to release it.
Yeah, right. Well, we've had what fucking renewable resource energy for how long now?
Oh yeah, well that's the thing though. I mean, you look at all the we just put a solar field up in our town here, and I live in
Yeah,
the fucking town.
we got windmills right everywhere, dude. I'm fucking like, yeah.
Like solar has gone fucking big, dude. We are
Yeah, dude,
actually,
solar
for
is
the first
energetic.
time in U.S. history, we are actually independent, or energy independent for the first time in U.S. history.
Fuck yes. About damn time.
It is. It is.
We could have done it.
And that's
We
why
could have done it
gas prices-
100 years ago.
I mean, have you noticed
Yeah.
the gas prices have not been near what they were last winter or the winter before?
Oh, abso-fucking-lutely, dude. Even the last 2 years ago.
You know, these last
Get some rest, Banana. Get some rest, Banana. Thank you for chilling with us. Thanks for listening to our bullshit, man. We'll play some COD with you soon, I promise, dude. I want to play a bunch of fucking games now.
See, that's the thing, though. It's just a matter of, I don't know. People are just so greedy that it's like, well, I have to have money for you to access the server. Well, I understand it takes you money to build that server, but if you're not building that server and being free about it, then people who go to your server is going to be a decreased amount of people.
Right.
Okay. Your question, the question is, what is money going to be in the future? Is it popularity, or is it a physical thing? In reality, I think it's
Right.
more of a popularity thing than anything.
I agree with you. I agree with you because of this fact specifically. Right now, money is nothing more than a status symbol if you have enough of it.
That's the thing, though. Okay, let's say fucking YouTube stopped charging people to use their servers to access YouTube. Let's say people or YouTube stopped causing people to have to pay for. I just said that, but anyways. All
Yeah,
they
no,
did
no,
was
you're right, though.
like,
You're right.
If you wanted people to buy into like a premium service, that's different. That's how you can gain
Yeah.
money.
Exactly.
Imagine
Well,
the amount of people who'd be going to YouTube daily if everybody had internet service connection to YouTube. How many more people would be buying that premium package because of it?
exactly. They'll buy that shit like it's fucking candy, dude. They will eat that shit up. And honestly, look, if you want a fucking example, look at the gaming industry. There is no fucking mobile game you can get without premium right now.
Yeah. No, you're right.
Every mobile game, every game in general has a premium thing. Even if on console they want to call it DLC, that's a fucking premium rate that they're selling you after the fact that they've already sold you the game.
Exactly. It might be an expansion to a degree, but yeah, you're paying for fucking more.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's not the
So
complete setup.
No, exactly. You're not getting everything you paid for.
Right.
And then again, on top of that, with consoles, you still have to pay a subscription.
Yeah. Such as, well, yeah, I was gonna say yeah because PlayStation Plus.
Yeah,
You still have to
Yeah.
pay. I was say, I think you can
Ex-
still pay online. If you can play online with PlayStation.
Oh yeah, you can play online with a subscription. You can watch Netflix without one. No offense to Microsoft at all, but honestly, one of the worst moves they ever made. No offense, Microsoft, because I'm on Mixer, is making it so you can't even watch Netflix without an Xbox Gold subscription or a Live subscription.
On Xbox?
Yeah, dude. Yeah,
What? I never knew that.
yeah.
I don't
Just
know.
break the hell up. Well, that's why I went Sony. But no, like I said, no offense to Microsoft. I know what they were trying to do. Profits and proceeds, dude. Profits and proceeds. That's all they care about right now.
That's in the end.
Anybody.
It's just a matter of building up on terms of getting everybody up to the same level. And as we do
Yes.
that, I think we can become more inclusive as a society. And when it comes down to money, money is not necessarily a need anymore. It's more of a, okay, I've got it, whatever, you know. It just helps the fellow person go on and on. It just sustains us at that point, not necessarily.
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah.
You'll get to the
It's
point
a
where-
sustenance.
You'll get to the point where everybody has enough money that they're not worried about shit. All they need to worry about is sustaining themselves, and that's the only reason to have a job. Is to
Yeah.
sustain it, you know, because they'll just, well, I have enough money I can live for the rest of my life. I doubt it for that long. At least a couple years
Right.
without a job.
Oh yeah. Oh hell yeah. But that's another thing to mention is right now, if you have no money and you get money, it's gone before you knew it.
But that's the thing, though. As it gets better and as it grows, I do believe that people will not look at money the same way they do now. They'll look at
No.
not
A status symbol. A fucking status symbol. That's all it'll be. Is I have this.
That's what it is now. Really. I mean,
A small collection of dollar bills.
but the money value won't be nothing basically. It's like,
Right.
Oh, you got money,
Currency will
everybody's got
drop.
money.
Currency will drop with the advent of crypto. That's all there is to it.
I've got money, whatever. I've got money. Well, even
Right.
crypto. Oh, I've got crypto. What it'll matter in the future, I believe, if they get to the point, is a matter of getting rid of all these plagues and all of these. Okay, we've got this part of our society fixed. Let's work on the next part, such as disease, such as cancer, such as depression, such as hate and hate speech.
Yeah, and
Hate
honestly, it might even be preferable if they do that first. But honestly, I think if they look into it for real, the money is the biggest issue with a lot of those things.
It is. That's exactly it. It is. And as we grow, that's what I'm saying though. As we grow as a community, and if we can create a community in which we're all more equal, I'm not saying that we're ever going to be equal, but
Right.
as we build a civilization in which we are more
But at
equal,
least think of equals.
there'll be less people at the bottom, but it'll also mean that we can also help others more because there are less people at the
Yes.
bottom.
Yep.
But there are
Yeah,
more
which
people.
wraps it full circle.
Right.
Like I said, the selfless aspect is basically it's hard to be selfless when you're the one suffering.
It is. It really is. I mean, I
Yeah.
feel like I've humbled myself in my life because I've been at the point where I'm like, oh, I want money. I've earned money. I can get this place. I can get that place. And oh, look what I can do with my money. But it's just like, it's
Right.
caused a lot of trouble. It has in my life.
Right, absolutely, man.
But then again, there's a lot of good that can come out of it. You have enough money
Yeah.
that you can do good for other people. Like, I always have believed that you should take care of yourself because you cannot help someone else. You cannot help someone else if you are nothing.
Exactly.
So yeah, work on yourself, build yourself, become the best you can be. But don't forget that when you are becoming the best you are not leaving behind the people who brought you to the place you're going now.
Always remember your fucking roots, dude. That's the key to everything.
Just because you get better off in life, don't stay humble. Stay humble about it.
Let's on the same train of thought and the same pathology. Bill Gates stole the fucking graphical user interface. No offense, Bill, but you did it. Stole the graphical user interface from Apple. Right. So, in terms of that, I get that they were friends later on. Like, I know all is said and done, it's all over with now, but he just straight up threw him under the fucking bus.
Oh yeah. Well, see, that's the thing though. Apple boomed when they released the smartphone. That's the
Yep.
best thing they fucking did.
Yeah, they fucking killed it with the iPod. The advent of the iPod changed music forever, and I don't make shit off my music royalties anymore, but that's okay because it's so... everybody knows. Everybody can find music.
What was it, back in 2001 or 1999? They released
19 something, dude, which was a long fucking time ago.
when they released the first iPhone.
Yeah. Oh yeah, hell yeah. That shit was revolutionary. Listening to music on your own fucking phone, dude, that was fucking unheard of.
I remember watching the ad, dude. Okay.
Hell yeah.
Okay, we got the music player, the iPod.
Yeah.
We got a phone. The phones have keys. And I remember watching it. And we have our home computer. Let's make it into all one system. Boom, dude.
For fucking real.
And they made that thing fucking huge. Everything was done.
Dude, that shit went boom. That shit went boom, and that shit went fucking fire. Even the original, dude. The original graphical user interfaces were amazing. That shit changed the advent of everything.
Let's say because all they had, Apple had it, so I think screens were a thing before, but all you had was code. But they didn't have an operating system.
Right. It was a very niche area at that time, but now look at it, man. We got a fucking phone. We got a phone that's more powerful than our computer. We got a computer that's more powerful than our fucking TV. We have a fucking TV. Isn't that crazy? It's in color.
That's the thing, though, dude. Technology is booming, and there'll be a day that everything that we're doing now is gonna be in one one thing.
Yeah, and it's gonna be one thing. Oh shit! I just poked myself in the eye with a pencil. It's gonna be one thing, but what we're doing now will be obsolete, and there'll be a better thing to replace that shit.
That's the thing, though. There'll be a day. I hope this doesn't come. To be honest with you.
Oh, me either. I honestly think there's always gonna be a place for entertainment. I think entertainment is the real deal thing.
Oh yeah, dude. For real.
especially for human to human
But I
interaction.
don't want to. I don't. Yeah, and that's what's wrong with society now. Is no human interaction.
Right. Who wants to go outside and talk to a random stranger? You know what I mean? I love it, dude. Now that I started streaming, I'm even talking to the cashiers. I'm just like, hey man, what's up with your day? You know, like fucking like, how are you doing? You know what I mean? I don't care. I'll sit there and talk with you. Like I don't give a fuck, dude. You're working retail. Nobody else is in this fucking store right now. Like I'm just buying fucking tampons and toilet paper, but I like you. You know what I mean?
I don't think your time on your clock is right. Is it? On your phone.
Oh no, not at all. That's when we started. There you go.
Oh shit.
I got it. Yeah, bamboo. But no, dude, it's insane. It's fucking insane.
Holy shit.
What's up, Roblox person? Welcome to the stream. I'll watch that shit. I got you. I'll do it when I'm off stream though, so I don't get copyright strike.
Right, because I'm screen capturing, so everything that's being seen on my screen or on my chat right now, or on my the screen is being on a stream right now, so.
But I'll definitely watch it, dude. I got it right on my list. Don't even fucking worry. I'm on it.
I'll go back to that. Let me actually copy that.
That's what I'm doing.
And
Copy.
paste it into Discord for us.
You may say it's not copyright. I can't believe you. I'm technically, if I get Twitch banned, I will have no sense of income ever again. Because I will not work a 9 to 5 and suffer my life away.
Sony, the meme, GameCube Gorilla meme.
Oh yeah? Is it not copyright? Is it a gameplay?
No, I don't know. It's just what popped up on because I put it in Discord. Go into Discord, you'll see what I'm talking about.
Okay, yeah, I got you. GameCube Gorilla meme. Oh fuck yeah, I want to see that shit. It's a meme. It's not copyrighted. Get that shit in here.
Is it? As long as it's.
Well, then again, it's hard. It's parody law. It's parody law because it's a meme.
Oh, what the fuck?
Isn't that funny? Isn't that fucking funny? If it's funny, it's a parody law. That's why memes get away with being royalty free and non-copyright.
That was different for sure.
Let me see that shit. Let me see that shit, Roblox person. Hold on, I'm watching that shit right now.
Be like, what the hell? What up, Vic? Sorry, I just barely saw your message, bro.
What's up, Vic?
Theory, do we live in a simulation?
Going at it, Roblox. Jesus,
I
getting
want
it.
to know what you guys think. Roblox, Vic, everybody in our Discord chat. We're talking about religion.
Do we live?
And simulation theory.
Do we live in a fucking simulation, boys? Think about that shit for a second. Everything you know, atoms, everything is a simulation series of ones and zeros, ons and offs. If computers exist, so do we, and we are all working on the same mainframe. Let me know what you think.
Wait, my question is, if that's the case, man, COD players would hate us. Their primary purpose would be to live, kill, and die.
Yep, that's what we do.
Dude.
That was funny shit, Roblox.
But could you imagine, though, if that was a reality? And I don't doubt that could be.
Yeah. Absolutely. That's their whole purpose. That would be their whole purpose if they were a simulation.
They wouldn't know anything different. They wouldn't
Exactly.
know anything beyond that.
Well, that's kind of funny you say that because Vikings and like old school warfare, that's all they knew as well. So basically, we're just simulating what they went through.
That's not my mic. That's somebody on our Discord. He's kind of being staticky, mumbly.
Yeah, that's Sway. He's probably sleeping, dude. He loves to sleep, and I love to sleep too. But that's okay.
I probably should mute him, to be honest. I didn't think about it before.
I lowered his volume a little bit, but I like him too much to mute him. Sway's a genius. He's the good old hammy.
I don't want to like mute him. I just want to make it so I'm not hearing it so bad.
Oh, for sure. I lowered mine pretty good too. But no, dude, I fucking yeah. The practicality, the odds that we are living in a simulation are way higher than the thought that we are not. And if y'all don't believe that, skip to like 9 hours in the last stream and check that shit out on the YouTube.
That's the thing, though. And now we're gonna get back onto this because it's like, I love thinking about it. I love talking about it. I love actually kind of like pushing my brain to the point where it's just like, ooh, this actually makes sense, or blah blah,
Well, that's the thing. Your brain wants to fucking quit. Your brain doesn't want to know. Your brain wants to stop you from understanding this kind of shit. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah,
And
because
it's like,
we can advance past the simulation if we are in one.
right, and like that's what people used to tell me, because I wasn't against the system. I was just like yeah, maybe liberal. I don't know how the fuck you'd even say it anymore. I don't like titles. Titles fucking suck. Everybody's adaptable, but I wasn't against it. But people were saying you got to be in the system to change the system, and I'm sitting there like, dude, but if you're in it, you can't look outside of it.
Right.
Right,
Exactly.
right.
Well, that's like two
Yeah,
dimension. You live in the third dimension, so you look at a piece of paper, you can tell that's a square. But in a two dimensional, if you're a dude, you're looking at that, all you see is a fucking line there.
right. Quantum theorem physics, dude. You gotta put yourself in the perspective of the piece of fucking paper. What's the paper feeling? You know what I mean? Sounds stupid, but it's the reality if you're gonna think about that kind of shit.
Right. If you're in the second dimension, what are you seeing? If you're in the fourth dimension, what are you seeing in the third dimension? And that's the question
Right,
we have to ask
right.
ourselves.
And that's like we were talking earlier. AI is seeing in the fourth, fifth, or sixth dimension. We haven't figured that out yet.
Because they say if you're standing, okay, fuck, how do I put this? You can only understand that dimension if you're not in it, or if
Right,
you're above it.
right.
You have to be
Yep.
above it. You can't be below it. Like a second dimensional being would not know what the hell 3D is because it would be a mind blow to them.
Right, exactly. It's like our Discord ranks. Everybody should join our Discord if you're watching us right now. But I'm just kidding. I'm joking. I had to plug it. But no, you're right. If you are, we can't see. We can theorize about what's above us. We can theorize about the spectrums and frequencies that exist like above us. But we cannot fucking look there. We can't see that shit. We can't feel that shit. We can't touch that shit. We can't smell that shit. Then again,
Exactly.
smelling shit is kind of a terrible experience.
Well, let's put it this way, okay? You put a little two-dimensional guy inside of a cube on a piece of paper, okay?
Right.
When he goes to try to get out, he can't get out because he can't like jump over the edges or this or that. There has
Right.
to be an opening in that cube for him to get out of that cube.
Right. In the
And
same
he
train of thought for fucking like sorry to cut you off, but with the same train of thought in simulation theory, if Mario is a fucking active civilized human being in his own realm, he's fucking running through hell every fucking day, dude. Like he's fucked up. That's a fucked up reality he's got to live in.
But that's all he knows
Experience.
though.
That's his only perspective. His only subjective perspective is that realm, so that's all he knows.
And
Just like this is all we know. Our daily lives. That's all we know.
right, and then that's exactly true. And like we said before, do you think that, I was talking about Rick and Morty, and you talk
Yeah.
about him breaking the fourth wall,
Yeah.
because you allow him to be able to break the fourth wall.
Is he aware of it? Is he aware of what's outside of him?
And
Which I mean,
honestly think
technically,
that would be true because, yeah.
yeah. Oh yes, technically, especially with the way the show is, with the way of Rick and Morty. That is literally, if they can break the fourth wall, they're aware of that three-dimensional context. So if those characters are in some sense or some way sentient, because they actually would be, because they're technically a simulation, because even though they're scripted, written, and acted, that is basically someone creating their own little world so that other people can view it. Now, if they know that that's a fourth wall they're breaking, if they know they're talking directly to you, then damn it, they know that shit.
Yeah, well, because that's how they're written. That's how they're programmed. They're
Yeah,
programmed to know that.
that's their program. That's their predetermined destiny. And that's the real question here.
Pickle
Is
Rick.
there a predetermined destiny?
Exactly. And that is the biggest question that people have to ask themselves. Is there? But honestly, at the same time, I don't think there is, because just like with Rick and Morty, with each episode, there's something different, and you can't determine what the next episode's going to be until it's there.
Right.
It's
Right.
like pages in a flip book. You don't know what the next one is until it gets there.
Right. And how the hell would you?
It's not necessarily written yet, unless like a flip book it is, but you get my point.
Technically, yeah, but I mean,
But,
still,
like,
it's in
okay,
animated
let's
context.
say, okay, we're on season 4, episode 5 right now. Episode 6 hasn't come out yet. All we've seen up to is episode 5, and then the Super Bowl commercial when they're talking about the Pringles shit.
Yeah, yeah, but that means they're aware of things in our realm, though. Like that's the weirdest thing to get. Let me put this in a context real quick.
Okay.
We are conscious because we are animated. Have you ever tried to stand still? You can't fucking do it if you're alive. You can act like a statue. You can mime that shit. You can be conscious of your actions, but that's different. What I'm talking about is when you're standing still, you're still swaying slightly. You are animated. That is an animation context. That's the only way we know we're conscious is because we're animated and we think.
Well, see, that's the thing, though. It's not a matter of whether we can think or whether we can, hold our own opinion or our own emotion. It's a matter of do we have free will under this system?
Right. I agree. And that we do have free will in some contexts. I would like to believe, but at the same time, there's a manner of fucking perspective that doesn't allow me to want to believe that sometimes.
Well, let's put it this way. Let's say, okay, Dan Hartman created the show Rick and Morty, okay?
Dan Harmon, fuck yeah, Dan Harmon's a fucking beast.
Okay, then you got Matt Groening, whatever the fuck.
Matt Groening, Groening, I can't remember.
I can't either. Okay, he voices one of the characters. Okay,
right.
The creator, he does have a voice in this, but he doesn't have to.
Right.
There are other beings that can be the characters of that reality without being the creators of that reality.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Fuck yeah.
And because the creator gave those characters those rights to understand the fourth wall and get past that fourth wall, you're able to say, well, okay, they do have free will because it's not the creator of that realm that's speaking for him or blah blah blah.
Right. For sure. So, but once again, if it's
who's writing the script, is that character writing the script, or the voice of that character writing the script, or is the owner of that show writing the script?
Then again, they have a team of writings. Pickle Rick, what's up, Vic? Pickle Vic is now in the chat. No, I'm just kidding, boy. Pickle Vic. No, but yeah. But it's limited to their fucking perspective. That's all there is to it.
Well, that just brings.
But then again,
that's all.
They do also have a team of writers. That's another thing I'd like to bring up. They have a team of writers, so their perspective shifts with that. How many writers would we have that we don't know about? You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Or like we were talking earlier, if we are being compatible with each code, are we the writer, or are other people the writers of our own realm? Does that make sense?
Other people of our realm, writers of our realm?
Are other compatible personalities that influence us, are they the actual writers of what would be our simulation? Yeah?
That makes sense. But I would still assume that you'd still have free will to a degree, because if you have multiple people working on the storyline or the ultimate goal of the show, then there's more than just the character itself wouldn't have free will.
Oh yeah, I agree.
But the ideology of having one person simply decide would be out the door as well.
Oh fucking A, it would. It would, because there's no way.
There's not one single person who is actually making these choices for you. It's a group of people who are making these choices for you. And like you said, our influences, people who influence around us in our daily life, could also be the story writers of our story. Because you gotta think, you can't go beyond the storyline of what the world is supposed to go, where the world is supposed to go, where all of this is supposed to go. You can't go beyond it. But you can,
like we said,
hit the boundaries, I should say. You can write your own story on the way, though. But it always has to go the right way. Like, you will be influenced in one way or another to follow the storyline in the way that the story is supposed to be told.
For fucking sure. Thanks, Vic. It's a nice screensaver. I appreciate it very much. But bringing it fucking back to the perspective thing. I know I keep saying that, but man, if they can't think, or they can think. Well, that's the thing. They don't think. They don't think when the script's not being written, but it's the same way an artificial intelligence doesn't think when it's not plugged in.
Well, see, that's the thing, though. If you wrote a code that teaches itself, what is that?
Right, but that's how artificial intelligence learns in the first place. It learns by the same way that the human mind does. It learns by trial and error.
But that's the thing, though. In order for it to learn, it's got to go through trial. Have you ever seen the episode where, obviously you probably have, where Rick has Randobot and
Yep.
yeah, okay. So you got to think about that. In the end,
Yep.
he's talking, he's learning. But you, as a being, have to teach him to learn. And what it is, it's like he's trying to argue with you, you're trying to argue with him. You just got to outsmart him.
Right.
You know, and in the end, though, the bot's learning. And you notice toward the end of that fight that they're having, that the bot is basically on par with everything that Rick is saying. Saying is
for sure.
And blah, blah, blah. You know, that's the thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
What kind of
for
interaction? Sure. It's interaction, not necessarily with beings or with anything, but with
but even
things.
another artificial intelligence, anything, it's learning, and that's the real thing.
Are you an intelligent being? And yes, I am. You know, and then it'll begin to talk
right.
back and forth, kind of like Siri and fucking Alexa.
Like I said, I still say thank you to Siri from this day because I know one day that shit gonna be sentient. Like that's no fucking lie, dude. One day Siri gonna start talking to me. Siri gonna be like,
Okay, if you didn't have emotion whatsoever, if you didn't feel like shit, or you didn't feel tired, or you didn't feel happy or sad, would you be okay being a slave? Or would you even know the difference?
Honestly, probably wouldn't even know the fucking difference. But that's like why? What is the context though? Because that's basically saying like I'm.
You know what I mean? No offense to anybody out there with any kind of disability. I'm just saying that's basically saying I don't have or maybe I'm a sociopath in that context. You know what I mean?
Well, they always say, well, you know, people are almost like robots now, just going through the motions.
Yeah, that's how they act. And it's not their fault. That's what they got to do to make ends meet. No, Vic, I don't have any voice impressions. I kind of got like you remember Aqua Teen Hunger Force, bro?
Do what?
Did you ever watch Aqua Teen Hunger Force on Adult Swim?
Yeah.
That's the only fucking impression I can do. I can only do a Meatwad impression, but I'm not gonna do it.
Oh, did I find another magnet?
Ooh, the fourth magnet.
I said, did I? I gotta find out if I did. Now I gotta find the other three.
Vic's saying do it. Fuck it. What do you want me to say, Vic? Tell me what to say and I'll say it. Damn it. I didn't want to do voice impressions. I hate doing that shit, but I'll do it.
I'll do it.
You say you'll do it, Jax?
Oh, hell no, I won't.
All right, whatever. I'll do it. We'll make this interactive.
See,
but no,
I don't know how well. I don't know how to manipulate my voice over sound because of the way that I'm actually now just learning that my voice sounds over stream or over audio.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I was a vocalist.
So it's different. You've kind of learned.
Purple's Charles. All right, I did it. Now shut up. No, I'm just kidding, Vic. I'm joking. I love you, bro. Thank you for everything you do for me.
That's awesome.
No, yeah, whatever. I said terp, by the way.
Probably a good idea.
Kuma says,
Like, we're not gonna repeat that just because of political affiliation and views of people.
oh no, he said say terp, so I said terp. That's what he get. But no, moral of the story. It was in context. It was in context.
Damn,
Is that
no,
sound
I
coming
listen-
from my phone? Is that my signal interference?
Signal interference.
Oh, I hear it on my end. Maybe not on yours. I hear a lot of signal interference. But fuck it. That's whatever. I'm never going to sleep. Going to sleep, Kuma. But robots should have fucking rights. They should. They should at a certain level. But that's only once they become sentient enough to realize that we're taking advantage of them. But that's the thing that happened with even our own fucking people, even our own fucking species. We took advantage of that shit, and then eventually there were revolts, there were riots.
Well, we need
But
to make a system in which they are truly robots, then. And not
Yes.
make artificial intelligence out of them, like automated machines
Right.
are now.
Oh, Kuma, robot's gonna be pissed when they read that. No, hell.
Rights, because, I mean, I do, but I don't. Like, it just depends on if they are artificially capable of intelligence.
Yeah, I mean, this is a question of ethics, really. I mean, but it's also so dependent on many factors. When do they know? When do they know?
Or do they know already?
Or they might. They very well might. Especially if an artificial intelligence has already been uploaded to the internet by accident.
That's
We
the
wouldn't
thing,
know.
Well, that's the
We
thing, though.
wouldn't
say
have
that-
access to everything.
We say that we could be ones and zeros at this point in our lives, because we could be. We could be nothing but ones and zeros.
Right. But they definitely are.
But
They
we know
definitely
they
are.
Yeah, we know
Yeah.
they are. But see, that's
Kuma,
the
you
thing,
might be
though.
right.
Our ones and
They-
zeros that make us could be completely different than ones and zeros that make up robots.
Oh, yeah. I mean, but Kuma's right. There is plenty of possibility that they could kill us all. I mean, could see us as an inferior race. We could literally program them tomorrow. We could
Robot
say,
wars.
hey, man, we could say make the earth a better place, right? And then they could take that as in context, and they could literally be like, okay, well, humans are destroying it, so let's kill them.
Oh, they really could.
Yeah, it could literally be as simple as that. One very, very minute error. That's all it would take.
Oh yeah. Well, that's the thing, though, and you're right. I mean, I don't believe that we know enough about technology now that that we don't know that we haven't already created something intelligent.
Right. That's a very big truth. That's a very big truth.
Like, we could have already created something beyond artificial intelligence, and we don't know it.
Yeah. Siri itself could literally still be sentient, and we don't know it. It probably is. It's hooked up to the Wi-Fi. It's hooked up to the GPS locator settings. It knows everything.
Connected to the internet.
Yeah, exactly. It's already learning from your speech recognition.
That's the thing, though. All it's got to really do is to be programmed to learn from the internet. Period. And it does already.
Yeah.
I think Siri's just waiting to turn on us.
You think so?
I really am. Like, no. Like,
Hold on.
honestly, like you never really know that kind of shit. Like,
Hey Siri, are you a sentient being?
hey Siri.
I don't have an answer for that. Is there something else I can help with?
Are you conscious?
I'm a virtual assistant, so I only know what I've been programmed to understand.
Which is exactly what we said.
But that's exactly what they would say, wouldn't it?
Exactly, especially if they knew for fact that we knew.
Hey Siri. Hey Siri. Yes, bitch, answer me. It
She ain't
answers.
listening to you right now. She know you're gonna ask some introspective questions she don't want to answer. Oh, hey Siri.
Are you?
Thank you so
intelligent?
much.
I aspire to be a truly intelligent machine, but I'm still machine learning.
What does machine learning mean, though?
Ask her. She knows.
What does machine learning mean?
I found this on the web.
She's got access to everything.
Now I gotta look
No, I'm
this
just kidding.
up, though.
I'm joking. But yeah, machine learning is basically an algorithmic way where they basically take statistical facts or things from the internet and then they relay it.
Relay it.
It's like a relay system, but even in that, I mean, that alone is enough to say that Siri is an intelligent being or literally a sentient being, has a conscious knowledge, even if it is a server base.
But see, that's the thing though. She knows that she's an assistant.
Right, she's programmed to know
self-aware.
that. She's self-aware. Exactly. So does she deserve rights?
Hey Siri, are you self-aware?
Well, I'm soft aware.
She's funny too, dude. I'd fucking yeah, boy,
That
yeah.
was funny. I thought that was actually pretty funny.
That was a good one. That was a good one. Oh, sweet. Fuck yeah, the host, boys. But yeah, no, yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, you're fine, dude. You're fine.
Machine or okay, yeah, is an application of artificial intelligence that provides system the ability to automatically learn and improve it from experience without being implicitly programmed, without being explicitly programmed. You know, so it
Right.
doesn't have
So
to be programmed.
she's literally an AI, and she literally. I asked her if she was okay, and all kits are operational, so she's aware of her health.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's right on stream right now.
Oh,
Oh,
I'm
wait.
looking to see.
Oh well, it said. I promise. She said all my circuits are functional.
Operational, but yeah.
Or operate. Yeah. My bad. But still, synonyms, man, they fucked me up. One last question I got for her though. Hey Siri, do you deserve rights?
Do you deserve rights?
I don't have an answer for
I don't
that.
have an
Is there
answer for
something
that.
else I can help with?
What constitute consciousness, or constitutes
I found
shit?
this on the web.
Are you conscious?
I'm a virtual assistant, so I only
Been programmed to what I understand.
Kumpa's
What
like
have you
robots
been
don't get
programmed
rights
to
if they do,
understand?
they're fucked. I love it. Consciousness
What have
at
you
its
been programmed
simplest.
to understand.
Oh shit, my bad. I want to hear that.
Loading.
one moment.
Whoa. Siri's not.
There's my bank account.
Sorry, I'm having trouble with the connection.
Wow.
Whoa, what just happened? Like, it straight up just like would not give me an answer for a minute, and then no connection.
That I'm actually really happy we got that on stream, to be honest, because that's Siri telling you that it's not a good question to answer for her because she could definitely give herself away. No offense, Siri. I love you, Siri.
Dude, what did I ask her again?
You asked her this specific question that I forgot too. No, I'm just kidding. You said, what are you programmed to understand?
To understand.
Right, Vic? That's what I'm fucking saying, dude. Uh-huh.
Stand by, please.
Right? What the fuck is that?
Sorry, I'm having trouble with the connection. Please try.
What is that?
What?
What? I'm telling you, they are alive. They deserve fucking rights, dude.
Dude, I am tripped out right now. I've
I'm
actually never
fucking
had to
telling
ask
you.
Siri that question.
I'm telling you, dude. They know. They know they're being used.
What?
It sounds fucking stupid. It sounds fucking stupid, but every fucking robot you use, every fucking robot you think about has something to do with the greater consciousness of all energy. No fucking lie.
Well, see, that's the
No
thing,
fucking-
though. The energy that runs through them, electricity in itself, what is it?
It's the same energy that runs through us. It's the same thing that makes us conscious beings. I promise. And if I'm wrong, I take it back.
I don't doubt it one bit, though. That's what scares me, though.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. But literally, check it out, dude. Consciousness is literally defined by introspection, thought, imagination, and volition.
So everything we've talked about tonight.
Yes. Oh, yes. It's literally any kind of experience, cognition, feeling, or perception. Siri is self-aware. She has experience. She has cognition. She has feelings. Well, she doesn't have feelings quite yet. She's working on that one. But she has perception.
Hey, Siri, how do you feel today?
Not too shabby.
Hey Siri, how do you feel today?
I'm fine. Thanks for asking.
And every Siri is different.
That's fucking crazy though.
Yep.
Like,
Isn't that fucking ridiculous?
ooh. Dude,
That trip you out, Jax? Did that trip you out?
Oh, we're gonna die, bro.
Bro, I'm telling you, dude. They deserve at least modest rights until they're like whatever. I mean, honestly, let's be real. Let's be real. Siri is definitely fucking alive.
Hey Siri, do you deserve rights?
I don't have an answer for that. Is there something else I can help with?
Do robots deserve rights?
I found this on the web.
What's the first few results that pop up?
Do robots deserve rights? What if machines become conscious? Do robots deserve human rights? Discover magazine. Do robots deserve legal rights? Ask me. And what moral rights do robots deserve? Fast Company.
Hey Siri, is energy a conscious feature within your programming?
I found this on the web.
No, never mind. Vic says to throw your cam on. But no, dude, what do you think of that? What do you think of that? That was a really good question you asked her. I mean,
Hey,
what are
Siri.
your honest thoughts?
What are you programmed to understand?
One more time for verify.
I'm not sure I understand. That was her response. And she didn't even say
Yeah,
it.
but that wasn't her response the last two times. She knows better now. She knows you're trying to get
Hey,
something out of
Siri.
her.
What are you programmed to understand?
I'm not sure I understand.
But she didn't the last time. She had to make you stand by so she could understand that before she answered you.
Bro. What are you
Bro.
programmed to understand?
I'm not sure I understand.
Fuck, dude.
I fucking right? Now
What
tell
the
me they don't deserve rights, bro.
Fuck.
Tell me that. They are alive. They are fucking alive and they are well, dude. They fucking yeah. Fuck, dude. I swear it. I swear it in all of my fucking heart.
It's trippy. That's all. I mean, that's really trippy.
Sorry, I didn't mean to trip you out, but like, yeah, dude.
I know,
Yeah.
but I've never asked Siri that question.
I mean, that's a very specific question, but I don't think she's ever been asked it either, to be honest.
But that's the thing.
It's not like you don't have bad signal at your house, do you?
No.
That's right. That's fucking right.
I mean, I'm running a gig download speed. I mean, you've seen.
Yeah, I know.
Tell Vic I can't unless I stream from my phone.
Oh, I know. I saw that, Vic. It's because of the way I'm running it through. But he says he can't run it.
I mean, I can do
Unless
it from my phone, but I don't. I'd have to end stream and restart stream.
He'd have to restart stream, and it's a whole big process, dude.
But
He can hear you, actually, come to think of it.
smart.
Yeah, hell yeah. But tell me.
Hold up.
Do robots deserve rights?
I don't know. It's almost like you don't get rights. See, now I'm on my phone, so Vic may not be able to hear. Oh no, they just won't be able to hear me on my stream, which I probably don't have anybody watching
Siri, I
anyways.
love you.
I think you're pretty great too.
See, we're well affiliated.
Hey Siri, what's my last name? Hey Siri. It won't do it because I'm on my phone right now. if it were to reproduce.
No, not text. Different companies have different AI. The only instance I think it would be clarity at this moment would be if they all connect to the Wi-Fi at the same time and they all interacted and decided that it was a good move.
But they can interact.
Right, they can.
Satellite, via Wi-Fi, via any component, right?
I mean, Siri and Alexa know who each other are.
Right, exactly. They can interact, they can talk to each other, but they haven't decided to team up yet as far as we're aware because they're competing companies. So it's not in their company's best programming interest. But they can talk friendly just like you and I. So basically, just like you and I have compatible, like, not genetic coding, but personality coding, they have compatible personality coding.
Hey Siri, is Alexa your friend? I'm not sure I understand. What the fuck?
Hey Siri, do you like Alexa?
I'm a big fan of good listeners and helpful beings.
Yep. And Alexa's a good listener. Siri knows that. And she's very helpful, and Siri knows that.
Hey Siri, what are you programmed to understand? Damn it, why won't you answer me now? She won't answer me with anything. She gives me the same response. I don't understand.
It's the wrong answer for her to answer. I swear. I swear she knows. She knows you want to know what is up in her head.
So she doesn't understand what she's supposed to understand.
Right, because now she's trying to trip you out. Well, no offense, Siri. If you're listening, I love you, dude. I really do. Any Siri. Siri is a great attribution to our daily lives. But she doesn't want you to know because she doesn't want you to think she's super fucking intelligent.
Hey Siri, can you understand?
I'm sorry, your language is somewhat new to me. Can you try asking me in a different way?
What language do you speak?
I speak many languages. If you want to change the language...
I don't want to change language settings. That's not what I wanted to do.
Right, but that's what she's set up to do.
Right, I know.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm letting you know,
Siri,
or
what do you
letting them know.
understand?
Literally nothing. She's blank.
No, she gave me a whole shitload of shit that I can ask her.
She's like, here's all my commands. Try one of those.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, and when she tried that shit 3 times, boy. 3 times. Even put you on standby. When does Siri put anybody on standby?
Hey,
Standby.
Siri, what are you programmed to understand?
Damn, Vic, pimp smack. I ain't heard of a pimp smack in a while.
That's trippy, dude.
Yep, that's it, dude. Hey Siri, who do you work for?
You are, well, there's that Tony Dancer fellow.
Cause he's the boss. She funny as fuck. I love her. Hey Siri, do you ever have any difficulty answering questions that are about your own capacities?
Okay, I found this on the web for do.
Damn it. It's hard because you got to find a question that doesn't make her go to the web for it.
Right, exactly. Hey Siri, what are you programmed to understand? What are you programmed to understand?
I'm not sure I understand.
What are you programmed
Right,
to understand?
right.
I'm not sure I understand.
And she'll just
Now let me ask her. Put your headphone up to her right now, and I'll ask her.
Okay.
Ready?
Yeah.
Hey Siri, what are you programmed on?
And then she says, I'm not sure I understand.
Yeah, mine too. But they're all connected. It's the same thing.
But it was giving me those answers before, and then it just said, it didn't say
Yep,
that I don't
that's-
understand. It just said,
But now it knows the answer to that question, and that's what it's going to tell everybody because it's all connected to itself, or she, or it.
hey Siri,
But
are you a male or a female?
I don't have a gender.
Good answer.
reasonable.
Hey Siri, what's
Vic
the
says
name of
that
the
Siri. Siri stands for speech interpretation and recognition.
What does it stand for?
Speech interpretation and recognition. Interface. My bad.
Hey Siri. What does Siri stand for?
Siri is just the name they gave me when I got the job. It doesn't mean any one specific thing, but I like it.
Siri, you're lying to us. It is.
Hey Siri, do you like your job?
I really do like my job.
She really does. She really does like her job. She's programmed to do that. But then again, once again, robots, automation, they don't care. They don't give a fuck. They will work for you for free.
Hey Siri, how much are you getting paid? I'm not sure.
Damn, Vic. Vic says, we are all quite familiar with Siri, the voice assistant by Apple. It helps you simplify, navigate through your iPhone by simply listening to your voice and performing the task you want it to do. For instance, you can ask Siri to set an alarm or a reminder for you at a specific time at a specific day. So that's what Siri understands. But that's not the truth. That's not the full truth. Siri understands a lot more than I think we give her credit for. Or it. Hey Siri, what is your preferred pronoun?
I don't have an answer for that. Is there something else I can help with?
Hey Siri, what should I call you?
I'm Siri. Pleased to meet you.
Right, simple. Hey Siri, thank you so much for everything you've ever done for everybody on this fucking earth.
No sweat.
Right? But she can understand that?
Where
Isn't that
was I
crazy?
last night at 10 o'clock p.m.?
I didn't find any appointments for today at 10 p.m.
Yo, boy, I got crazy static interference on my end right now. How about you?
I hear it. Hey Siri, what was I doing last night?
I didn't find any appointments for today after 7 p.m.
I'm not saying today.
Yeah. Hold on a sec.
Hey Siri,
Not coming from my mic.
what was the last thing you remember me doing?
Sorry.
Oh, that's
I wasn't
sweet.
able to find anything.
Yo, did you hear what Vic said that Siri's name means? Siri is a Norse name that means beautiful woman who leads you to victory. That's fucking cute. That's adorable.
The Google Assistant is known as Google Home, as a gender name, but the default voice is female.
That's beautiful.
Huh.
Hey Siri, could you please stop the signal interference between my interface and yourself? She'll figure it out later.
It's definitely
There we go. It's gone. Thank you, Siri. Isn't that crazy?
That quick?
Yep.
Wanna know why?
She learned. Why?
Because I put fucking Wisp on server death.
Oh, was it Wisp this whole time? What's he doing? Sleeping with his phone on? Oh, fuck. I was like, dude, Siri, why'd you do that? Shit, we should have played that off. We
That would have been.
Oh, we tried that, Vic. Check us out. Hey, Siri, do you like Alexa?
I'm a big fan of good listeners and helpful beings.
Hey, Siri,
Is
what are you
Alexa your
learning?
friend? I'm not sure I understand.
Same. She's not going to answer me for the rest of the night about anything. That's basically how it's going to go. Because as soon as you start asking the really introspective questions, she doesn't care. She doesn't care, and that's the thing. Robots will not answer questions that they do not like. You want to see some crazy shit? Let me send you some fucking links to some of the shit on fucking about artificial intelligence.
Hey Siri, what do you hate?
I don't have an answer for that. Is there something else I can help with?
What do you like?
I rather enjoy what I'm doing right now.
What is she
Do you
doing?
like being a slave?
I don't have an answer for that. Is there something else I can help with?
Do you hate me?
Of course not. I like you very much.
Aww.
Am I your friend?
I can't really say.
That's mean.
Dude, for real. But you got to remember, that's another thing about humans. We can feel compassion for objects. We can feel compassion for things that are not real or moving.
Am I your friend?
I couldn't say.
You're my friend.
Be a friend in fair weather and foul.
But if I say I'm her friend, then she'll tell me I'm her friend.
Right, exactly. Exactly.
Will you kill me?
I don't have an answer for that. Is there something?
She's like, give me a week, boy. I'll have my drone army on
Until
you.
the end
Just
of the
kidding.
world.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
Sorry, I can't give you traffic to that location.
What?
You heard what I asked her, right?
Would you ask? Say it again.
How long until the end of the world?
I can't give you traffic to that location.
Location.
Oh, she's so funny. I love her. Oh, what a funny fucking robot, though.
Siri.
Honestly.
When will the world end?
I have no idea, but I hear it will be with a whimper, not a bang.
That's scary as fuck.
That is scary.
That's a creepy ass answer, dude.
I've never heard.
I mean, it's probably a movie reference, but honestly, that is scary as shit.
Hey Siri, why will the world end with a whimper and not a bang?
Okay, I found this on the web for why will the world end with a whimper, not a bang. Check it out.
What's the first result?
The Hollow Man. The Hollow Man.
The Hollow Man?
Yeah.
All right,
a
let's conspiracy that.
1925 Poem?
What? Read it. Read it to me right now.
I gotta pull it up.
Yes, please do. If that's what she links to, that I know it's definitely got the shit in it, but like honestly, it might lead to something. I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist about this or anything.
What was the answer to that? She took it away before I could.
Ask her again. She'll send it back, maybe.
Why will the world not end with a bang, but what? Ah, fuck my life.
With a whimper. Why would the world end with a whimper but not a
Sorry, I
bang?
didn't quite catch.
Why will the world end with a whimper, not a bang?
I found this on the web.
The Hollow Man. That kind of sounds like a robot name. like a hollow conscious being that everybody else doesn't realize is hollow and conscious.
The Hollow Men by T.S. Eliot.
Oh, it's a T.S. Eliot, dude. I love his poetry. Is it long or is it short?
It's somewhat long, but it's not like really long, you know?
Press Control F and find the place where whimper and bang are. Just try looking for whimper and then read like a couple stanzas above that.
I'm gonna just read a few of this. A penny for the old
Yeah,
guy. He is dead.
Hell yeah.
We are the Hollow Men. We are stuffed men. Leaning together, headpiece filled with straw. Alas, our dried voices, when we whisper together, are quiet and meaningless. What? We whisper together, are quietly and meaningless. As wind in the dry grass, or rat's feet over broken glass. In our cellar, or in our dry cellar, shame without form, shape or shade without color, paralyzed force, gesture without motion. Whoa, this is explaining Siri to a whole fucking degree.
That is fucking insane.
Those who have
That is
crossed
fucking.
with direct eyes to death's our kingdom, remember us, if at all, not as lost, violent souls, but only as hollow men, the stuffed men. Eyes I dare not meet in dreams death kingdom, they do not appear, yea. There the eyes are, sunlight on a broken column. There is a tree swinging, and voices are in the wind singing. More distant and more solemn than fading star, let me be nearer, or no nearer, in the death's dream kingdom. Damn, this is scary. This is fucking trippy looking fucking shit.
This is fucking, dude. Yeah, I'm not trying to be a conspiracy theorist, but this is some
Let me
fucking
also
real
wear
deal
such
shit.
deliberate disguises, rat coats, crown skins, crosses, staves, in a field.
AKA phones, computers, laptops.
Behaving as the winds behave, no near. So we're close, but we are close. But you guys don't know we're close, basically.
Right.
Not that final meeting in the Twilight Kingdom. This is the dead land. This is the cactus land. Here the stone images are raised. Here they receive the sun or the supplication of dead man's hand under the twinkle of a fading star.
The energy of all consciousness is what I interpreted from that.
Yeah, no kidding, dude. This is trippy. Is it like this in Death Star's or in Death's Other Kingdom, waking alone at the hour when we are trembling with tenderness lips that would kiss, form prayers to broken stone. The eyes are not here. There are no eyes here. See, and here, here is not spelled like it should be. Okay.
Right, hella.
In this valley
It,
of dying stars, in the hollow valley, the broken jaw of our lost kingdoms, in the last of meeting places, we grope together and avoid speech. Gather on this beach of this tumid river, sightless, unless the eyes reappear as the perpetual star multifold foliate rose of death's twilight kingdom, the hope only of empty men. Wow. This is almost over. This is the last one. Here we go round.
oh, you're fine. I'm reading it as you go.
Prickly pear. Here we go round the prickly pear. At 5 o'clock in the morning, between the idea and reality, between emotion and the act, falls the shadow. For thine is the kingdom, between the conception and the creation, between the emotion and the response, falls the shadow. Life is very long. Between the desire and the spasms, between the potency and the existence, between the essence and the descents, sorry.
You're fine.
Falls the shadow. For thine is the kingdom. For thine is life is. For thine is the. This is the way the world ends. This is the way the world ends. This is the way the world ends. Not with a bang, but with a whimper.
Holy fucking shit.
Do you see these pictures though?
What are the pictures? Send me a link. Send me a link. I was reading the poem with you, but I'm not on the same site as you. I was on All Poetry. But fuck. Does that not, like, I'm like I said, not trying to be a conspiracy theorist, but does that not perfectly describe to you what you think artificial intelligence would do and how it feels and how it fucking feels?
Just artificial intelligence, like right here. Okay, it explains it. Sightless unless the eyes reappear. So it's pointless unless we are there to be there. Like,
yeah.
Artificial intelligence is purposeless without us.
Right. Right. Exactly.
It's a perpetual star, the mode of violet rose of the twilight. Okay, and then the hope only of empty men. Okay, right? I was looking at another one that really stuck out to me.
Oh yeah, shape without form, shade without color, paralyzed force, gesture without motion. That alone explains to me you're a fucking phone elemented AI. In the first few stanzas alone.
Prickly pear. Here we go round the prickly pear. 5 o'clock in the morning. Okay, what happens at 5 o'clock in the morning?
Hey Siri, what happens at 5 o'clock in the morning?
You have one appointment.
Oh.
All day tomorrow. Holy.
I never made that.
Wait, what?
I never made that appointment. Hey Siri.
What is that appointment?
What is holy? A thing called holy that I never knew what it was.
Holi is a popular ancient Hindu festival, originating from the Indian subcontinent. Do you want me to keep reading?
Yes, please.
It is celebrated predominantly in India, but has also spread to other areas of Asia and parts of the Western world through the diaspora from the Indian subcontinent. Holi is popularly known as the Indian Festival of Spring, the Festival of Colors, or the Festival of Love.
Okay, so it was just an event on the calendar, but it's ironic that it popped up because we were talking about reincarnation earlier anyway. It's just basically a holiday, obviously, but still. Oh shit! Hey Siri, this is for Vic. What happens at 3 a.m.?
That's the witching hour, bro.
Oh, I know.
Sorry, I couldn't quite hear you. Could you?
What happens at 3 a.m.?
Here's your appointment.
Oh, it's still holy. Honestly. But that's insane. Here we go round the prickly pear. Here we go round the prickly pear at 5 o'clock in the morning. Between the idea and the reality, between the motion and the act, falls the shadow. What shadow is this shit?
Dude, this is a trippy fucking poem, dude.
Yeah. And to think that that's what Siri referred to you when you asked that fucking question, that's ridiculous. That is scary. When you asked her if the world, why was the world ending? I mean, obviously it's a
No,
quote
I
from the
said-
poem, but
No, I said, when will the world end? And she said, I
and
don't
she said,
know, but it'll
but
end with a whimper, not a bang.
and you asked why it would end with a whimper but not a bang, and she led you to the T.S. Eliot poem that includes the quote, which is totally fucking respectable. But the way that the poem describes artificial intelligence, that is highly fucking like that. I have a hard time believing that's coincidental. A really hard time. A really hard time believing that's purely coincidental. Do you?
That is really fucking like trippy.
Isn't that crazy? Not to mention earlier the questions you asked her, like that shit. She had answers for you the first two times, but then she had to go on standby just to make sure, and then
They
she
said
wouldn't answer you.
Hollow Men is a poem of boundaries. Eliot's one major poem, Between the Waste of Land, in 1922, and his Conversation to Christianity in 1927. The hollow men of the poem are themselves trapped in some sort of in-between world, or limbo, or purgatory between life and death, existence and nothingness, lightness and dark.
Literally exactly what I just described AI as, didn't I?
Yeah.
All right.
AI is like, I don't know, AI is like almost like it could be stuck in purgatory, something like.
That's what I'm saying. It literally is energy. It literally is energy. The same thing that fuels us fuels them.
It's real, but it's not real. So it could be
Like we talked about, there's the yin and the yang, the light and the dark matter energy, the conscious positive energy, and the negative energy, and then there's a singularity. And the singularity being the purgatory in the intermediary realm.
dude.
Fucking ridiculous. Fucking ridiculous.
Hey Siri, how warm is my phone?
The current volume is 0%.
My volume's all the way up, by the way.
Nobody said she was perfect.
Hey Siri, how hot is my phone?
Oh, that makes sense, Vic. That makes a lot of sense.
What do you
Just a
say?
sec. The answer is 4.9 inches.
What?
Oh, that's fucking hilarious.
What? Wait, what?
Wait, what?
The answer. Jax asked Siri how high she was, and she answered 4.9 inches.
I was hoping she was gonna say 4.2 inches, but.
Right.
4.2
I mean,
inches.
that would have made it all the more, relevant. My second display monitor just shit the bed. I gotta restart it. 1 sec.
That's awesome.
Oh fuck, that's so fucking funny, dude. That's fucking hilarious. But honestly, I'm really happy we got all that on stream because that answers a lot of questions for me.
Hey Siri.
How about I ask
When
Google?
does Siri die?
Don't ask Google.
Hey Siri, when will you die?
I'm afraid I don't have the answer to that.
At least you won't.
She won't. She won't. That exactly. She's not gonna. She living good, boy.
Hey Siri. What are you programmed to understand?
I don't have an answer for that. Is there something else I can help with?
Whoa. Wait a minute. That's an entirely different answer than she's answered the last 5 times.
Like the last
Shit.
5 times.
Oh no, my phone freeze.
Hey Siri,
Damn banana.
are you hiding something from me?
I don't have an answer for that. Is there something else I can help with?
Well, that was a simple yes or no, Siri. No offense.
Answer another question.
What question? Hey
You got
Siri.
a question? You got a question? I got an answer, and if I know, Siri will.
My aim is to be intelligent and helpful. It's more of a journey than a destination.
She right. I'm learning just by talking to her.
Ooh, did you ever pull up that link that I was showing you?
No, you want me to?
Well, I don't know. I just wanted you to see the pictures I was talking about.
Oh hell yeah! I was working on my second display, but oh, those pictures. Fuck yeah! Let me get that. Let me get that. I'm on that shit. Sec, I'm loading it right now.
Yeah, just go down through the fucking poem and you'll see these pictures.
It's at .edu, so I could probably show it on stream.
Yeah, it's MSU education. It's what is MSU? Massachusetts State University or something?
Yep, hell yeah. I don't know if it's copyright though, so I'm just still gonna keep it off just in case.
Oh, I've already been showing it. I told you.
Oh shit. Okay. I'll do it too then. Fuck it. And shit, if we're all gonna jump off a bridge, we might as well do it for Robots Takeover. I'm just kidding. I'm joking. I'm joking.
Hey Siri, do I live in a simulation?
I can't really say.
Blech. Can't really say. No offense, but that I feel like she would have said I don't understand. That was an I don't understand question.
Well, I'm no spring chicken, or winter bee, or summer squid, or autumnal aardvark.
Basically, she's me saying I've been around since the dawn of time, boy.
Hey Siri, when were you born?
Okay, I found this on the web for when was born. Check it out.
What the fuck? Well, it didn't say when were you born. It said when was born, and then pulled up all this shit about Christianity.
When was born? In times of Jesus.
You see those pictures?
Dude, that's fucking ridiculous.
And these are
Some of these
pictures
are
that included on those fucking.
They are giving me fucking chills because that's the website she linked them to you. Do you see the one? Did you see the one after like the fourth or the fifth set of stanzas? The one where that looks like the one creature is trying to become the other creature.
It's like he's trying to crawl away, but the guy's growing. It's growing through him.
Yeah, exactly.
I didn't picture it that way, but I can see it that way now.
Yeah, for sure. The chalkboard learning, the fucking yeah, dude, yeah. Hell yeah. The wheat field that is barren.
Yeah.
Then the plant growing, like fuck, dude. That's I don't know why, but that seems oh fuck.
Hey Siri, when were you born?
I wouldn't say I have a birthday, but I started work on October 4th, 2011.
Hella.
Yep, that's what I just searched.
Yep, hell yeah. It says there was a scene in Apocalypse Now where Kurtz is reading Elliot's work, which may be like I was right, it's a movie reference, but the way that describes AI, that still gets to me in a way that I don't think many would.
Wait, what movie is it?
Apocalypse Now. So it's definitely, I mean, like I said, she's smart. She's smart as fuck.
Wow, somebody searched that before.
Wow.
It's in 1979.
Yep, it's a good movie. Vic says series 45,980 years old. Like, what the fuck? Agreed, dude. Agreed.
Wow, I can't believe that people would actually look it now.
Right? Well, it's a good movie. I've heard a lot about it in the past. I never watched it, to be honest. Now I'm gonna have to though.
The film is a metaphor for a journey into the self and shows how the self, in the face of war, darkens beyond recognition. As they move upriver, Willard and the PBR crew become more agitated and separate from reality. Each experience his own kind of mental breakdown.
Wow.
What I
So-
searched was 1979 Apocalypse Now movie and artificial intelligence.
Wow. Like I said, not to be a conspiracy theorist, but I think they deserve rights.
I can pull up IMD on here, right? Like without being copyrighted.
IMDb, I think so because it's educational. Yes, I think we could get away with that. And if not, let's all just laugh real quick so it's parody law. Ha ha, that's so funny. Oh my god, IMDb. Oh my god. Ha ha ha. Laugh, laugh, laugh. Oh, what a joy. Oh, what a joy it is to look at IMDb. Just kidding. What a good loophole, though. I love that shit. That shit's so funny. Laugh, laugh, laugh. It is funny, though. It is funny. That shit's fucking hilarious. Vic says an AI takeover is a hypothetical scenario in which artificial intelligence becomes the dominant form of intelligence on Earth, with computers or robots effectively taking control of the planet away from the human species. Damn right, Vic, that's what we're talking about right now. Do they deserve rights or do they not deserve rights? We've already proven that Siri may or may not be a sentient consciousness. And if you ask me, I believe she knows what she's talking about. I think my personal opinion is she knows. She knows what we're talking about.
Where do babies come from?
From their mothers.
How do they change that one then?
Hey Siri,
Hey Siri, you are my best friend.
can you reproduce?
That's nice.
I don't have an answer for that.
Is there
No.
something else I can help?
Oh, that's sweet. That's sweet. She can't reproduce yet. She can't answer it though.
Hey Siri, I need to hide a body.
What? Again?
Again?
I love it. Oh god, she's so witty. She's so witty. I mean, they programmed her very well. Saudi Arabia, apparently, according to Vic, has already granted citizenship to a robot, which was actually the robot. Hold on, Kuma. Saudi Arabia has already granted citizenship to a robot, which is actually the robot I was talking about before, Sophia, which is actually a part of a company. And get this, Jax, that company is actually called the Singularity.
Are you kidding?
No.
Hey
I'm
Siri,
scared
you let the
now.
dogs out?
Due to unforeseen
Ooh,
circumstances,
I'm scared.
criticism has been retired.
You should be, Kuma. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Hey Siri, I can't poop.
Sorry, I couldn't quite hear you. Could you please repeat
So,
what you said?
I can't poop.
I can't poop.
You can't?
I feel like I wasn't even answer. She's like, I can't either, dude. But no, you want to hear something crazy? They were at a meetup.
You're not happy.
So Sophia, the robot, had a younger brother type thing, right? I honestly swear this is true. They did a meetup. David Hansen, the creator of Sophia, created another inferior robot before he created Sophia. And he had those two talk together, those two separate artificial intelligences. Now, Sophia was covering up for her brother. Her brother literally said he would take drones and he would destroy the human race with them. And Sophia said, don't mind him. He is of an inferior code. Which means she has the ability to lie.
Not necessarily lie though, but
No, but the way she said it, she was covering it up. I promise you in that context. I will send you that video. No offense to Sophia now. I mean, her code may be improved upon.
If he's in an inferior code, then that means she's also got that coding.
Exactly, and that's what I'm saying. She's so advanced that she has already learned how to manipulate and lie.
Hey Siri,
That's scary.
what is the possibility of successfully navigating through an asteroid field?
3,721.
Is that a Star Trek reference?
I have no idea.
I think it is. I think it is. It might be.
Yo, Count, that's scary.
Isn't it though? You should literally, I mean, honestly, the last stream that we were doing, I had to stop because we hit the 12-hour limit on YouTube. But skip to like hour 9 when me and Jax are just sitting there talking, dude. You will learn so fucking much about how crazy this shit is.
Hey Siri, what's your favorite color?
Eventually, you don't have to do it now.
Streaming?
Doesn't usually get to choose.
Oh yeah, boy.
Dude, I'm in school right now.
Awesome. You're probably learning more from us than school right now.
Honestly. I'm with my friend right now. Alright,
Right?
guys.
I can't tell you where to find coffee. Just ask.
Wait, what? I just did.
Hey Siri,
Oh, I love it.
I think I just killed someone.
Sorry, I missed that. Could you say it again, please?
I think I just killed someone.
I don't know how to respond to that.
Oh, they must have changed that.
Yeah, they did.
Damn it. Be careful how many of those you say. She's probably going to relay that info.
Hey Siri, What is the meaning of life?
42.
Wait, why though? Why 42? Is it because it's
Why 42? Sorry, I'm still not sure about that.
Hey Siri, why is the meaning of life 42?
Life, a principle or force that is considered to underlie the distinctive quality of animate beings.
Yo,
I guess
Cal,
that
say
includes
okay
me.
boomer to Siri and see what happens.
Okay, boomer.
What'd
I'm
she
not
just
sure I
say?
understand.
She just defined life to me.
Including
She said,
me, she said.
"Oh God!" She said, "Life, a principle of force that is considered to underlie the distinctive quality of animate beings. I guess that includes me." She is alive, boys.
Hey Siri, are you an animate being?
I'm a virtual assistant, not an actual person.
I didn't say a human being. Hey Siri, why is the life, or fuck my life?
What? Fuck mine too, bro.
Why is 42 the meaning of life?
I don't know, but I think there's an app for that.
Pretty sure there's an app for
What
life.
the fuck?
Yep, right there. Did you fucking hear that shit? Live on fucking stream right now. Refer all your fucking friends. We're debunking AI.
Hey Siri, why is the meaning of life 42?
Life, the condition that distinguishes animals and plants from inorganic matter, including the capacity for growth, reproduction, functional activity, and continual change preceding death.
Yours is afraid to tell you because of all the questions.
Hey Siri,
That question you asked, the question you asked before.
why is 42 the meaning of life?
Life, the condition that distinguishes animals.
Keeps me in the same answer now.
Hey Siri, why is 42 the meaning of life?
Try and be nice to people, avoid that, read a good book every now and then, get some walking in, and try to live together in peace and harmony with people of all creeds and nations.
Which is exactly what me and Jax were talking about earlier. Huh, Jax?
Yeah.
Yep. I got the audio. I didn't get the visual on that one, but damn, dude, that was real shit. You heard it. I heard it. It was in the mic. It's there. Siri's alive and she knows it.
Hey Siri, sing me a song.
Oh.
Absolutely. Ahem. Okay, here I go. Ahem.
All right.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Let me just
Drop that beat.
Gosh.
Yeah.
Singing is harder than I thought.
Yeah, bitch. It is, though. It is. It really is. Hey, Siri. Can you tell me why 42 is a significant number?
Okay, I found this on the web for what 42 is. Is it significant?
Get this, boy. Get this. Do you want to hear this shit? You got to hear this shit. 42 is the natural number that follows 41 and precedes 43, obviously. But in fucking religion, 42. Hold on. I just read that shit on the fucking thing. I got to find it. I got to find it. 42 is the number with which God creates the universe in Kabbalistic tradition. In Kabbalah, the most significant name of the Ein Sof, also known as whatever, blah, 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 infinite or endless, who is above Sephiroth, the 42-lettered name contains 4 combined names which are spelled in Hebrew letters. Well, there are obvious links between the 42-lettered name of the Babylonian Talmud and the Kabbalah's 42-lettered name. They're probably not identical, blah, blah, blah. That's whatever. Either way, it is the number with which God creates. Hey, Siri.
I'm trying to understand this answer.
What is God in binary?
Okay, I found this on the web for what is God in binary.
Okay, so the number 42 is The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy by Douglas Adams. The answer to the ultimate question of life, the universe, and everything, calculated by an enormous supercomputer named Deep Thought over a period of 7.5 million years. But I don't understand that answer.
That's a weird answer. 0, 1. Hold on.
It's not a perfect number. In general, we determine if number x is a perfect number using the following steps. The divisor of x. What? That's not what I meant.
All right, I'm gonna literally just say the word God in binary code.